And we're live. Hello and welcome to the third day of the third annual hexconference.com. I'm your host, Maddie, and today we've got an awesome lineup for you. Some amazing hexicans are going to be giving speeches here. We're going to have panels, and then the keynote will be by Dr. Aubrey de Grey. So hit the like and subscribe button and get excited for our first speaker here, Crypto 7.
We're the hexicans coming for your neck again. This cryptocurrency space ain't ready for us yet again. We're the hexicans. Yeah, I'm a hexican.
Welcome everyone to day 3 of the Hex Conference 2023 and a special welcome to the lovely investment community looking in. It's a real honor to be opening day 3. I'm going to focus this on the investor, or maybe I should say focus this on the investor to focus on your future wealth. Who are these investors? They are the new entrants that will be making us Hex and Pulse Chain early birds insanely rich in the next 12 to 18 months. We love those investors, don't we? You should do, I do. Going forward into the bull market, we need to carefully consider the messages to them, and that's something I touch on today. I have been watching all the Hex content from the night before as soon as I wake up in the morning, and it's been so good. Congratulations to Matty and everyone involved behind the scenes, like Sticker Guy. For people that don't know, I've been in crypto since 2016 and completely immersed in it for much of that time, happily lost down my magical little crypto bunny hole. At first, I was part of the Ethereum mining scene, enthusiastically stuffing as many gaming cards into my little mining rigs until they started to smoke. It's part of the fun, isn't it? But when I wasn't trying to stop my rigs from catching fire, I took time to understand Ethereum and its roadmap. And in 2017, I sold my rigs and game cards to buy more of the crypto asset itself. A quick back of the envelope calculation showed me that that was the way to go. So I jumped from miner to investor. It was a good pivot. I also sold my Porsche Cayman at the bottom of the bear market to buy more Ethereum. That was a good move as well. I wonder who's selling their sports cars at the bottom of this bear market. If you are a man, you have a toy you could sell. And don't tell me you don't. Can I have a quick drink? Just a sec. You could say that in the last cycle, I bet on Vitalik Buterin. And in this cycle, I'm betting on Richard Hart. I'm here with no agenda. I haven't just launched a crypto or some product I'd like you to buy today. I haven't got anything to sell to you at all. Just my enthusiasm for Richard Hart and his amazing cryptos. My channel gets lots of views, but my efforts barely pay for my sandwich lunch. But I don't need anyone to buy my lunch. I don't need certain people to like me on Twitter either. And perhaps that gives me an edge or a degree of authenticity. I don't know. I know I'm thrilled to be here on this amazing journey with you right now, just connecting up with people interested in RH tickers. People say I have helped them through this bear market, or helped them to keep their faith in Richard Hart. If so, it's nice to know. Maybe staying focused on RH tickers on my channel has helped people in keeping the faith. And I've made some good friends, people like Funding Jim and Coffee and now Matty, and many of the people that regularly watch my show. As I say, I bet on Vitalik in the last cycle, and that went well for me. And I'm betting on Richard Hart this time round. I've followed Richard for a long time, and the guy, he's something special. In my career, I've been lucky enough to be exposed to many exceptional people, truly exceptional, and Richard is a cut above most of them. I made a big sacrifice for PLS and PLSX with no expectations and a lot of brightly lit disclaimers, I can tell you. I wouldn't dream of doing that for anyone else, you know. I'm amazed how many people in this community have boldly sacrificed for subsequent cryptos that came along. People say trust no one in crypto. Well, that doesn't work, as that involves having to do everything and understand everything yourself. I don't want to do everything myself. So I say, trust as few people as you can get away with on your way to financial freedom. And be very careful who you trust. But that doesn't have as good a ring to it, does it, as trust no one? I trusted Vitalik, and it worked for me. And now I'm trusting Richard Hart implicitly. I liked Vitalik. I still do. The kind of guy that steps in to protect a rival crypto, as he did very recently with Solana, which is now making a nice little recovery, largely thanks to him. That was a selfless act from a special person. I also like Richard Hart. He raised 27 million for charity, you know. He mentions it once or twice. But another selfless act from another special person. I like Hex and the simplicity of it. I like that it's still relatively new and that it can run up a lot higher in its second bull market, particularly with Pulse Chain. I get trustless yield with no counterparty risk. You know, the kind of yield that we get to keep, guys, not the kind that goes to Do Kwon, Alex Mashinsky, or Sam Bankman-Fried's secret property funds. I can stake my Hex or I can not stake it. I can stake for 15 years or a couple of days. I can have as many stakes running as I like, arranged at many different lengths, timed around crypto cycles if I'm clever enough. I get all that. Sign me up, baby. SEC? I bought my Hex mug myself. These are the simple messages we must continue to present as we go into this bull market. A word of caution now. As a community, we need to be careful not to overlay too much complexity onto Hex, because unnecessary complexity is the enemy of the salesman. Come the bull market, you have maybe 2 minutes to pitch to investors before they want to hear about something else. The elevator only goes to 10th floor, guys. That's how long we have to pitch to investors. If you have done any sales, you know what I'm saying, and that the investor egg timer is a real thing, and that the sands run out real fast. If you can't pitch to an investor in a minute or two, if it takes more than that, then they've glazed over. They are looking at the lovely lady doing lengths in the swimming pool. You've lost them. They're not coming back. Come the bull market and the stampede of green newbie buyers with dollars in their hands. We need to be in cryptos that people outside this conference have maybe heard of, with founders they have maybe heard of, and with clear, simple, clean, easy sells. That's my investment tip to you all today. Remember that the best performing crypto of all time is one of the least complex. It's a zero utility meme coin called Shiba Inu. You may have heard of it. It did a 460,000x. For the investors in Shiba Inu, the lack of complexity was its appeal. I buy this coin with a pretty dog ticker symbol. There's nothing to do but hold it and sell it when the price goes up. Sign me up for that. So Richard Hart, Hex, and Pulse Chain, they already tick all the boxes for me. They are complex enough. If something needs inventing, I'll rely on Richard and his developers to invent it. My friends can understand Hex, PLS, and PLSX. I do a good elevator pitch for all three. I've not heard a good elevator pitch for any of the derivatives. I know I can't do one, and I'm a born salesman. Okay? There's a helpful, constructive challenge for the airdrop founders. If you can do a good elevator pitch for your crypto, then let's hear them. Equip the sales guys like me, because you haven't got long. Come the bull market, you've got the length of time it takes the elevator to go up to the penthouse from the ground floor to make your sale. Otherwise, you're heading straight back down to the ground floor and exiting the building. You won't have 16 months to sell to a captive Hex audience in a bear. Awareness is another big issue for investors. There is a high awareness for the RH tickers. Even the RH haters have heard of the RH tickers. And as Richard says, some of the Hex haters will become Hex buyers come the bull market. Come the bull market, there's lots of money to be made in Hex, just buying and holding and staying liquid. And that's an important message, you know, for the outside world, that we mustn't lose with all the complexity we have sought to overlay in this bear market. Look, if you want to stake and arrange your staking ladder cleverly, then you will likely do better still. And the derivatives might make you a little more again. Who knows? If you have time to get into the weeds with all that stuff, great, better still, that's fine. So derivatives for the sophisticated hexagon, but not derivatives as a prerequisite to insane gains in Hex. That's how Richard created Hex. That's the genius of Hex. You can do whatever you want, and we should never lose sight of that. I would make that my central plea to you all. Most cryptos have some inflation, and the inflation in Hex is relatively low. So it's not the case, as I heard someone say at this conference yesterday, that your Hex value inflates away if you stay liquid. That's a worrying misrepresentation for me. When there are cryptos with 10x higher inflation than Hex, like Gala, for instance, that provide insane gains with no staking at all. It's a damaging message to send out, because most of our bull market gains will come from the bull market new entrants, just wanting, at first at least, to simply buy Hex and stay liquid. It will be killing the golden goose for us all. Complexity is fine for the people that want to go there, so long as we don't allow it to become a deterrent for the masses. Gear change now, and back to my normal positive self. Another quick drink from my Hex mug. Before the conference, I felt that this event could be a defining moment for Hex and Richard Hart, a catalyst event. Now we are here, I have that sense even more strongly. There's a real buzz around this conference, and you can't help but be infected by it. There's a crackle. The conference feels special to me. When I race superbikes, nobody expected me to lap as fast in the rain as I could in the dry. Thank goodness. And they were right. I couldn't. But what they did expect from me, and where there was a lot of expectation on me, was that I performed well relative to the other 40 lunatics also slipping and sliding around the wet racetrack at 180 miles an hour. It's pouring with rain on every crypto right now, because we're at the bottom of a bear market. Nobody expects Hex to be tearing up trees right now, surely? I mean, did you? No crypto is immune from the bear market, not even Hex. But what investors are interested in and will judge us on is how Hex is performing in the rain right now relative to other cryptos. So let's take a look at that. A good measure is how many views we are getting for our online conference, even in the rain. If only there was another well-known crypto that recently staged an online conference that we could compare ourselves to. Well, there is, and it's Algorand. So let's quickly benchmark Hex against well-known layer 1 Algorand. You'll have heard people talking about Algorand and bigging it up. Why Algorand? Well, they had their conference very recently, so in the exact same macro environment, in the rain, people. So that's a lovely back-to-back comparison. A blue chip crypto, so they say. So how did they get on? Well, 3 weeks into their conference, they have totaled just 690 views. Wow. So Algorand are really struggling in the rain, aren't they? How about Hex? Well, thanks to Matty and all of you, we have had more views than that within 10 minutes of the conference opening on day one. Get this, so far we've had 20 times more views than Algorand, and we haven't even had that guy Richard Hart on yet. Stop what you're doing and put some sevens in the comments. You're part of something special here. And you know it, and there's your numbers, investors, to back that up. By the way, that's a back-to-back rain performance comparison between two highly talked about cryptos, Hex and Algorand. What I just said, that will be massively interesting to any and every investor out there looking in at this conference. I shouldn't bash Algorand. As a crypto investor, I even hold a little, to be honest. But as an investor, you can't help but notice these things. Maybe I should flip my Algorand into yet more Hex, eh? I predict that investors around the world will notice this conference and that it will be a catalyst event, a watershed moment in our joyous journey to financial freedom and cocktails in the sun. These view numbers would be good if we were in a bull market, if the sun was shining, but it's not. It's raining, to labor that bike and racing analogy for the very last time. Matty, as conference organizer, is absolutely right to point out the significance that we have already had more views in previous years. It's significant. It stands out to investors. And what are the bread and butter metrics investors also look at in sizing up a crypto? Well, they all look great for Hex as well. Really great. Number of holders up, number of stakers up, staker durations also up, YouTubers covering Hex up, big mainstream channels wanting to talk about Hex are up. Meanwhile, operation is flawless, as always, and seem to be transacting cheaply on Pulse Chain as well. Gear change now. I seem to be doing a lot of gear changes. Let's up the tempo even more, eh? Warren Buffett said nothing changes sentiment like price. Well, for hexagons and pulsicons, nothing will change sentiment like testnet v3, our final test before launch. Testnet v3 is lots of things, people. It's a giant club with which to bash the fudsters that have started claiming we will never see Pulse Chain. It crushes them to oblivion. Those that don't get into their little shells before we get out to give them a good clubbing. By the way, if we don't see Pulse Chain, just write to me and I'll refund you in full. My money's safe, isn't it? Testnet v3 is also a timescale to Pulse Chain, as it infers we will likely see mainnet within 1 to 4 months, which is all the investment community ever wanted. Back to the investors again. A bit of a timescale, but we understand some of the reasons Richard stepped away from providing that. Testnet v3 will also be a signal to everyone that treats Hex as a commodity, something to just make money from, that it might be time to start thinking about getting back into Hex. Testnet v3 is also an early warning for the traders that won't want to miss out on the Pulse Chain doubling. They should start thinking about getting back in now. Testnet v3 is the first of 8 hype cycle events that Jake Sharp and I talk about on the run-up to Pulse Chain launch. The first being Testnet v3, or indication of when we may get it, which I think we'll have tomorrow. The last being the block height number to the fork a day or two before Pulse Chain launch itself. These are the 8 hype cycle events that will fuel a tsunami of buying back into Hex. And maybe those traders I just referred to will have to try and somehow anticipate all that. If they can, good luck with that. So the Hex bull market is coming. I can see it on the horizon with Testnet v3. It's possibly your last chance to grab these artificially low prices. And why shouldn't we start our bull market now? Hex has been in a bear for 16 months now. The natural default for Hex is to be decorrelated from Bitcoin. We have the buzz around us and the narrative, and as we can see. I'm very excited to hear from Richard at the conference tomorrow. And that's an understatement, I can tell you. And here's why. Pin back your ears. This is the best bit, everyone. Let's go. Conferences are always the best place to make announcements for maximum impact. It's straight from the pages of the marketing handbook, which is why anyone in marketing will tell you that you bring good news to conferences. And if you have some good news, you keep it back to deliver at the conference itself, okay? Which is why I'm so excited about tomorrow and hearing from Richard Hart. It's likely in my mind that Richard will have some good news and hopefully, dare I say likely, a timescale to Testnet v3, which is when we really get this show on the road. I realize they operate entirely separately, but Hex and Pulse Chain are fused now and can never be separated. What's good for one is good for the other. What's bad for one is bad for the other. And Hex has suffered badly for many months under the delay of Pulse Chain. It's the only reason, in my honest opinion, we have had these buy opportunities right now. That, combined with one of the top 3 centralized exchanges collapsing, of course, along with clients' money, that tends to put a down on things as well. But the FTX collapse was on the 6th of November 2022, which feels a long time ago now already. It's why I described the current prices earlier for Hex as artificially low, beyond the ebb and flow of the crypto cycle, seemingly insensitive to the strengths of this community, which in my mind I see as an anomaly. Can't say it, but you know what I'm saying there. Anomaly. Time will tell, but I think the delay in Pulse Chain will add to the richness of anyone DCAing down in Hex in recent weeks. Pulse chain is a horizontal scaling solution for Ethereum, a faster and cheaper Ethereum in PLS, and a sexy decentralized exchange in PLSX, a new clean smelling McDonald's with better looking staff and faster Big Macs just down the road. But Pulse chain also creates vertical scaling. Most people in future will come into the RH ecosystem through PLS on the ground floor. They go upstairs to PLSX to do their exchanges, and they go down into the air-conditioned vaults and the marble-clad basement to store some of their juicy Pulse chain profit into Hex, to lock it away in trusted yield. It's brilliant. And why wouldn't new future Pulsicans in time become Hexicans? Tell me, if you bought PLS in June 2023, in 6 months' time, for the first time, and made a 200 to 500x in 12 months, say, why wouldn't you consider using Hex to store some of that obscene profit where it can earn trustless yield? Why wouldn't you want to keep it all under one roof? Why wouldn't you trust Richard Hart? Remember, going back to earlier, you trust as few people as you can. If he delivers insane gains for you in Pulse Chain, then Hex becomes a store of value of choice. By the way, even if only 5%, even if I'm only 5% right on that, if only 5% of Pulse Chain gains get tucked away into Hex and the rest go to Bitcoin or whatever, then we're still going to the moon, baby. We're going to the moon, because 5% of all the Pulse Chain gains is insane quantum of investment into Hex. People will be predisposed to do that, really inclined to do it. PLS will be their gateway to the RH ecosystem. They don't have Hex now, but they have a high-class problem. They've made a lot of money in PLS and PLSX, and why wouldn't they tuck some of that safely away into Hex? I think that's Richard's vision. The announcement of testnet v3 will revive Hex instantly. Revive it and have it leaping out of bed and doing 100 press-ups. If RH receives any professional marketing advice at all, then they will have advised him to announce testnet v3 at this conference. So I think that's what we will see. But if we don't, we don't. With such a strong community, Hex will just continue to win races in the rain. I hope that the many investors looking into this conference will like what they see. I think they will. Thank you very much for listening.
Hey, that was a great speech. So happy
Cheers,
to have
man.
you in the community, and I hope everybody follows you on YouTube and tunes in for what you have to say going forward.
Thanks, buddy. I think you're doing a fantastic job. Absolutely amazing. And the conference, I mean, really, everything I said was heartfelt. I mean, the conference is absolutely, I mean, it's just going off, isn't it? It's brilliant. And what did you think about the comparison with Algorand? So you had more live viewers within the first 5 minutes than they've had after 3 weeks.
I love it.
We've not even had that guy Richard Hart on yet.
Staking for the win. So thanks again for speaking, and looking forward to staying in touch.
Yeah, man. Thanks ever so much.
Yeah. Our next speaker is another great person in the Hex community. Welcome to Nerd Girl.
We're the Hexican Space Force, and we're blasting off this year. So Hexicans unite, because we savages out here. I said the Hexicans are loyal with the gang.
Hi. Okay, I guess that was all the intro Maddie was going to do. So hi, everyone. Thanks for inviting me, Maddie, and thanks for showing up to listen to my Hex talk. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm Nerd Girl 007 with no vowels, and I've been in the Hex community since the beginning. So I got interested in Hex not as a financial instrument that I wanted to buy to accumulate wealth. I actually got interested in Hex because I saw how devoted the community was, and I came to crypto with a slightly different background. So I had dropped out of a religious studies PhD program, and I came to crypto to study the evolution of tribalism. And I saw very early that Hex would be the next major, that's the right word, that Hex would be the next like big target for whatever mainstream crypto to look at. And that's why I wanted to study Hex as a community. And over time, I realized that there was no way that I could understand the Hexican community without understanding the Hex smart contract. And the more that I learned about how the Hex smart contract worked, the more that I realized that it was an incredible investment. And I fought myself actually for several months before buying, just because I was overcoming, everything that was being externalized about Hex from all directions, right? So I was working in crypto media at that time. I was working for a media outlet, and they had directed that we write a piece that was very negative about Hex and about Richard Hart. And I had not liked working at this media outlet. I had not liked the way that they told us how to frame things, because that was just not how journalism was supposed to be done from how I had been taught how to do it. It was supposed to be that you approach things objectively and reach your conclusion through the study, not you're told which direction to frame something in, and then you make it fit that direction no matter what. So that was an immediate red flag for me. I reached out to Richard. He didn't want to talk. I was nobody, had no following, nothing like that. So then the Hexicans kind of adopted me because they knew about my study of tribalism. And that's how I came into this community. So that's an intro. And so for today, for the topic that I'm going to talk about, it's going to be about lending and borrowing, and why I think that if you're only staking, you aren't taking full advantage of the Hex smart contract. That doesn't mean that I think that everyone should be liquid or all staked, or that this, what I'm about to say necessarily applies to everyone equally all of the time, because everyone needs to look at their own finances and create their own investment thesis and generate figure out your own risk tolerance and then go from there. I'm just saying, like, if you're for people who are just, say, normal people, right? Like me, people who need short, medium, and long-term solutions to finance, I think that being both staked and liquid offers some unique advantages. So I came to this topic because I asked Twitter. I gave 4 options of what I should talk about, and I'm going to touch briefly on each of them, but we're going to be primarily focused on the lending and borrowing. So I at 39.6% voted for this topic. And then, just in case you haven't figured this out already, I'm a bit of a heretic. So like I said, this isn't necessarily advice for you. I recognize that everyone is in a different situation. This is just my observations after studying Hex and the Hex community closely for several years. Okay, so this really starts with thinking about the idioms that we repeat in cryptocurrency. So outside of Hex, these exist in the form of things like 1 Bitcoin will always equal 1 Bitcoin. That's true. But what 1 Bitcoin can buy fluctuates radically, right? Code is law, but laws change. And one famous example within the Hex community that I've already written about is market cap isn't a vanity metric. Stop saying that, dumbass. That was the name of the article if you're interested in looking that up. So I was exploring how market cap works and just kind of taking apart idioms in general. And the idiom that we're exploring now is about what, real hexagons are 100% staked for 5555. So I understand why being staked is a necessary component, but I don't think that it's necessarily healthy to suggest that everyone have all of the hex that they hold staked. And like I said, that's really because it's not taking full advantage of the smart contract, which Richard has explained, and I know a lot of people have missed this over the years, but Richard has explained that the Hex smart contract is a lending and borrowing protocol. It acts as a virtual lending and borrowing protocol where the stakers are the lenders, and in exchange for giving up access to their liquid hex, which may have wild price swings, they're paid the inflation from the token's locked annual inflation. So what they get for receiving that inflation is the inflation. And then what the borrowers get because they're missing out on the inflation. What the borrowers get is the ability to take advantage of those wild price swings. So when Hex went up to 49 cents, almost 50 cents in this last bull run, the borrowers were able to take advantage, right? Maybe they didn't get the big payday bonus. Maybe they didn't get the bonuses that accrued when large wallets early end staked or got hacked. But what they got instead was the ability to cash out where those who were locked were unable to do so, at least not without incurring massive penalties. So the real advantage in Hex is the ability to do both at the same time. And that's really what I wanted to share. All right, why am I saying that this is not a smart idea? People always talk about within this community are often talking about why it's important to be have long-term vision, to think about your future in generations or, decades or, several years in advance. And I don't disagree that that's very important, right? But like I said earlier, most people I know need solutions for today, tomorrow, next year, 15 years, and on into the future. So additionally, for those who are in things for the long haul, truly in things for the long haul, they don't check what their assets are worth daily, weekly, monthly, maybe not even yearly. So people who just have traditional 401ks, they're not checking the price, how much is my 401k worth today? At least not when they're not very close to retirement, right? So if you're really thinking about this in the long term, then what the asset's value is in the short term doesn't matter. And I've never met a Hexican who hadn't checked the price at least a couple of times a day, aside from myself and maybe a few other people, but in general. So people, even if they are locked for 5555, do care about these short-term swings. Well, why would you care about the short swings if you didn't also have, immediate needs or immediate wants? So it's a virtual lending and borrowing contract. The lenders earn the token's locked inflation, and to do so, they give up the ability to take advantage of short-term volatility, favoring the prospect of the token's appreciation in the long term. And borrowers forfeit earning the token's inflation. They're diluted over time as more tokens are released, and in exchange, they can take advantage of wild price swings. So those who were 100% staked when Hex ran up to 50 cents couldn't sell without incurring penalties. They're the lenders. Those who weren't staked during big payday or other events that paid massive rewards to stakers didn't get the extra tokens. They're the borrowers. And the real advantage is being able to lend and borrow to yourself, to lend tokens to yourself and borrow tokens from yourself. But again, like I said, this isn't particular, it's not necessarily advice, doesn't apply the same to everyone. If you're a teenager and you know that your parents have you for the next 15 years or whatever, then maybe being 100% staked is the right solution for you. Or maybe having, laddered stakes is a good solution, or small portion of liquid. I just want people to consider the possibility that that being 100% staked may not be in your best financial interest. And perhaps those who are suggesting that you should be 100% staked have ulterior motives. I'm not saying that they do, but they might. So I'm always skeptical of everyone. I think everyone has ulterior motives. I think that's probably a byproduct of working in cryptocurrency and just generally having mistrust for everyone and everything. I guess I could talk a little bit about that if you guys want me to. I think there's a few minutes. Maddie, feel free to come back on and let me know at any time.
Oh no, she dropped off. I think that maybe the internet just died where she was. But I think Nerd Girl's points here have been really great. I like that you critically think about everything, and you have a lot of credibility in the Hex space in my mind. especially because you say things that aren't necessarily popular, but
Right.
I think that they are true. So
That was something I actually wanted to mention really quick, is like, my opinions are not popular. I'm like commonly thought of as a heretic, but you don't have to trust me. You can actually go back and check my track record. Some of the most stubborn Hexicans, Bitcoiners, people have come to me and been like, oh yeah, you completely predicted that and I got really mad at you. And like, you can check my track record. But again, I don't want anyone to trust me, you know? Just think.
Yeah. Yeah, and I haven't heard in a long time the two main points that you made, that Hex is a form of virtual lending to yourself. That's really exciting to remember that, and to think about how different that is from other systems. And then also the point about people checking the price every day. You know, for me, from a behavioral perspective, I think it's really interesting that we can be locked up in a smart contract for a long time, with even some percentage, and then still have trouble breaking the old behaviors. So
yeah, it's like, but really, if you're checking the price, daily, hourly, weekly, whatever, if you're staked, you don't have a long-term mindset. You are still thinking of that in the short term. So that to me is evidence that more people should be, in dual positions.
Yeah, totally. And can you say a little bit more about what you've experienced in terms of the untrustworthiness of other communities in crypto, or other
So it's not
business?
like, it's not necessarily other communities in general, or like anyone really specifically. I think that I'm just skeptical of everyone, just because I have worked in this industry for a long time. I know that most people at the end of the day, even if they start with good intentions, they're going to do whatever it is that they have to do to survive, because humans are, I don't know, we're survival species. What we do every day is what we have to do. And I don't blame anyone for that or fault anyone for that, but it is reason for me to not think, okay, this person always has my best interest at heart, or just to blanketly assume that. So I always assume everyone wants something from me. Everyone wants the maximum that they can get out of me. If they're holding a token, they want me to buy that token so that I can be their exit liquidity. If they want me to sell a token, it's because they want to buy that token for a lower price. I don't think that that's necessarily a like crypto specific thing, as it is just a general statement about a mistrust for humans, but not in the way where I don't like them, or us, in a way that I understand that that's just a necessary function of survival.
Human behavior is fascinating, especially in financial markets.
Yeah, so it is. And so I do work in cryptocurrency. I work for a marketing and incubation firm. I run our PR division. And I work with a lot of people, and I see things fail all the time. I've seen projects that we've represented fail because they just couldn't get the tech together. I've seen them fail because the finances fell apart. I've also seen things succeed. So
what other tips do you have for people in crypto, even if they aren't contrary to what most people are saying?
So generally speaking, if everyone is saying one thing, the opposite is true. Or you are stuck in an echo chamber, which, it could be either or both. I personally don't like to get too stuck into echo chambers, because when I do, that means that I'm not getting outside perspective, and then I'm blindsided when things come up. So I like to be embedded in multiple places at a time, maybe more deeply in one or another, but multiple places, so that I have like a general overview. I always talk to people from across various projects, across various ecosystems, even if I'm not like necessarily entrenched in their thing or invested in their thing. I still want to know what's going on there from their perspective. That's served me really well in a lot of ways. But I know a lot of people really do like to just get really deep into one thing. Like, you trust one thing, and so you want to focus all of your capital, energy, everything there. And there's definitely merits to maximalism.
Absolutely. Well, great. Yeah, thank you so much for honoring us with you speaking at the Hex conference again this year.
Third
It's been a
time.
real pleasure. Yeah,
Thanks for having me again. And then can I do a quick crypto mag show?
please.
Okay. So I told you guys that I used to work in crypto media. I quit because I didn't like being given directives and paid horribly as a journalist. So basically used as a PR agent without being paid for it. So I quit to work for a crypto marketing agency. I then found this crypto company. It's called Crypto Mag. They let me write a monthly column and they don't censor it at all. It's like full opinion. It's called Confessions of a Crypto Insider, where I get into like all of the details of things that have happened over the years outside of what I can't say because of my NDAs. But like I really, really get really deep into corruption in the industry. And then I also write other pieces for this media outlet. It's called Crypto Mag. You can find it cryptomag.finance. And it's sold at like 7-Eleven, Barnes & Noble, Walmart.
Awesome. Yeah, everybody check it out and follow Nerd Girl.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Yep. Thanks, Maddie.
Thanks for being here. See you next year.
Bye.
Awesome. So next up, we have another amazing speaker, somebody else I tune into regularly to hear his thoughts on everything. So up next is Randy Hilarski.
There's so many scams. I have to change my username to don't ever send me money. Imposters everywhere. Richard Hart, bracket, don't ever send me money. Imposters everywhere.
Hello, everybody. Good evening from Panama. You know, I've been at this game with you guys 3 years. This is my third Hex conference. Love all of you. You know, Hex has been the most amazing thing that has happened in my crypto career, and probably one of the top, easily the top 5 things that has occurred in my life. I would have to say a big thank you to Richard for spending the time, taking the 2 years it took to deliver such an amazing product. The patience it takes to sit back and listen to the community begging to deliver is got to be insane. I don't know if I could do it. Those of you guys who know me know well that I had my own project that I was trying to do. I worked on it for 2.5 years and we had to can it. Software is hard, all right, coming from that side. And I also want to thank Maddie ALLin for being around and just putting the work in year after year and teaching you guys and helping us and guiding us and doing what he does because he's invaluable. And on top of that, I want to thank my community, every one of you guys who tune in with me at 10 p.m. Eastern on YouTube and on Odyssey and on Twitter, where we talk about things that aren't so much Hex related because I'm not a maxi, but we talk about life and expat living and gold and silver and Pulse Chain, Pulse X, Hex, and every other thing that comes to my mind or you guys ask in the comments. I want to thank all of y'all because you guys really, you keep me excited about what's coming for the future in crypto. And I want to thank everyone who wears a dad hat because everyone's wearing a flat brim hat. You know, I can't rock flat brim hats. I look too goofy. I'm getting old. It's just not my style. So thank you everybody for being there. Tonight I have 3 topics we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about first, taking profits. Now I know there's a lot of you who are angry right now. You didn't take profits. Right now you're pissed at the world. You're pissed at me. You're pissed at Nerd Girl because she told you she was taking profits. I just took profits. I just didn't tell you. Does not make sense to be angry at us because we can see the writing on the wall. This is my 3rd cycle. When I saw things going up, I got really quiet and I started taking some profits. And now, thanks to doing that, I can get through the bear market and not have to worry too much. There's 2 feelings that you have in crypto. Actually, there's 3, but we're going to talk about 2 of them. During the bull market, you have euphoria. Everything's going up. Everybody's excited. To the moon. When moon? You hear from these people. You see all the memes like, oh, we're going up. You got Little Bubble making videos about, Bitcoin going to 100K or something, or those kind of things. You got people claiming that a crypto, let's say Hex, is going to go to $10 in 6 months or something like that. While I'm in the back watching these videos, and I'm like, oh shit, please don't say those things. Because I've been through bull markets and I was called the shill, right? 2017, I was the guy who was the marketing team by so many of the projects you guys were buying. I launched over 40 projects. I had a comment the other day. Someone said, I only listen to crypto founders. Motherfucker, crypto founders listen to me. They listen to guys like me because they don't know everything, right? I'm from the marketing side. I said something in the back room with Nerd Girl. We have so much in common because we both worked in the trenches with these teams. We got to see the good, the bad, and the ugly. And it's just funny how we have so much in common there. But when there's the euphoria, you guys don't want to sell. In our hearts, it's difficult, in our brains, or whatever you want to call it, it's difficult to take an asset you believe is going to go really high in value and sell it. It is so difficult. But I had a friend of mine tell me long ago, who was very, very wealthy. I said, what do you do? How do you take profits? He says, every time a coin doubles, I sell some. So imagine that every time Hex doubled, you sold 20%. You'd still have a whole bunch of Hex, but you would have taken some profits. And that could have, in 2021, you would have been selling every week a little bit if you had the opportunity to do that. So there's the art of DCA out during the euphoria. You got to learn how to do it, because if you don't have a plan, you're going to be pissed off and you're going to be in despair. Despair is the other thing I want to talk about taking profits. Right now, your bag is down a whole bunch. My bag is down a whole bunch. All my T-shares, my average stake is 11.5 years. My Hex is painful to look at. I don't even want to open my staker app because it's so painful. But I'm not worried because I have a long-term mindset that this is for my future. This is my retirement. I'm going to be 50 years old in 2 years. I want to make sure that I have my future taken care of, and I hope that Hex is the vehicle that's going to bring me there. Nothing else has performed this well. Hopefully Hex will. All right. So right now, if you are, like Nurgle was saying, checking your phone 3-4 times a day, looking at the price, I recommend you don't. Try to find something else to do with your life. Keep yourself busy. Go to the gym. I spend time with my kid. We homeschool. I've got my nightly live streams with you guys. I see the price every night because I show you guys the charts. But it doesn't make me depressed. I don't get angry because, one, I'm smart enough to take profits, and two, we're set. We're good. Everything's taken care of. We made sure that we didn't quit our jobs. That's a big problem. People quit their jobs in the bull markets, and then they're working at McDonald's in the bear markets. Be careful who you listen to. You got the perma bulls and you got the perma bears. Randy is a perma nothing. Randy is looking at the charts, looking at the macro, and then I'll make decisions from there. Am I perma bull when it comes long-term for Hex? Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. Am I a perma bear when it comes to the crypto market or the world? No, not at all. If you guys saw my Shemitah series, and you got more than 90% of you probably don't even know what Shemitah is. I'm not going to digress into that. But if you saw my Shemitah series, you would know that there's big cycles in the world that we have to follow. There's 50-year cycles, there's 7-year cycles, and right now is a difficult one. We're going through a difficult phase, and it's going to probably be like this for the next generation. We're going to have to get used to it. So I'm not going to be a perma bear though, because I know during a cycle, you could have bull cycles within a bear cycle. And that's what we're going to have in the next crypto bull market. It's going to be a bull within a bigger macro bear, in my opinion. All right. So learn the art of the DCA in and out. Don't listen to perma bulls. Don't listen to perma bears, and have staking ladders. Please, for the love of God, learn how to do a staking ladder. Don't be like me. I'm the Jackson Pollock of Hex. I took Hex and just threw it and hoped that it stuck at the wall. You know, I got really, really lucky with some stakes in 2021 because I had them set up to come out between August and September. I got really, really lucky. All right. I had my other cryptos too that I was able to take profits on, but it was like roll the dice because there was no plan, rhyme or reason for my stakes. Like I said, Jackson Pollock of Hex. Just be careful. Make sure you have a plan. Be prepared for the future. Now, the next subject I want to talk about is being a master. It takes 30 minutes a day, maybe even an hour if you have the time. Take 30 minutes a day and learn a subject. I don't care what it is. It could be, for many of us, it was Hex. We became Hex masters, right? We know how to work it, how to stake, you know, how to set it up properly, and we know what the definitions are and how it works, all that kind of stuff. There's only a few hundred people in the world that could call themselves a Hex master. I'm like a junior master. I know how it works and I love it and I take advantage of it. What are some subjects out there that I think you guys should be learning right now? I'm just going to throw this out there. I know this is the Hex conference, but there's many of you who are looking for new things, new paths in your life. I want you guys to start learning about AI. Super, super important. Take 30 minutes a day. And look at it, I got goosebumps. Take 30 minutes a day and learn this. If you are on the internet and you're watching stupid shit, get rid of the stupid shit and start learning some real shit. All right? Whether it's a new language, learning AI and how to make images or websites or, you know, copywriting or whatever it is. AI can do almost it all. In a couple of years, it will be ubiquitous. It'll be everywhere. It'll be just like we use Google now. And we're already having apps that are coming out that are Google plus AI. You'll be able to write code. Right now, you can write code. It might not be perfect, but if you have code experience, use ChatGPT, write some code, and then go verify the code. You're like the overseer of the AI. Make sure it's doing a good job. What I want to get to about being the master is Pulse Chain version 3 is coming soon. All right. What I want you guys to commit to and promise me you're going to do this. When Pulse Chain version 3 comes out, I want you to spend 30 minutes a day learning the ins and outs of Pulse Chain and the ins and outs of PulseX, because that is where massive amounts of wealth are going to be built for those people in the Hex and Pulse Chain communities. If you know how to use these, if you know how to use liquidity pools, yield farming, and staking, you're going to be so far ahead of the folks who just they sacrifice for Pulse Chain and they just hold Pulse Chain, hoping that in 10 years it does a 20,000x or 30,000x. Because there's those folks too that are just hoping that it's a layer one play where they're going to make a ton of money, right? I have friends of mine who but they did the ICO for Ethereum, and they still have their ICO Ethereum. They've never sold it. They just keep it because they were wealthy before they got into it, and now they're super wealthy. So if you want to be one of those people, fine. But maybe you didn't, put 100,000 in or 50,000 into Pulse Chain. Well, you're going to have to learn the ins and outs to build up your bag, because there's always going to be sellers who are going to push the price down, right? It's a free market, and there's going to be buyers who are going to push the price up. Just choose your side and try to build up your bag or take some profits. Get ready to play with those PulseX liquidity pools, yield farming, and staking. It's going to keep you very busy, but you're going to become very wise and very knowledgeable, and you'll be able to tell other people and become the next topic. We need you. We need the masters. We need the educators to come out and teach the community how to use these tools. We have people in the Hex community that love to teach, but they may only be on one platform. Some are only on YouTube, and that's a shame because there's a really big opportunity out there outside of YouTube. People want to learn, and they're struggling to find people that they can trust. The crypto community right now is in that despair mode. And it's not just despair because they didn't take enough profits. It's despair because they just frankly lost all their money. Companies made off with their money. Celsius, keeping their money. BlockFi, Voyager, FTX, poof, the money's gone. We as a community are very lucky that we kept most of our wealth. The price may be down in USD terms, but we kept our Hex because we know how to use MetaMask or the Aurochs wallet that I promote, or anything else that keeps you decentralized, keeps us safe. But there's a lot of people that didn't do that, guys, because they were following the wrong folks. Follow the people who educate you and keep your money safe. People who are telling you to trade, anybody who tells you to trade, I'm talking about day trades, things like that. It's okay to get it in and out and using liquidity and, setting up both side pairs on Uniswap or on PulseX when it comes. That's a different story. What I'm talking about is people who tell you to day trade. People who tell you to sit in front of the screen and waste hours of your life looking at TA. You don't need to do that, folks. Hex cleaned the slate. We get to come in, we get to stake, we get to earn. And PulseX comes, you're going to be able to stake and you're going to earn yield. You'll be able to put maybe some stable coins and earn yield. You're going to be able to put Hex, E-Hex, and P-Hex in a pair and let them go up and down against each other. And you'll be able to earn some, the coin that's coming. I don't even know what it's going to be called, but you're going to be able to earn some coins for doing that. There's so many opportunities that we have in the Hex community that it'd be a shame for you guys not to help others. Get on TikTok, create shorts, YouTube shorts, Instagram reels. It's so easy to do. Video, VIDYO.ai is what I use. I think I bought the yearly subscription and I just take my videos. I could take any of your videos. I'll have to take a video off of YouTube, put it in, and the AI will cut it up into pieces for me. And you get to just go put in and type out what the words are going to be so people can see it across the screen. It's amazing. You could do 50 a day if you wanted. You can build up a TikTok account like how Hexadente did. Remember, he did a great job using other people's content. Excuse me, because most people like me don't care. I don't care if you use my content. If you see something value, turn it into a short. And actually, I appreciate it. It helps build up my audience as well. Create articles. If you guys can write articles, hell, use AI to do it. Write Hex articles using AI and publish them on Medium. Make a partnership on a company that creates content and create content for them. My newsletter is launching soon. And in my newsletter, I'm going to be writing all kinds of content. And if you guys want to write quality content and publish it in my newsletter, let me know. I'll help build your audience. If you guys making really good educational videos, send the educational video to me and I'll review it. And if it's good, we'll put it into the newsletter. It's that kind of stuff. I will help you build your audience just like you help me build my audience. I believe in reciprocity. And in the Hex community, we've been wonderful at it until the bear market happened. Once the bear market happened, there's a lot of this going on. But that's normal because we had despair. And everyone's pissed at the world because they didn't take profits. I know it went full circle, but that's kind of how it was. And the last thing I want to talk about is the maxi mentality. I hate it. I hate the maxi mentality. The only person I think that should be a full-on maxi is Richard Hart. And Richard not following those of us who aren't maxis is not a problem. That's fine and dandy for me. But anyone who goes and they talk crap about other Hexkins because they're not a maxi, man, I don't care. You can't hurt me. I've been around long before most of you. I'm going to be here after most of you. That's how crypto rolls. And be careful when Pulse Chain launches. Remember, if you're a Hex Maxi and you got Pulse Chain launching, what do you want in Pulse Chain? You want as many freaking projects as we can to come and take Pulse Chain serious. Why? Because people are going to use PulseX. And when people use PulseX as their exchange, guess who's making all the fees? You guys, y'all, the ones who are staked with PulseX, and you're on the pairs. You're making that money up and down, up and down, up and down. You want as many freaking projects as possible to come to Pulse Chain. And you can't do that if you're a maxi. You're toxic. Clean it out of your system. It's okay to be a RH maxi, I guess, right? That's a little bit more because it's a little bit more broad. But don't talk shit about people that are in other projects, because in the end, they're going to remember it. They're like, I don't want to use Pulse Chain because those guys are assholes. We don't want that. All right. That's what I got. Come on in, Maddie.
Hey, what a great talk.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Randy, for keeping it real and bringing your experience to the table and speaking at the Hex Conference again this year. Yeah.
Got my dad hat, man. I had to rep the round rim guys because everyone's flat rim this year. Flat brim, that's what I call it.
Now, where can everybody find you at?
Just Randy Hilarski, at Randy Hilarski everywhere. On YouTube, it's at Randy Hilarski 1 because somebody scooped up at Randy Hilarski, I guess. So had to put it there. Just, keep track. The newsletter launching soon. It's going to be badass. I would say the name, but I know some of y'all out there will go and try to take some of the socials. Can't help yourselves. That's just how it rolls. People they try to scoop up the socials to get it before it's actually official, so they could,
Yeah, I got to be careful with that.
Yeah, people making so many fake profiles out there. Oh, geez, it's crazy. Oh, thank you, KG. KG said hi. He's up next.
Yeah, well, thanks again for speaking, Randy, and looking forward to staying in touch with you.
All right, I appreciate it, Maddie. Have a great night, everybody. Pulse Chain version 3 coming soon.
Yeah. All right. Well, the next panel is another amazing group of Hexicans. So welcome to them. And let's keep going with this awesome conference. Hit the like and subscribe button. Thanks.
Let's keep talking. It's about assets and interests. Economical slang. I said the Hexicans are loyal with the gang.
What's up, folks?
What's up, dude?
What's going on? I was happy that Randy Hilarski was sporting the dad hat. That was a '90s curved hat for the win right there.
I got some dad hattage going on.
A little bit. That's right. Ashley Ash, it's so nice to have a lovely lady with us.
Well, thank you. I feel honored to be here amongst the big guys.
Oh goodness, here she goes.
And I mean that in a good way. I don't. Yeah, it's not an insult.
This is great, Maddie. Thanks for having us on.
Yeah, Maddie, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Very, very awesome. Very awesome. Why don't we introduce? There's a lot of people that don't know who everyone is. Brandon, you want to start?
Yeah, Brandon Davis. I guess I started a Telegram channel probably about 3 or 4 years ago now, and I built up a community called Rags to Riches, and it started out with actually my friends inviting me to my own Telegram channel because I refused to set it up myself. So they invited me in, and I said, well, it's kind of quiet in here, but we just started, talking about crypto, and we actually were talking about real estate back then, and we grew the group quite a bit, and it ended up where Twitter started targeting me with Richard Hart advertisements and kind of Richard Hart clips, and I was seeing some of his tweets and posts. So I started following him, and this is 2020-ish, I believe, later, mid to late 2020. And he's talking, I remember him talking about big payday, and this is your last chance, get in. And I was like, this guy's a scammer. I said, this guy's a salesman. I don't freaking believe him. So big payday happens and the price crashes, and I'm like, well, he's entertaining, so I'll keep watching him. So you guys know the midwit curve. I was dead smack center in that midwit curve. I don't believe him, and everybody else is making really, really good returns with Hex. And I finally introduced Hex to the Rags to Riches group probably in 2021, early 2021. I had purchased some bags prior. I didn't want to talk about it just in case it was a scam. At that time, I didn't realize it, and it wasn't. And I saw him get in a who's that guy that ended up extorting a bunch of guys for Bitcoin, that Richard ended his career live on stream. Who was that freak? Alex Saunders.
Yeah.
Alex Saunders. I saw that back and forth. I saw how everything played out and saw that Richard was being honest the entire time. And I was like, man, the product's awesome. Richard's incredible. And then I started talking about Hex to my group, and it's history from there. So it's awesome.
Well, Ashley, how did you hear about Hex?
Oh, so I heard about Hex back in fall of 2020, right before Big Payday. I was just I had known about crypto for years, but 2020 was the year I decided to make the jump into it. And I was just trying to learn about some other coins besides, the ones everybody was talking about. So I would just search crypto on Twitter and see what the buzz was. And I kept seeing Hex over and over on Twitter because Hexicans are so great at talking about this and advertising and word of mouth. And I always say that, Johnny Chaos's videos got my attention. So I'm like, all right, let's see what this is about. I threw 60 in there, tried to figure out and understand staking and all that, which isn't that hard, but I didn't want to put the effort in. So I went, forget it. And I kind of left it there. Then a few months later, I looked at my wallet and what that 60 turned into. I'm like, oh, this is something. So I went back. I ended up pretty much cashing out of everything else that I had. Took, all that. Thankfully, all that was in profit, and I put everything into Richard Hart products. And happy to be here. So that's my little story.
KG, what about you, man?
Hello, all. Thank you, Maddie, for putting on the conference. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. I actually got into Hex through my father, Don Montoya, those who may or may not know him. I was introduced to crypto back on the dark web. Bitcoin was my introduction to crypto. I was in high school at the time, and I was broke, and so I didn't actually jump in at that time, but I kept my eye on crypto. Kind of embarrassed to say this, but it's the truth. Dogecoin was actually the coin that I really dove deep into crypto. Well, that really, I financially came in and started paying attention from that respect. And then when I was introduced to Hex, that's when just the world expanded, because I was introduced to some of the smartest human beings in the crypto space that I had ever met before. Any question that I had about anything, whether it was Hex related, Pulse Chain related, just crypto related in general, there was somebody there that had an answer to my question and was constantly helping me level up. So Hex and Pulse Chain and the whole community is really what took me to the next level as far as understanding crypto from a technical standpoint, and in my opinion, making smarter financial decisions in the crypto space.
That's awesome. Well, if you don't know my story, it's the old man's story. I was up at 2 a.m. and I couldn't sleep, and I'm watching late night television. And so I'd love to thank the person who paid for an ad on late night TV. And of course, at 2 a.m. on cable television, all you see is, ads for Geico and the local car dealer. And here's this ad. It's like, do you want to be rich? Do you want to be really rich? And it's like got yachts and all this stuff. Well, come to find out, it was Richard Hart who did the voiceover for that ad. And I didn't have any idea. And so it's at hex.com. So I looked it up on my phone that night. And then I searched it the next day at the office, and I found Hexo on D Live. And for the next, while, I watched it every day at the end of the day. And I just thought, man, these Hexicans are awesome. Just salt of the earth, good people. And there was this big payday thing coming up. And I'm like, all right, well, I threw $600 into Hex before big payday. And, of course it dipped after that. And I kind of, just kept watching Hexo. And I was like, this is really interesting. Well, every day I'd come home, to dinner with the family, and I tell my wife, that Hex thing, it's $1,500, and now it's $4,500, and now it's $7,500, and now it's $11,000, and now it's $15,000. And every time I said that, she'd go, "That's not real money." every time. And I'm like, it's really real. And I was like, yeah, it's crypto and you can get like real money for it. She didn't believe me. And my daughter turned 16. And I said, all right, fine. I'm going to prove to you that Hex is real. And so we bought my daughter a car. And, that was something that I've now, since I started a channel, which is Crypto Heartbeat on YouTube, about 14 months ago, I really, I committed to streaming because of the Pulse chain. But I really have learned that for people that are no coiners, kind of like I was, I mean, I had a little bit of crypto, but I was not into it as an investment asset class, was that crypto has to prove itself to you. And when you realize that it's not 8% maybe, and that maybe you double your money in 20 years, it's a revolution in the financial system. And to me, it's something that potentially could free the captives. And so when I drilled into Richard Hart and the ecosystem and saw what he was talking about with the Pulse chain, Richard really has a vision for, I think, protecting people with true DeFi. And the more and more I see with the CBDCs and the digital IDs and the things that the government's doing, I recognize, we have to not only support the Richard Hart ecosystem, but DeFi in general, because it's the only thing that's going to free people from this future that's so dystopian. And so I'm just so thankful for Hex. I'm thankful forever bought that time, late night TV. And it literally changed my life, absolutely changed my life. And I'm so thankful for it. And, the rest is really history. And you all know a lot of that. But yeah, that's my story.
Cool. Guys, I want to do here. So here's my idea that we talked about backstage. Guys, there's a guy named Mark Wild. You guys are familiar with him in the community. He wrote this book. It's called The Second Crypto Revolution. And he's written a book previously. Give you an idea of what he talks about in here. It's Hex, chapter 5, Hex, the first blockchain certificate deposit. Chapter 6, Pulse Chain, a cheaper, faster, energy efficient alternative. PulseX, tax optimization, how not to lose all your money, RH, everything RH in here. So what I wanted to do, Mark gave me about 20 books. I'd like to give them away on stream. And Matt, what we've done in the past is we just have people kind of pick a random number, and that works out pretty well. It's kind of fun, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's do it.
Yeah.
How do you want to do it?
Yeah, so I'll what I'm going to do, guys, you can pick a random number. If you want to participate, you will have to send me some sort of an address to send it to. So if you want to participate, just pick one number between 1 and 1,000. I'll give you guys like 30 seconds, 20 seconds. And then as soon as I type line in the sand in comments, no other guesses after that will be valid until the next one. So guys, pick a number between 1 and 1,000. And what I'm going to do is pull it up on, I'll pull it up on Google, and I'll do the random number here.
And then how many are you going to give away this time, this go around?
Well, I've got 20 of them. So, I might give away about, maybe 5 on stream here. We'll go from there.
Awesome.
Yeah. Random number between 1 and 1,000. And I'm going to put line in the sand in 3, 2, 1. And done. Oh, this is going to, okay. Got it. Line in the sand. Thank you, guys. Let's pick the number, and it is 705. Chat, help me out. This is crazy, but the number is 705. I've got an 897. Okay. 632. I've got 666.
The only one's got 727.
Ooh, 727. That is closest I see so far. Well,
Yeah.
696 is closer. 696
Yeah, and 718. The Ugly Holidays, 718.
718. Okay, cool. Minus 705. Okay, so it was 696. You guys said.
Yep.
Let's
Yeah.
give away 2 of them, 696 and 718.
Yeah, cool. Yep. Okay, and who are those people?
718 is the Ugly Holidays.
Ugly Holidays. You can hit me up. You can hit me up on Telegram. You can come to the Rags to Riches Telegram or Twitter. Also, ragstorichessquad@gmail.com. You could shoot me an address, and I'll send you this book out. And who's the other one, guys?
Almost
KG,
there.
you knew.
Yep. Almost there. Hold on. So many numbers.
All right. There are a lot of numbers, man. Goodness gracious.
There's a 690. You said it was a 696?
Yeah, 696 is what we said there. So that's pretty
I'll
cool.
look.
Free
I'll
book
look
here.
for it while you go to the next.
Yeah,
one.
we can keep
Oh,
talking
James
there.
H.
Oh, there-
James H. 696.
Okay, cool.
This is the first one. Here, I'll put in the. It was the first 696 I saw was YVHV, I think.
YVH.
Okay.
And then
YHVH.
James H as well. You may want to honor that one too.
Cool. So you guys can hit me up, Rags to Riches Fam on Twitter, and then I'll shoot it out. I'll send it out to you, and we'll do this one more time, and that'll be at the very end.
Brian asked if you can just show the book again.
Yeah. Check it out, and you guys can buy this on Amazon. It's called The Second Crypto Revolution: Build Generational Wealth with Richard Hart's Crypto Ecosystem. A really, really good book. It goes into pretty good detail too. There's a lot of good pictures. For example, you've got like setting up MetaMask and how to use MetaMask.
Oh, shout out Mark Wild.
Yeah,
Nice.
You can't really see that part. It talks about charts and what to look for. Even has a section on Satoshi and the inception and the most influential people in crypto, and there's all these crazy people there, and then there's the man in the middle. I think he talks about our boy Richard. So it's awesome. Big shout out to Mark for doing that. That's absolutely incredible. Thank you, Mark.
So Ashley, I wanted to ask you, how do you manage in this bear market? You know, you've seen this last bull run, you know, you're excited about all this. And I remember when we met, you know, things were just blowing and going. How have you been handling this time in the bear market, and what kind of suggestions do you have for others that are struggling?
So like for me, I am accepting it. I understand that dips are part of the game, that the market has natural fluctuations, just like everything else in the world. It goes in cycles, it goes in waves. So I'm like, okay, I know enough about the product to be confident in it, where I'm like, you know what, it's gonna survive. I know some coins are not gonna survive this market, but this will, because there's nothing like Hex, and we have now Pulse and PulseX to look forward to, and I feel like it's pulling more and more people in. And I'm just amazed at what I see on Twitter. I see people who are like new saying, okay, I just got into Hex 2 months ago and I've already accumulated this much. So right now, even in this market, we're pulling in so many new people into the community. I'm like that. So seeing you know, new people coming in, seeing how the community is reacting, that to me helps get me through this market. And it's like, okay, it's not like I was fearful of it. It's just kind of a bummer. So, but being together in community, I feel like is something that helps make it so much better. And we you know, we're all encouraging each other to be optimistic. We know good things are ahead. And so for me, maybe that's because I'm an extrovert. I like that community aspect of it. And I guess just the other thing is, and it sounds cheesy because it's used so much, but it's so spot on. I feel like stake and chill, right? Mm-hmm. So if you have your Hex stake, there's really nothing to worry about. You know, if you have your sacrifices in, we're just waiting. It's just a waiting game at this point, and it's delayed gratification at its finest. So I'm excited. So for me, it's more of an excitement, and that keeps me going.
Awesome.
What about you, KG? What keeps you going, man? I think you might be kind of busy, but have you been through a couple of these, haven't you? These bear markets?
I have, and yes, not this deep. I mean, I have never been deeper into crypto than I am right now. I mean, I'm like all day, every day, full-time crypto. I mean, what keeps me going is, you know, working on things that I'm working on, as well as what's so cool about the Hex and Pulse Chain community is before I found this community, I was a lone crypto naut, just out there doing my own research, not really like understanding and learning about this second language, but having no one to talk to about it. And then now I'm in this community where I've made all these friends and I have all these people that I can literally, as deep as I want to go into something, I can go there. I speak another language with a community that I can't. I feel so sad for my other lone crypto knots out there. I want them to come into this community so that they can have a network. It's almost like a fraternity or sorority that we're in a way. And there are like different degrees and variations of the initiation into this community. But all that aside, it really is having this I don't have this in the physical world. It's here. And it's like I could go and talk to somebody in some nuanced thing, and crypto is my passion. And so to have that support and to have friends and all that, that's really what keeps me going. So yeah, it sucks to look at my portfolio and see some of the prices. I resonate with people out there, but I know that crypto's here for the long term. I know that it's just getting started in terms of where it's going to end up. And so I'm just enjoying the ride, continuing to make experiences and have new and good and fun experiences with people that I can resonate with. So ultimately that.
That's awesome. I know there's probably some people, when you have a Hex conference like this, we saw a big jump in price over the last 7 days. There's a lot of new people in this community and they don't know what to think. And, I just want to encourage people, if you ever have an opportunity to go to a Hex meetup, you ever have an opportunity to go to a conference and meet people in real life, that's probably the thing that has impressed me the most. It's great to see people. I watched Hexo and all those folks for so long. But then when I got a chance to meet Hexicans, there's something about the Hex community. And what I like about it is it's people from all walks of life. But there's something about it, and it's DeFi, it's Richard Hart, it's kind of this blue collar salt of the earth thing. But it's almost like there's this commonality where people are like, hey, I know what hard times look like. You're not walking into like some, hedge fund manager's house and having, a wine tasting. This is like real people. And when you get into that and you get to meet those people, you realize no matter who they are, no matter where they're from, you sense that you're winning together and you have some commonality. And because, crypto is only in the hands of about 4% of the world population, it's a select group. And, KG, you talked about you're knee deep in crypto. And it's hard to talk to people in the community that I'm in, a small town in Central Texas. I mean, nobody understands crypto. My neighbor makes fun of me. And I'm just going to pull up in my Bentley and I'm going to ask him how he's doing someday. Because it's like, listen, you don't know, you don't have a lot in common with folks. So when you go to these events, to me, that's the catalyst for, why. And people put in the chat, they're like, yeah, Hex is a cult. And I take that as the biggest compliment.
Cult member.
That cult-like culture is really what everyone's trying to do, because the value actually comes from community. Because Richard has said it a million times that this is a shared fiction. This is a story and a meme that we all believe in, and no one believes it more than Hexicans. And that to me is what is going to preserve things, because once the government takes over, folks, we literally are going to have DeFi, and it's going to be led by the Pied Piper, Richard Hart.
Yeah, during a bear market, if you don't have a community to rely on, there's no reason to come back because you haven't created those relationships. The other cool thing is, man, there's so many Hexicans out there that are creating just cool content just to be able to hang out. Ash, I tell you all the time, I'm in the background. Friday nights or Saturday nights, you said I'm in the background on your streams. I've seen that you've popped on a couple times past couple weeks, and I love your stuff. And then there's so much, dude. There's food channels. There's Trap Gravity. Oh, Lord have mercy. There's Thoughts Child. Gosh, I love so. There's so much to do, and you really, for the first time in my life, like, I didn't ever think I could create any sort of relationships with people online, but kind of talking to everybody and then going to meetups and, like you said, Matt, realizing that these are real people. I mean, and with real families and it's real money and it matters. And then coming back with that experience, it just kind of pumps you up to want to just do more and more and more and more and give more and more and more. So the community is everything. I'm pretty sure we are the least fractured community out of everybody in crypto, at the bottom of the worst bear market in history for crypto. So hats off to everybody in chat too. Sandy Beach, Hex Down Under. I see you guys in there. Marco the Hexican, I see you too, man.
Yeah, well said, Brandon. I mean, look, I met you and Crypto Heartbeat at the Las Vegas meetup, and I was already sold on the community and a big part of the community. But when I met everybody and shook hands and had experiences, it just took it to a whole new level, because now you're not just a face on the screen. Like, we have pictures in real life together. I mean, it's like, and it further deepens the experience of being in this community. And like one thing, I don't remember who said it. I can't take credit for this thought. But somebody said it. One thing Richard did that we may not have seen in other, maybe not many others, but it's not a common thing to say the least, is created a Bitcoin-like community. That's one thing Bitcoin also has, is that strong community. You have all these other projects and tokens and things that come out, but great tech, but they just lack the community. But with Hex, I mean, you literally have a Bitcoin-like community, which is arguably one of the things that has taken Bitcoin to the place that it has today.
Yeah, and when you combine the community with the tokenomics of Hex, Richard always says that the only things that matter are buying and holding. And that's what creates this stability and this long-term outlook of delayed gratification. When he first came out with Bitcoin Hex, he said, literally, this is, we're building a better Bitcoin. And he did, right? It clearly did. And I think you're right. It influenced that group of people. And the people that got it kind of passed the IQ test. And it's a sophisticated contract. It does a lot. And you know what I attribute it to is when I first learned about it, I started watching Richard. And at first I was kind of like, whoa, who is this guy? And then what I learned about was how much he cared for people. And I saw these moments, which a lot of people didn't pick up. I saw him on those. Remember when he did that tour across Europe and he drove all those miles in the Ferrari and, met up with people in all these different towns. I got to see this human side of him because people were holding up their phones and they were live streaming this. And I saw Richard. I remember specifically one specific time where you could hear kind of a hot mic in the background. Somebody was streaming it. And some young kid who was clearly pretty awkward was like, hey, can I get a selfie? Can I get a selfie? Can I get a selfie? And Richard goes, hey, man, it's okay. Like reassuring him. He's like, hey, everybody's going to get a photo. We'll do it outside. And I'm like, hold on. This guy that I thought was just like bashing people's heads in actually has a heart for people. And when you see him in social situations or talking to Hexo, he's got such a winsome way about him. Is that I haven't met many people in my life who not only are so intelligent, understand what's going on, but then also are an advocate for people. And that doesn't always come through. And that's the thing that really kind of sold me on Richard was the fact that he was sensitive to people, especially when he was kind of one-on-one with them.
They call him Richard Hart for a reason, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Ashley, let me ask you this. Can I ask you actually, because quite frankly, the things that you talk about it was a complete curveball to me when I first heard them. And I'm curious, like, where did that sort of passion come from for you to talk about those things on your channel?
Oh, just like all the weird things that
I love it. Yeah.
Oh, well, I mean, just as a kid, I've always been into like, the what are they not telling us? What is on the flip side? What's on the weird side? So my whole life, my mom used to joke around, like, because I would always look at the sky, Ashley, you're going to see something in the sky one day. And I was on Crypto Heartbeat's show, and Matt was like, Ashley, you should do your own channel. And I'm like, I don't know what the heck I can do. I don't know what I should do, but I'm like, this sounds fun. I want to kind of get into it. And I'm like, okay, what can I talk about? Oh, I do like this topic. And one of the cool things about the Hex community is besides being like-minded, in like financial ways, we also tend to like question a lot of things too. I guess that makes sense because, financially we're questioning the old system and doing our own thing. So people tend to be on the same page. Like, okay, maybe let's look into these conspiracy theories. Let's look into the weird side of things. What are they not telling us? So I'm like, I found also a whole community of people who didn't think that was insane. So I'm like, okay, let me go on, let me live stream and start talking with everybody about this. Because the beautiful thing about live streaming is I'm not just talking to a camera in my room. You see the chat, you get to interact with people and have that back and forth. I rarely ever make videos because I like this back and forth. So I started doing that, and it's been pretty interesting because in my chats, in the live streams, there are a lot of people from the Hex community, but other people are finding my channel who aren't from this community. And so it's cool to see everybody mixing and people who aren't familiar with Hex and Pulse getting to, see what we're about and seeing that we're not these scary culty scammers, that we have other interests, but we're just joined together in our interest, and we kind of want to do life together on the internet. So it's kind of like it's in the Hex community, but it's not straight up like a Hex channel. It's almost like Hex adjacent, I would say. So
what's the name so people can find you?
Oh, thank you. So my YouTube name is Ashley Ash now, because apparently somebody has Ashley Ash. So I'm like, all right. It's so Ashley Ash now is my YouTube channel, and High Strangeness is my live stream. And I go live every Saturday night at 9:30 Eastern, and I want to now kick it to 2 days a week. So we'll see where that happens. Probably something midweek, and we're also doing a live stream read through of the Book of Enoch. So we're kind of just hitting things up from every direction.
You saw Matt's eyebrows there.
Yeah, I saw a little reaction happen. Yeah, it was on my eye.
I'll be tuning in.
The Book of Enoch is an interesting one.
It sure is.
Yeah.
There are other. Go ahead.
No, I'm it's always something I heard about. So I'm really intrigued to dive into it, but not being, I'm not doing it alone. I'm doing it with everyone, which is pretty cool. So I'm enjoying it.
Yeah. With the Book of Enoch, Metatron, I'll say that, very connected to the Book of Enoch.
Mm-hmm.
Is it really? Okay.
Oh yeah. So you have Enoch transcends, right? Didn't die. What happened? What's Enoch? Well, the Gnostics take the story one step further, introduce Metatron. So you get Metatron's cube, that whole, sacred geometry. Well, it's at Metatron and Enoch are the same character. Anyways, whole other lore. We're talking about Hex. I'm not going to get into Metatron and Enoch, but anyways, Book of Enoch. Interesting story there.
Yeah, it's hard to stay on just Hex alone, but we have to. We owe it to Maddie, right?
Yeah.
It's Hex adjacent.
It is Hex adjacent, and Brandon always wants to draw people off sides, so I appreciate that.
No, and thank you for letting me talk about it, Brandon. I appreciate that.
Oh shoot, yeah.
Talk weirdness.
Yeah, we got to keep it spicy here, folks. We got to, Matt. I'm not drawing people off sides here.
Yeah, whatever.
Yes, I am. All right.
You're going to give away another book?
Yeah. So here's what we can do. This is different. I learned via Maddie in the background here. You guys can, what can you type here? You can type, hashtag Hex in capital letters, and it will enter you for the giveaway. There will be an automatic drawing. So this is for the next book. If you guys want to do it, put hashtag Hex in all caps, and I'll put it in the chat just to make sure you guys see. And if I win, I'm going to freak out. Oh no, I put Hex 19. Hex. I guess Hex 19 must be in chat here. There we go. Cool. And then we'll do it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Ooh. Here we go. Beautiful. Awesome. It works. Oh.
Yeah.
Wealthy. Wealthy, you can hit me up, man. You can hit me up in my DMs on Twitter, and I'll take good care of you, Wealthy. I got you, man.
That is so awesome. That tool is incredible, man.
Yeah, that's pretty neat. So I guess that's an upgrade on StreamYard for anybody who's a StreamYard now. So that's cool.
Yeah, that's better than the 1 to 1,000.
Yeah, Wealthy. It's at Rags to Riches Fam, the number 2.
And actually,
so
before we,
go ahead.
Before we get too off topic, first of all, congratulations, Wealthy. I wanted to speak to something Ashley was saying there. So she had expressed a level of like maybe being nervous to stream, or maybe, and don't let me put words in your mouth. What I took from the story, maybe being nervous to stream, maybe being like unsure if she would have an audience. But the interesting thing is each one of us is going to attract a different type of person, whether that be, it doesn't matter what you do, whether that's one person or a million people, each one of us is going to have a different target market and a different target audience that is attracted to our style and what we say. And so if we use that influence, no matter how big or how small, we can show people the things that we're interested in and we believe in. So if that thing is Hex, just go out there and be yourself, and also talk about Hex, talk about whatever it is you believe in, and people will like you, respect you, and come to know you, and also check out those things. So I would, my whole point in bringing that up is to say, don't be so nervous or insecure. Not you, Ashley, just talking to people in general. If you have something to say, go out there and say it. You will find people that are attracted to your words.
Yeah, and the proof is Brandon. I mean, the fact that people actually watch him.
Good gosh. I was telling Matt today that the therapist pays me to leave her office.
I know.
It's crazy, dude. I don't get it. But dude, that's so important. Now, there's another layer to this too, guys. You know, a lot of people are afraid, like you said, maybe to put themselves on camera because they're afraid of what people will think. This is actually therapy for your self-therapy here.
Yeah.
You can actually get on camera and you can talk things out. Now, what happens when we talk things out and nobody's around us except a camera? We're actually forced to think. Okay. There's no prefab stuff happening. Just like, you know, when people write in a diary, this is a video diary of what's happening, and it helps you sort things out, helps you compartmentalize them, put them in rooms and look at them objectively. And I've had a couple people who've started streaming that said that it was very, very beneficial for them. And it gets you a crowd. It kind of builds a community around you, your micros, your small community, and you guys start vibing, and it's a support system too. So a lot of times people just think about max utility and saying, got to go out and this, all that's cool. You know, talk about Hex, talk about, but ultimately good for you. It can be very good for you too. So that's one of the things that I encourage people to take a look at as well when they think about streaming.
And I want to really encourage, you know, Crypto Panda was one that said this pretty much every time we ever were streaming. And that was, if you're somebody that's ever interested in streaming or doing anything, you know, because DeFi, there's no centralized organization, there's no marketing department, there's no company. It's just a group of people who like something and want to talk about it. And so if you're somebody who is like, you know what, I don't know that I'm hearing things the way, you know, I'd like to share them. You know, that's how I got into it. I literally was watching the content and I said, you know, I'm not hearing what I would like to hear. And I don't see someone that's kind of my age. And I didn't really have a, you know, sense of that. And I'm like, you know what, I'm going to create my own. And I think Brandon makes a really good point. And KG, you're also, you know, saying that about Ashley Ash is, you know, one, I think we need more women, to be completely honest with you, in this. And, you know, crypto is skewed to male dominated, but I think that we got incredible ladies in the Hex community. But anyone that wants to, you got to realize this. In this next bull run, it's funny, if we were to take all the videos that we've ever done, all of us together, you really are impacting the value with really every video you do or every live stream, because, you know, there is going to be someone, like KG said, who resonates with you. And I think, you know, at first you get into it and you're like, well, not a lot of people are watching, or, you know, it's hard to build things up. Here's what I'm committed to doing. I know Brandon's committed to doing. I assume everyone is if you're a new streamer and you want to do it and you start a channel, just do it. Because if we find out that you're a new streamer in Hex or Pulse Chain, we will we'll promote you. We'll get you where you need to be so you can live stream, you know, because it only benefits us when there's more people from more places in the world, of more languages, more ethnicities, you know, all sorts of different things. I mean, and that to me, it's a rising tide lifts all boats, because there's a direct relationship between how much content is out there. It's like shelf space in the grocery store. You want to get as much content out as you can. Content out as you can. And
get
so,
it, boy.
Let's go. And so let's, I want to encourage you, you know, if you're somebody that's interested in it, and like Brandon said, there's a lot of different value. I mean, it's a bit of a diary as well. But we will support you. And if you have any questions, I know Brandon's got a lot of really great resources, and has helped a lot of people get streaming. So So
And I
do
just
it.
want to echo the just do it thing. Because what intimidated me, it's like, oh, I got to figure out streaming. I got to figure out, because I don't mind being in front of the camera, and I do other things with cameras and acting. So like all that didn't freak me out, but putting it together seemed intimidating. And then the idea of finding the audience, like as a woman, like I'm like, are men gonna want to listen to me? Like, like is there, and I'm not saying everybody's misogynist. I'm not talking like that, but I'm just like, men maybe want to listen to men. So I'm like, am I even going to find an audience? Does anybody want to listen to me? And then I got to figure all this stuff out. But you know what? If you want to stream, you just got to throw all that out. Don't even think about it and just go for it. It's there's a saying in acting that you have to just like kind of follow the impulse. You can't think, you just have to feel and do, and you just have to jump into it. And that's been the best thing for me, because I'm like, okay, I don't have an expensive camera, I don't have this, I don't have that, but what do I have, and what can I work with? So you just kind of just throw yourself into it and figure it out as you go. And the wonderful thing is we are in such a supportive community. So by being in the Hex community and starting a channel, you have a built-in audience right there. It's not like starting from scratch. And like you guys were saying before, we have so many different topics in the Hex community. You don't have to talk about crypto if you're not comfortable with it. I like this, but I don't always feel like I'm very good at explaining things. So I'm like, okay, where are my strengths? What do I like to talk about? And that somebody had actually recently told me that Richard Hart was actually saying that, oh no, we need other things, other ways of bringing people in the community instead of just straight up talking about Hex and Pulse and everything else. And that talking about a different topic, but just being a Hexican is a great way to pull people in and have them join us. So my thing is, don't even think about it. Just jump in and figure it out as you go. Fly by the seat of your pants. That's my style.
Ashley, you just reminded me that when I'm talking to people, I actually need to look in the camera, because I don't think that I do that at all, and I think you do that. I just noticed that. And here's another really cool tip to kind of top on that. You got to understand that the YouTube algorithm is really good at finding people who want to hear the things that you're saying. So it's almost like, guys, just show up. That's all you got to do. Show up and be consistent, and it kind of happens. And if you talk in front of a crowd of 10 people in real life, maybe 2 people that they don't like what you're saying and they're vocal about it. But in the world of the World Wide Web here, we can push that out to, let's say 1 million people are there, and 2% of those million don't like you. It doesn't look like that much, because you have a whole lot more people that do. So a lot of stuff in your favor, especially if you want to do anything with YouTube. So that's really good insight from everybody. And I think that's probably helpful to the chat.
Yeah, Hex Down Under said, don't look at the camera rags. Everyone might fall in love. This is true.
Who said that? True.
That's Hex Down Under, man.
Oh my!
Maybe you need to get the lights back
so
out.
Disappointed in him.
I know. The shades on.
Yeah,
put the shades back on.
People thought I was a reptile, so I had to take the shades off. But go ahead.
It's so great. Well, we got about 15 minutes left, and I wanted to share something for folks that I was thinking about what does a new person need to know about Hex, and what do they need to know about this ecosystem? And so I want to make sure that while we have this kind of audience, that we all have an opportunity to talk about what we think the implications of this vertically aligned ecosystem that Richard is building is. And so when we talk about, and when you hear Richard talk about this, and if I could encourage Richard in any way, I'd say, tell us your vision for the vertically aligned ecosystem, because I feel like it's our only hope. Luke, it's your only hope. And what I mean by that is, a vertically aligned ecosystem is when you can do everything in crypto in one place. And so if you think about vertically aligned companies like an Apple, it's vertical. You can do everything within that ecosystem. And so obviously Hex being a store of value, but there's a layer 1 coming called Pulse Chain that's going to copy over all of the system state of Ethereum. So all your tokens, everything's going to be on that layer 1 called Pulse Chain. It's going to have its own DEX, which is a decentralized exchange called Pulse X. And that is incredible because it's deflationary. It's got buyback and burn. That probably doesn't make a whole lot of sense to you if you're new, but that means that you can do your trading and you're getting half of this pair for free because the coins are copied over. And then from there, Richard's talked about things like fiat on ramps and off ramps, talked about wallets, talked about ways in which, protecting people's privacy. And as an advocate that Richard is for freedom of speech and freedom of movement, when I see what's happening out there in the world, Richard is the only one I see in crypto that has a true sovereignty minded, freedom minded approach to keep DeFi pure. And to me, it might not seem like, oh, well, there's a lot of things to choose from. But I think in the future, DeFi is going to be defended by us in the Hexagon community, and it's going to ride on the rails of the Pulse chain and the vertically aligned ecosystem that Richard's built. And I want people to understand that this isn't just fun, cute crypto. This is going to be absolutely critical to future of freedom and sovereignty in the world, and we have to protect it because there's so many things threatening our independence, our sovereignty, our privacy, and this is the vision that has gotten me so excited about what Richard's building. So it's not just Hex, it's a vision for a vertically aligned ecosystem, and no one else in the crypto community is communicating that and putting his money where his mouth is and protecting us really potentially from consumer slavery. And so I see it as something significant in the world rather than just another crypto thing. And that to me is why I'm completely enamored with and sold out on the Richard Hart ecosystem, because I think it's actually going to be the thing that protects us going, long term.
Yeah, and so maybe I'd like to ask this, like Ashley and then KG. So let's fast forward 5 years. Have you ever thought about what does everything look like here in 5 years? What does our community look like? The crypto landscape? Maybe what does the world look like? How do they feel about crypto? Just maybe any of your thoughts within that realm there.
Well, I kind of look at it alongside what's going on in the world. So we see what direction we're going in with censorship and even travel bans. Just we're being restricted in every way. We're being set up for something very sinister. And now our country is talking about CBDCs, and we know how dangerous that is. So I think as we slide more toward that makes Pulse and Pulse chain and that whole ecosystem, it makes it even more appealing because, like you guys were saying, it's vertically aligned. You can do everything in there, but you're also separating yourself from the WEF with that, because right now in terms of crypto, they're the most sinister thing at play because they know how powerful that is. They know that that's basically freedom money, so they're getting their claws in any way that they can. So even unfortunately, even if let's say Pulse launches and Pulse X, but we're still using MetaMask, that's still WEF control. But Richard Hart making his own wallet, he's completely separating us from that. And we know how amazing that is. And we know that's a good thing. But right now, as the rest of the world starts catching on and starts realizing what the WEF is doing, and they start seeing this whole collapse of everything else, FTX and all that other disaster, they're going to start looking for different options. When the CBDCs get launched, people are gonna sit back and they're gonna do their research. So I think and I'm not saying that we're gonna go to the moon because the world is collapsing. And yes, I'm so happy the world is collapsing because we're gonna do well. No, but I just mean that people are gonna look for other answers and other solutions as this collapse happens. And I do believe it's inevitable. We're not, we're past the point of no return. So I think we're gonna get a lot more attention, and it should be an interesting ride. But with that, I think we're gonna come under even more attack than we already are. So because we're dangerous. We're dangerous to the powers
Love
that
it, love it. Yeah, we are, and they know it. And we know it. KG, you're kind of dealing with the whole wallet issue now, and what type of utility does that bring to helping privacy out and things like that in the future, when those are going to become hopefully not scarce commodities, but they probably will? What's that look like to you?
Well, privacy is a tough issue because we live in a very not private world. Everything you do is monitored. Every conversation you have is recorded and stored in some database somewhere. you have a phone in your pocket, you don't have privacy. So we get into this battle of regulation. What do we regulate? What do we not regulate? And I believe the best regulation is education. So what we strive to do is to teach people how to take steps towards a private life. And when it comes to interacting with blockchain, there are degrees of privacy, there are degrees of security. And so we do our best as a entity. It's a hex space, so I don't want to go too far down that rabbit hole. But we do our best as an entity to provide privacy tools and then back that up with education if there are particular tools that we cannot provide. So I do agree a lot with what Ashley was saying there. And I think that we will probably see a level of financial warfare in the coming future if we're not seeing it already. Your government does not want you using crypto they don't want you using crypto to live your life. They want you using crypto because once they know your freaking wallet on the blockchain, you're just as trackable as you ever were. They really don't want you using cash because you can do things under the table, but they don't want you using other money because they want you reliant on their financial infrastructure. And so if you're not using their money, then you're beating them. Well, here's the crummy thing about crypto right now and why price matters so much, because we are still relying on the fiat dollar. We have not gotten away from the fiat dollar. You need fiat to get in, you need fiat to get out. Hex, you stake it from 15 years, you still need to sell it to pay your groceries, you still need to sell it to pay for your car, you still need to sell it to live your life. So we as a community need to work towards, I know I'm getting off the privacy path a little bit, but rabbit hole entered. We as a community need to strive towards accepting crypto for goods and services. Like when I sell, like I own a home, me and my wife own a home. When I sell it, I'll sell it at 10% less if somebody wants to pay me in Ethereum or something. I would love to sell my house for crypto. If I have a car or whatever, like we have to be that change. And until we start accepting crypto for goods and services and building a network of people that accept crypto for goods and services, we're constantly going to be relying on the fiat dollar, which means we are still reliant from our government. And this whole movement is a meme. And so until we do that, yeah, we're living in a meme. So point being, I agree with you, Ashley, on that point. We are going to enter into a phase of we're going to fight our government. That's what's going to happen. And it's on the computer for now and it's fun. And hey, we're talking crypto. But it could get dirty. And they don't like to lose.
Yeah, I think we see the dark clouds on the horizon, and we see some of those clouds over top of our heads right now, but it doesn't look pretty. And the unfortunate thing about all this is the few people out of the population that understand what's happening. It's actually going to take the vast majority of the population to go through a lot of pain to understand that, hey, we got to start looking for a different way to do things. And I think that's where crypto comes into play. Hopefully the infrastructure will be set up, and I think it will by that time. But people can take a beating for a long time before they decide to make a change. That's the unfortunate thing. But we're going to be here. Hopefully that shining light, man. What do you think, Heartbeat?
Yeah, I do think that this next bull run, because there's so much pressure from all angles, right? It's essentially a competition for the mainstreaming of the digital value system. And, I think a lot of people that are in positions of political power are late to the game. Pandora's box was already opened a long time ago, and, DeFi exists. I think that they're on the back foot and they're trying to figure out ways in which they can get a piece of the action, because the traditional financial system, which is really, commercial Babylon, is burning. And so they need yield, they need growth. And I think they're seeing this and saying, hey, we've got to get a lid on this thing. This whole idea of essentially, how do we continue to fund the war machine? Well, with CBDCs and the central bank digital currencies, no one's going to accept them voluntarily, and that's already been proven with a couple of their case studies they've already done. And so people are going to have to, either they're going to manufacture a crisis, or in the next crisis, they're going to say, all right, we're not going to do stimulus checks this time. We're going to do it in our new CBDC. And if you want the money, and I know you're struggling and really challenged, you're going to have to accept this. But we know that whenever the government gives money, it's always got strings attached. And so I think what's going to end up happening here is that they're going to put us in another tough situation. We're going to have some other major issue, and then they're going to roll out the CBDCs. And the people that are poor, that don't have resources and are way into debt, are going to have to accept this and all that comes with it, which is a government wallet, which is, retina eye scanning at 12 airports in the United States, where people are literally have absolutely no privacy, and you track everything they're doing. We'll have social credit scores, and we'll have to have this digital ID. Well, like KG said, if you've got a cell phone in your pocket, your location is tracked, 24/7. They know where you are, and so it is going to get messy. And the question is, what is the alternative? And that's where I look at what Richard's doing. We don't see it because we've been waiting for the pulse chain for so long, but it's coming. And it's coming at the right time. So this next 5 years, in my opinion, is going to be where crypto goes mainstream. Why? Not just because everybody gets into Hex. No, it's because the people that are in control of power want a piece of the action. They see it going elsewhere, and they want to clamp down on it. So just as the infrastructure will grow for CBDCs, the infrastructure is going to also be there to where you can buy a Coca-Cola at the corner. And, there is going to be, more and more opportunities for that. But that infrastructure hopefully will, breed, DeFi solutions for point of sale. And I think once you get there and KG can sell his house for Ethereum or for Hex or for whatever it is, that's coming, in my opinion, in this next go around. So to me, this is the last big bull run opportunity, because I think that at the end of this one, Grandma's going to ask you, what crypto do you want for Christmas, KG? I do.
You're
I think that's what happens.
I hear you on that. You're right. Because I hate to say the government, because right then you're like the crazy dude, aliens type guy. But they want you to use CBDCs. Make no mistake, they want to track your every movement. They want admin keys. They want to be able to blacklist your address. They want to know who you're paying and for what reason. CBDCs aren't bullish for crypto. They're bullish maybe in terms of price, because now I'm onboarding my mom and I'm onboarding my grandma. And you could make the argument that there's some bullish indicators for price there on other coins, because some of those CBDC people may inject some dollars over here and over there. But ultimately, the government wants you to use CBDCs so they can know who you interact with and for why. They love blockchain. And that's why when I hear those conspiracies that Satoshi was the government, I don't put that as being unreasonable. I don't. It makes total sense. They want to know what you're doing. They want to know when you pay the weed man. They want to know when you freaking go, I don't know, buy some car on the black market. They want to know these things, because then they can build a profile around you. Like you said, Crypto Harpy, they can build a social credit score around you. They can know oh, my goodness.
Well, then you're a domestic terrorist, and then they can pitch you against each other. Folks, we gotta push back. I mean, freedom and sovereignty is under attack, and what a great place to be in a great community of people.
Totally. And wrapping that back into Hex, here's one reason I love Hex so much, is because look, so Bitcoin was sticking it to the man, and then Bitcoin became the man. Yeah. And then Hex stuck it to the man again. Mm-hmm. Hex became an embodiment of anti-establishment, freedom of thought, freedom of expression, freedom of speech, freedom of movement. Hex was everything crypto was supposed to be. And so Hex is more than just, I make 10,000x. Like, honestly, that's okay, sure, I like to make money. But that's not the thing that gets me bullish about Hex. The thing that gets me bullish about Hex is the ideals. And it is literally at the core of its being. I know we have a multicultural community, but at the core of its being, Hex is like super American. It is super Constitution. Like if the Constitution were able to manifest in its true form, it would be like the most beautiful way humans could live. And it's like that's what Hex is. Love to all countries, but it's like American idealism is pretty beautiful. So,
well, and you don't want anybody to know when you're paid in the weed man. You know what I'm saying?
I don't. Absolutely.
You're gonna get. He's gonna get some clips from that one. It's gonna be clips.
Totally.
Love it.
Well, Maddie, I think we've come up on the end of our time, but you guys, this has been awesome to visit with you all here.
Yeah, great.
Thanks, Maddie.
Yeah, you guys did a really great panel, and I really appreciate having you guys in the community because you really bring a lot of heart and a lot of great content. Now, did you guys want to do one more giveaway? We already have everybody entered and loaded into.
Yeah,
the
go ahead.
queue.
Yep.
Okay, I'll just hit the button again.
All right. Yep.
Maddie, dude, you're awesome. Thanks for all this.
Rags is going
I know
to
you're putting in the work.
Edward M. Step right up. Come on down. You're the next contestant on the Price is Right. Hit me up, Rags to Riches Fam on Twitter. You can find me also at rags2riches@gmail.com.
Awesome. And everybody make sure to go follow all of these streamers on their respective YouTube channels. And thanks again for speaking this year at the conference.
Thanks, Maddie.
Thank you very much, Maddie.
Thanks, everybody.
All right. Now, next up, we have another amazing panel. I'm looking forward to this one as well. And I think they're going to bring a lot of energy and facts and information. So please prepare yourself, hit the like and subscribe button, share this out. We've got 667 people watching live. So thanks for being here at the 3rd Annual Hex Conference, Day 3. And remember to tune in tomorrow for Richard Hart speaking.
That's a Hex flex, making money, yeah, we growing by the excess. Yeah, Hex, all we know about is excess. Turn a Fiat on ramp to an express.
Whoa, we're here.
What's
we're
up,
live.
guys?
What's going
Bang,
on?
bang.
Well, how are you guys doing in the chat? I'm going to try to keep up with it, but it's moving pretty quick. So we're going to get a deep dive here. We're going to go pretty technical. If you're an old Hex fan, if you're a new Hex fan, we got something for both parties. So excited to be here. How you guys all doing?
Very excited. Axis, I always learn so much from you, man. I got my notepad ready, take some notes. Like you shared a little bit in the green room, some of the charts and stuff we're going to be looking at. So very, very excited to learn.
Awesome, man. Thank you. Thank you for all your contributions to the community as well, sir.
Thank you, man. Kareem, I think you're muted.
Yeah, I was just waiting. So again, excited to be here. As always, Happy New Year to everybody. Happy New Year to everybody in the chat. So we want some fire content for you guys today. And yeah, excited to get started. So
I think this is my first time streaming with X-Ray Vision. I'm pretty hyped about that.
That's,
we did see each other in person before we ever streamed together. So that was super cool.
Yeah, that was awesome seeing you. You guys will actually be able to put in for a bachelor degree certificate in hexonomics after Axis Alive hits you with all this information. It is insane. So like buckle in, get your notepad ready. It's going to be crazy.
Awesome. Well,
Nice.
Maddie, if you'd like to pull up the screen share here, we got some data. Thank you to Crispy Man, who is on not Quant Gang anymore. What is it now? It's Game Theory Gang on Tuesday nights, I believe, with Maddie. He's been putting together a website for some time. He's compiling blockchain data, tracking wallets, and tracking the T-share rate and other things. And so he put together a comprehensive report. And so I'm going to be pulling data from that. So I just want to say thank you for that. And that's the type of stuff that pushes the space forward. So your contributions are appreciated. So just a quick look here. I mean, yeah, everyone's down. It's a bear market. Everybody's sad and crying. And well, not all of us are. Some of us are printing huge APYs. But for the guys that don't know, you can actually stake your hex and earn yield, so it hedges against downside price risk. Just so you know. I don't know if you guys knew that, but if you didn't, maybe something to look into. We'll give you a couple compelling reasons as to why you might want to do that throughout the slides. So as you can see, price is down quite a bit. It's down like 90, I think it's almost 98% now. It's like 96, 97%, but it's still up 30,000%. So that's a testament to kind of like the early genesis of the coin and like what was possible on low liquidity. And it's ironic because nowadays the liquidity is getting so low again that you're actually setting up for a type of trend reversal where it's like a rubber banding effect where the price can do insane things. And we'll look at some price calls later. I know I put a tweet out earlier, kind of people were asking, I kind of made the mention of like, hey, what do you guys want to listen, or what do you guys want to listen to, hear about? And one of the main things people want to hear about is price. It's always about price, price, price. Well, we all know that the T-share price always goes up. So that's exciting, right? So just like pulling up the hex chart here, I don't know, Kareem can see this as a technical analyst himself. You can see here on I got the 2-hour chart up. On the 4-hour, it plays out the same. We got like a quadruple bottom here with 4 fat wicks on the price chart, which that is a sign. And this actually just happened recently on gold as well, like like the heavy metal that you buy and you put it in a safe. Yeah, that stuff. Yeah, the store of value. Yeah, that stuff did the same thing, and that hex is now doing as well. So this tells me is that the dollar is starting to lose dominance again, and we can pull that chart up too, just so you guys will kind of set the trend and show you guys why crypto and hex specifically is set up to see massive upside in the coming years. So this is the DXY chart. I know Kareem loves to talk about it all the time. You can see that we had this huge massive breakdown off the high, and we called for this in private discords, and across the basically back since this point here in October. And it was interesting because as it was playing out, when we did finally get this pull down, it's like basically it was like an 8% pull down. And whenever the dollar does this, you zoom out a little bit, you'll notice that whenever there's these massive breakdowns, like back here in 2008, 2009, it's this extended long sideways period where people leave. They no longer seek safety in the dollar, and they try to exit that to go find return somewhere else. So we saw this in the gold chart, and we see this happen to be something a potential upside for crypto because, as you'll see with this chart here, the stablecoin index, the stable coins are basically the way that you get exposure to cryptocurrency, and in Hex particularly, because Hex is majority traded, like 95% of all of the trading occurs on chain on Ethereum, which means it's the most transparent, open, and fair crypto trading like out there with a large history of data and huge returns and the yield. So there's a lot of things that plays into why that is like a key component of what true crypto is all about. So when you look at something like the market cap dominance chart of the stablecoin index, which is a composition of the USD coin, the Tether, and the DAI, it's basically been creating this ascending triangle. And it's just sideways up here, meaning that new dollars aren't being turned into stable coins, but dollars aren't leaving, being like there aren't stable coins being deleted out of the market cap for stable coins either, which tells me that these are stable coins sitting on the sidelines waiting to re-enter. And because there's so many tops on this pattern, it's telling me that there's some sort of a rally in store for us in the short term. Kareem, you want to talk about that at all?
So a couple of things. Again, great analysis. One of the reasons why fundamentally to start why I love the DXY so well and why it's related to this, it's because it's a multi-trillion dollar with a T market. So it really kind of tells you what big money is doing, where money is basically going. Is money coming into crypto or is money coming out of crypto? So for people who are new, the quick math, which is easy to understand, is once the dollar index fell out of the parabola and the dollar stopped strengthening and start weakening, that actually shows you that it's a point where money is coming back in. In other words, if the dollar is strengthening, people want to take money out because they look at it like, okay, tough times are coming. When the dollar is weakening, that means money now is coming in because weaker dollar, investors are going to seek a return. So they're going to take a bet. They're going to start moving money back into riskier assets to get a greater return to compensate for the inflation that they're getting. So this is kind of the relationship that you see. And if you follow the trend line, you will get to understand that everything is connected because weaker dollar makes people want to invest. People want to take riskier dollars. Then they will convert those dollars into stable coins because that's how they're going to enter the new country, aka cryptocurrency. And the reversal also happens. This is the reason why you can literally see the inverse correlation axis. If you can show that, that'd be great, between bull market and basically DXY. In other words, when the DXY is weakening, we're in a bull market. When the DXY is strengthening, we're in a bear market because money is coming out. So for people who understand crypto terms, this is kind of how you see the market maker basically taking the liquidity out. So once you see those inverse relationship, you will get to understand when is also the best time to accumulate, when is the best time to take potential profit, and of course, directly related to Hex, like I've always said from the beginning, if you just leave off the yield and you never sell the principal, you don't even have to worry about timing the market at all. Because again, it's about time in the market instead of timing the market. But if you must try to time it, at least that kind of gives you an idea of what actually is going on between, again, the DXY, which is a multi-trillion dollar market, because that's what's going to tell you what's most likely going to happen, because it's correlated to, for those who don't know, DXY is correlated primarily to the euro, the Japanese yen, the Swiss krona, and then I think also Switzerland as well for a little bit. But primarily it's euro, pound, and then the Swiss krona.
Okay, so I finally freaking got this chart together. So it's important to show this to people so you guys can actually see what we're talking about. Exactly. So if I smoothen out the data and give you like a monthly chart, I got Bitcoin in pink and I have the dollar in orange.
Exactly.
So as you can see effectively here, what Kareem's trying to represent is that as Bitcoin goes up, the dollar goes down. As the dollar goes up, Bitcoin goes down. Bitcoin goes up, the dollar goes down. As the dollar goes up, Bitcoin goes down, so on and so forth. You only have this weird sideways pattern right here when the Bitcoin narrative of 2017, 2016, when Bitcoin really started to make its move towards $1,000 for the second time, and people had that aha moment that cryptocurrency was not going to go away and it could not be stopped, is when we had that parabolic run up to $20,000, and that's when the dollar really broke down hard against it. This is like a legitimate war, economic warfare going on between the free market, which is true cryptocurrency, and nation state currencies. And this is all leads into this big political debate of, where is the store of value in cryptocurrency? And I think that's something that we want to kind of bring into the frame now, is now that we've shown you guys like this counter correlation.
Yeah, because it's about understanding the plumbing. Once you understand the plumbing, you get to understand what's actually happening. So there's no reason to be in fear or to be in panic. You just understand the relationship, because everything is in relationship to another thing. This is actually why this is happening. And you see those big things, especially when you start to realize that when people lose confidence in the dollar, again, money likes to be, I use this good analogy. It's like money is like a jealous girlfriend. It will go where it's treated best, right? So if investors start to seek for safety, right, they'll take money out. When investors look like, oh, my money is like a melting cube, right, and I'm losing value, I'm willing to take a little bit more risk in order to get that return. So extrapolate to where we are today, which is really, really great. I think it's a good point to point that out. Next week on Thursday, we're getting the inflation data. Inflation start to slowly go down, which is, obviously a good sign that the dollar might start strengthening and start to weaken, like Axis are showing the chart, which then mean in the macro environment that what we talked about, this is the time where DXY should be continuing to cool down, which then will invite money to come back in, because again, if the dollar start to weaken, investor will want to seek a return, which means they will seek a riskier asset, and they'll probably convert their money back to stablecoin and come back to play the crypto game. So this is why we're very well positioned, and this is also why it's a great time to accumulate.
Okay, so we're going to get into some data, but before we do that, I think it's important to define, like, for those that maybe are new to Hex or like kind of wondering like what sets Hex apart from every other currency, and this is something that Goldkey's teammate Tento Namanai talks a lot about, which is that Hex is really the only cryptocurrency that's competing with Bitcoin as a store of value, and the way it does it is in the way it is the monetary policy that's set forth. So the big question is, where does value come from in a commodity or in a currency? And in my opinion, and you guys can chime in as well, I believe that stability is the ultimate goal for something that you want. And when I say stability, I don't mean like price flat. I mean like predictable growth trend, like something that you can predict the inflation rate and the growth over time, because it is like in the case of Hex, it's immutable code that's locked in on the Ethereum blockchain that'll live there forever and always produce interest at a rate of 3.69% per annum against the total supply. And then that just ratchets up over time through the compounding effect of this this asset called the T-share, and that's all tied into this nice package, and it was launched that way, and it was completed that way, and that's why Hexicans or Hex investors are so confident in the long-term outlook for this currency.
Yeah, just to jump in, that fixed inflation rate, or at least max fixed inflation rate, I think is one of my favorite things about Hex. And also, something that Dipcatcher was talking about last night, who that inflation goes to and who it's rewarding. With Bitcoin, it's going to miners who are constantly dumping. In Hex, it's going to people who are supporting the price by staking. So I think those are kind of the two key things that I really love about Hex, and kind of the secret sauce in competition with Bitcoin as a store of value.
You got anything to add, Hexray? He's muted.
I was just saying +1 in chat if you think you charting is better than Bob Ross painting. I love watching you chart, man. +1 for Axis.
Bro, we haven't even got to the good stuff yet.
Let's go.
All right, I love it. Thank you.
Axis has the hotkeys, bro. He doesn't even pick the tools, dude. He's got the hotkeys down. That's what you know.
Well, actually, I have a background in graphic design, so I think that lended well to charting. I'm a chartist. Okay. So, but yeah, to your point about the supply, look at this. The 10%, only 10% of all Hex is staked. Now, why would that be? Why is only 10% of the entire supply supporting the price? Anybody got any answers to that?
OA?
It's pretty simple. Some people stake, some people don't, right? Some people see the value of delayed gratification, some people don't. Obviously, there is other factors as well, but ultimately, to keep it simple, is some people see the value in staking and some people see the value in holding liquid. That's the easiest way without speculating too much. But this is why the system is so beautiful.
I see a comment.
I think the consistency though, of like 10% has been pretty incredible. Just like over the past, since Big Payday, it's been very consistent, and the obviously Hex staking has grown, and yet that percentage hasn't changed. So in my mind, I think OA plays a big part in that, and not staking majority of their holdings. But what are your thoughts on why it is so consistent and hasn't really gone up a lot since Big Payday?
Okay. Well, first I gotta address the OA, because I saw someone in here saying it's a scam tactic, which is hilarious to me, because it's just a misunderstood feature of the contract. So
the OA is a benevolent dictator, and he's been sharing 9 times the interest with us than they have to. Basically, he's rewarding good behavior, and he's showing us the right way to delay gratification through his action. If you copy what the OA does, you're killing it in Hex.
Yeah, and again, the cool thing about this, now going more to the nitty gritty, right, to keep it fun, right, with the quick math, is I look at it like not as a separate entity, but more like as a function, as a system as a whole. Again, people need to zoom out and see the big picture. For me, it's kind of like imagining the OA is just an arm, which is part of the body, right? It's actually the function that allows you to really truly understand what longer pays better means. Because every time there is an emergency end state, that extra 50% that sits on the buckets that goes into the OA side is actually what grows the OA liquid back more than anything else to forever. So, and it sits there to remind you that if you didn't do what you were supposed to do, that penalty is going to end up rewarding the people who did what they're supposed to do. So not only the bucket over there gets bigger, which makes less people stake, therefore the reward of staking gets greater, but also because those T-share gets removed while you're still in there, therefore you get to eat the pie from the inside, which then allows you portion of the reward that just got bigger to make you really truly have that compounding effect. So in other words, the mechanism as a whole makes the pie bigger, and as the pie gets bigger as a reward, your portion of the pie also gets bigger. This is where you get that compounding. So again, people don't really see the big picture. They look at
there's
it like
also just a super simple way to prove that it's this economic centralization this control of a large amount of the supply isn't just happening in Hex, it's happening in a lot of cryptocurrency, and it's actually worse than a lot of the other cryptocurrencies. And actually, Hexo's made tweets with actual graphics showing you how centralized cryptocurrency truly is. Even Bitcoin is very, very highly centralized as far as economically. In the case of Hex, if the OA were to stake a large percentage of those coins, by the way, the OA is never sold, and that's actually verifiable on chain that the OA is never sold. So he's got that going for him. And on top of that, if he were to stake a large percentage of his coins, what that would do it would decrease everybody's payouts and disincentivize people from staking. So why would he do that when it's effectively he'd be shooting himself in the foot and killing his system before, anyone really kind of gained virality or mass adoption. If anything, the OA is proving that this has longevity and that he does care about the ecosystem.
And he eats inflation. Someone earlier presenting said that people that are holding liquid don't get diluted, but the truth is, if you're not staking, you are getting diluted by inflation. The inflation is going to stakers. So by the OA not staking a majority of their holdings, they're eating that inflation for everyone, which is bullish for all of us. It allows us to get the APY we can. So
Another thing here is just like, okay, so we're just 4 guys on a panel, but what about this? This is like telling you that the number of holders has increased last year by 13%, and the amount of stakers increased by 60%, which is showing a strengthening trend and a continued persistence to continue to stake into the future. And so like the average stake length has increased, not decreased. And the only thing that makes it decrease is whale games, which we'll get into in a little bit. And the reason why, we'll find out shortly. But just look at this. In pink, you have holders, and in orange, you have stakers. And just to see that kind of growth in a network that people have to put something out an average of 6.5 years to see any kind of a return is a testament to that there is a confidence in the network.
Yeah, and it's actually a great testament of how resilient the community is and the hard work of people in the community doing the education to help people understand how Hex actually works, what it's designed to do, and how to maximize. So, because again, this wouldn't have happened without people relentlessly continuing to educate and onboard. And that's really what the key that makes this happen.
Yep. Let's see what else we got. Oh, here's a cool thing. In pink, this pie chart that shows you the sum of Hex by year staked. So you can see that a majority in pink, 10 to 15 years staked, and the other purple is another second majority, 5 to 10 years. So that on average, more than 50% are staking for more than an average of 6.5 years. It's pretty incredible.
Crazy.
Yeah.
So it's freaking amazing. I still remember the days when it was barely over 2. It was like 1.9, and then now 2, and then now it's like 6.5 years. And I've heard somebody said that before, but like people have a relationship with Hex longer than most of what you can see human do nowadays. So it's like, and again, this is true locking, like Richard said. It's not something that you can just kind of lock and then change your mind and this and that. Like, no, it's for real, because the truth engine is there to make sure that it's happening. So, and what's amazing about this inflation is the inflation is delayed thanks to those stakers as well, earning into the future. So, and they get to learn how to delay gratification, how to reap the reward that they're going to have long term, and more importantly, get to protect themselves from themselves and from the swings of the markets and their emotions. That's really the key.
So maybe we should shift this gear for anybody that's new to like kind of explain where the inflation comes from and how it protects old users and new users alike. So this is called the T-share rate. And in red is the actual historical data of how much it used to cost you in Hex to get a T-share. So in the early days of Hex, the contract started and it costed you 10,000 Hex to purchase a T-share. And over time, as large stakes have ended their stakes, you can see that the price of a T-share in Hex has compounded its way up to what is now almost 25 or 26,000 Hex per T-share. So that's a 2.5x on the cost to purchase a T-share, which is effectively a money printer. The T-share is the thing. Instead of buying a Bitcoin mining hardware, you're locking your coins up, effectively burning them, and then you are receiving back T-shares as a like a kind of like a note that gives you access to that yield that is part of the pool. And when you do so, you're locking in your rate. And what you're trying to do is you're trying to beat the long-term rate hikes Because in the Hex contract, the T-share acts like the bond, and it always goes up. It's programmed to make sure that when a large staker ends a stake, when anybody ends a stake, that they cannot restake the principal amount of Hex plus the interest accrued for the same amount of time to get the same or more yield. So this thing ensures that big accounts that have been in for a year or two can't game the system because it already got 2.5 times more expensive for them to restake for the same amount of time. And when you project this thing out over 15 years, the T-share rate, if all stakes are ended on time, is projected to be somewhere north of 130,000 hex per T-share, which is like a clear 5x away. So part of the reason why hex price can go up is because the original account holders that are earning that yield are continuously going to need to purchase off market more hex to get the same amount of yield to keep up with the share rate, to get a meaningful amount. But that also leaves opportunity for new guys to come in and still have access to that yield if they want to buy any size bag and put it out into the future. So this is like the regular in purple here. This is like a regular projection if hex were to be their hex stakes were to be ended on time. So, but the issue that I have with this is that when you apply Metcalfe's law, which is a computer science law, which basically states that when the amount of users in a network doubles, it 10x's the value of the network. So if we had 50,000 stakers in 2021 and we had 100,000 stakers in 2022, that means that we doubled the network in users. And what that means for the price means that the price of the coin, or the price of the network market cap should 10x in theory based on that computer model. It's the same equivalent of like when MySpace came out, it had a growth curve, but when Facebook came out, it demolished MySpace, and then its growth curve was exponentially faster due to Metcalfe's law of this. It's a similar product, but does it better type of situation. So in the case of Hex, it's a completed product that has the share rate built into it to protect new and old users to make sure that there's always more meat on the bone. And because of that, users are coming in at an accelerated rate, which is what this is trying to show us, that we went up by 60% staker increase over the last year. So it's all in the numbers. It's in the math. Okay, what am I at? Okay, so that's cool and all.
Mess.
So if that's just the base model, but what if we keep doubling the network, let's say every 3 years? Okay, this is called the Hopper multiple. So this is like implying that over time you keep doubling the network every few years. Well, your T-share rate isn't going to get to 130,000 hex per T-share by 2038. It's going to get somewhere between 130,000 and 350,000 hex per T-share, which is a multiple on the 5x. It's almost like, what is that, like a 15x from 25,000? And here, so you can see if I combine all models, you can see the regular rate in purple, and then the increased rate with network adoption in blue. So what we anticipate is that over time, as the price recovers on Hex and people have their aha moment of, oh, Hex isn't going away. We can't stop Hex. It's immutable code. The monetary policy is permanent, unlike the Federal Reserve, who can change their mind on a whim or be bought off or be influenced. A lot of the greatest economic saviors of economy, so to speak, one of them was, ironically, was Napoleon when he tried to get rid of central bankers and just create. He kind of oversaw as a benevolent dictator the Swiss franc, and then he created times of prosperity, built roads, built his economy up, great works of art. Because of that benevolent dictator role that he played, eventually he was outcasted and died a lonely life. But his goodness and what he did for that society still lasted many years into the future. And so here with the T-share system, you're seeing a similar thing play out where we can't rely on the Federal Reserve not to increase rates. We can't rely on somebody to come save us. And like by holding dollars, you're basically you're standing on cracked ground waiting for it to not fall out from underneath your feet. So you need to find a flight to safety, and where you're going to go to is going to be somewhere that's a store of value that's got something fixed and immutable, something that's permanent that can be here for 100 years into the future that nobody can change. And so there is an element of trust with the OA, but they've proven good behavior. And So if you can basically accept that fact and accept the Metcalfe's law and accept the growth curve of the T-share and understand the long-term goals of the system and how big and vibrant the community is, and the fact that the price is down 97% and there's still almost $1.3 billion locked up in Hex, we're not letting the thing go to zero. Like, that's just a ludicrous assumption to be had anyways, and I can prove it. So here we got the Hex price chart. I'm going to go to like a weekly so it's more easy to see. Hex, if you use, okay, so there's a tool in charting called the Fibonacci retracement tool. Effectively, what you do is you go from a major local top, and then you go down to the major bottom, and then you can project out mathematical ratios that are key ratios of life in nature, and that they also apply to human psychology because that is also a function of nature itself. So when you do that, you'll see this pattern in nature all over in plant life and animal life and even in human behavior. Um, the hex chart as a function of price action, which is a function of human actions, was able to target and complete the one, not the only the 1.618, but it took out the 2.618, and it actually went and tapped the 3.618 Fibonacci extension level from its first major high to its first major low. So let's speed up a little bit. Let's go out to the big payday major high, and then we'll go down to like the low. Okay. Well, for the second time, when Hex topped at 56 cents, it actually exceeded not only the 1.618, but also the 2.618 Fibonacci extension target level as a function of market psychology. So we can extrapolate that further. We can say, okay, so if we're close to a bottom, meaning the original drop from the launch price to the bottom was about a 99% drop. So we can assume that if that were to occur again, we can try to project out where the price can go. If I take from our high at 56 cents down to the current price, by the way, this is only like a 97% drop, I believe. 96.5%. It would have target price of the next peak bull run at the 1.618 target of $4.15. If you do hit the 2.618 for the third time on it, the gain would be insane. It'd be $120 hex on a 671,000% run. Pretty incredible, pretty unbelievable. You know?
Do you think that it makes sense since we hit the 2.6 on the last run? Do you think 1.6 is more likely, just with like, is that a trend?
Yeah, I mean, you could see it's the law of diminishing returns. So if you went to the 3.618 on the first cycle, the 2.618 on the second cycle, logic says that, well, maybe it's the law of diminishing returns and you only get to the 1.618 this time. But that's still a huge gain off the low. It would be 23,000%. Now, there's a caveat to that because, look, we're still in a bear market and we haven't bottomed. So the theory here is that, well, look, we haven't tapped the bottom of this trend line since back in June. It was June 13th. And so if Bitcoin's not done and the Fed's not done and yada, 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 this fib level could keep going down. But watch what happens to the 1618 the farther you go down. It goes up because it's the rubber banding function of low liquidity, of the T-share rate, all compounding price higher when it finally does rocket out of here.
It's like loading the jet fuels. And again, the T-share rate continue to what I call T-share acceleration, because what people need to understand, and let's go back to what you were talking about with the T-share earlier, is that share rate acceleration is only in hex term. Then it's a force multiply when they multiply that by the hex dollar price, which is going to exponentially make T-share price USD go out of control in terms of getting more and more expensive, which is going to kick more and more people out of the pool, which then allows it to rocket even faster because those who stay in the pool are typically long-term minded. So it's like literally like you're watching the hardening of the system happen.
Yes.
Getting ready to just fly
it is
out
a
like a beach
hardening,
ball.
and it's also a function of low liquidity. So every time that the price doesn't get enough of a liquidity injection, so to speak, on these pumps, there's less and less USDC in the pair, which means it takes less and less USDC to get the price back up. Do you see? So like,
so it's like de-risking.
It's well, there's just less USDC in the pool, so if you put the same amount back in, it gets the price right back up. Like if there's only if we had, okay, for example, when we were at 20 cents, there was like, I I want to say somewhere between 20 and 30 million dollars in the pool. But currently, and I think 8 million or 10 million, it was between 8 and 10 million dollars of USDC. But currently there's only like 1.6 million dollars in there, and I saw it get as low as $900,000 in USDC, which is where we got that triple bottom here. And price was able to rocket 51% in 8 days because there was a small accumulation, a few hundred grand, sideways pattern, and then boom, $1 million got us up 51%. And so that effective slingshotting compounds on itself. Eventually, once the sentiment flips and bull market's back on, risk is back on, this thing is going to rocket to higher prices, because the whole goal here is to not give, if you're long-term minded, and like obviously whale games and market makers know this, they don't want people to accumulate their token, tons of it, at a low price. Like we don't want CZ from Binance coming in and buying a ton of the supply up for months and months and months and months at 0.007 cents. We don't want that, and it won't happen, because if they put a $1 million order in, it's going to shoot the price right back up to like 1.5 cents. So it's just it's basically sad for those who aren't in, is because if you have like 10 or 20 million dollars on the sidelines, it's not easy to get large portions of the supply. And the higher up this goes, the more liquidity, like Hex whales are going to take their liquidity out of the pool to make sure that they're not losing it to impermanent loss, which is going to make an even bigger shortage of Hex on the market, which is going to rocket price even higher. And then you're going to be heavy in USDC, which is going to give people a lot of time to sell the price sideways up around the all-time high for quite some time. Like if you were to see this pattern play out again as it did last time off the 99% drop, no financial advice, not saying it will play out like this, but if it were to, maybe on a longer time frame like this, price can get right back up to like 20 to 30 cents quite quickly. And then, like I said, there'll be USDC heavy in the pools. And because people aren't, Hex whales aren't going to want to take the chance of maybe losing a lot of their Hex now that it's regained its valuation, people start to realize, oh shit, this is the move. They're going to be like, okay, so then it's going to go sideways up here above 20 cents for a year and a half. And then our bull market will come 2025, 26. And nothing reinforces that more than Benner cycle theory. So this is a theory that basically a guy created in the 1800s, and this has held quite true for some time. And if you see here, pointing to the finger on the A here, he says, these are years in which panics have occurred and will occur again. So in 2019, well, what happened in the spring of 2020, 3 months later? COVID. This model was created in the 1800s, guys. So 2023, what does that mean? Years of hard times, low prices, and a good time to buy risk assets such as stocks, corner lots, goods, etc. Waiting for the boom. Well, guess what? What's point B? 2026. Years of good times, high prices, and the time to sell stocks and values of all kinds, which also coincides with the 4-year Bitcoin halving cycle, which also coincides with a 4-year presidential cycle in the US. So a lot of policy changes can occur during that time frame that gives us an opportunity to be huge winners by recognizing this fact.
Yeah, and he follows that kind of cool rule of 3 years bull, 1 year bear. And what I want people to really understand too, what Axis just said earlier, it's that the way the liquidity works, and the same what Wells are doing also, it's actually a really cool defense mechanism that's built into the system. So rule number one, quick math is, for you to sell something, there needs to be a buyer. People forget that, right? Behind every sale, there is a buy. So the way it works with the system and the way the liquidity actually works is that when you see those big people dumping, 100 million, whatever Hex, because the liquidity is low, they're getting wrecked. Every time you're trying to push the price down, you need exponentially more Hex, more coin to continue to push the price down. So with the liquidity being low, it's easy to buy those people out for cheap. This is why the price goes, you see those wicks, it just stays there temporarily, but it's just enough to absorb all of these coins out. Then get removed out of circulation.
I got more to add with this chart. So as we can see in here, like we can slingshot out, right? So so here's my question. Why does Hex go straight up, straight up, straight up, and then straight down, straight down, straight down? Anybody got an answer for that?
Well, twofold.
Buying and selling?
One,
yeah, definitely buying and selling.
I would say it's kind of the theory of vector candles. I don't know if people are familiar with that, but basically strong buying happening very, very fast, right? It's kind of like you missed a trade, it just happens and it just sucked out the liquidity. And then what ends up happening is that they put the liquidity now bigger at a higher price, which then stays stable. And then slowly over time, those people then cash out. And then after that, they remove the liquidity and then they allow the reaccumulation to happen. It's kind of the same process when we were talking about Bitcoin back in the day and explaining what the market makers are basically doing with the Wyckoff distribution pattern, which is they pump it up very, very fast. Then they do the sideways action, which allow them to take profit. And then they let it drop when they realize that the sales is outweighing the buys. And then they restart the process.
So I think it's a really simple answer. And I think it's like when things are going up, people love it. And things start going down, people hate it. And what that's called what economists define that as is a Veblen good. What is a Veblen good? A Veblen good is a good for which demand increases as the price increases. And this is a function of the yield that the T-share pays out. So if somebody's got a money printer and he tells his friend that he's making money with it, and then it starts making more money for him, and his friend joins, and then he starts making money with it, and then his friend joins, and somebody else starts making money with it, and then they're compounding their gains, and they're telling their friends, and they're telling their friends, and they're telling their friends. Eventually, everyone is getting so hyped about it, and there's so many people in that then there's a big red candle that gets printed, and then there's a huge group of people that gets put underwater, and that starts the topping process. Effectively, it's a price and demand issue. It's because it's a function of people not understanding what hex is and not treating it with respect and the value that it actually has in the immutable monetary policy that's built into the code. So because people, it's actually showing that people don't understand what hex is long term, which is fine because we're actually getting rid of dolphins and people that made huge returns and they just went out anyways. Fine, get them out and let the price. Remember, the farther the price sinks down, the higher the 1.618 goes. Like if the price gets down to 0.007, which is, by the way, one of the lowest targets that I think is going to be possible in the bear market, then you've got you at a $7 hex, which would coincide with the 7 cents top before the pulse chain run up in the past. So it's just a function of 100x higher. So
Axis, I've got a question for you real quick. So we kind of took the elevator up and the stairs down, and I feel like we built a lot of oh, can you go back to the chart real quick?
Yep.
I feel like we built a lot of support in areas that we didn't have before. Do you feel like on the way back up that there's going to be resistance at those levels, or do you think we're just going to break through those?
Yeah, there'll be resistance for sure. But remember, it's a function of liquidity and sentiment. And so like when you think about how many wallets actually have economic energy in hex, there's less than 2,000 that have enough to like keep price down. At these prices, I would say it's even less. But when you get to around 10 cents to 20 cents in that range, there's still some people that could exit and we could take our time getting out. I'm not saying that it's a straight up path, but I'm saying that it could be if a coordinated effort, the on-chain, I can't say specifically because I don't want to give out too much, but there is a lot of USDC and DAI sitting on the sidelines. So yeah, you'd get you're talking about like a more longer structured out like this, or like a straight shot up and then sideways consolidation near the high above 20 cents basically. So then because like we created structure here on the way up, we could create structure on the way down, like this.
Yes, and
so
don't underestimate
people two
the
opportunities. Yep. Yeah. Yep.
Because a lot of those people either restake, and the new people that bought also the bottom stake for the long term. Because again, it's not every day you get a chance to buy something 90% down.
Yes.
So what makes Hex brilliant is the staking ability as well. So staking ability means coins out of circulation, not coming down anytime soon. And as the price start to go back up, those people see their wealth building. Therefore, like Axis was saying earlier, the behavior gets reinforced because like, oh, look, I bought this at the low, I staked it, price is double or triple or whatever it might be, my wealth just tripled, my interest rate just went up because now I'm yielding at a higher clip, dollar value. Therefore, I am literally incentivized to continue that behavior. So, and again, if people just take what they need, restake the rest, it allows the price chart to go up at a sustainable pace. And that's what you were able to see in early 2021. It's just towards the end, it got out of hand, it started to accelerate very fast, and that became unsustainable. And that was the beginning of the top. But if we just go kind of up and to the right sideways, kind of like an Amazon chart, at a sustainable growth, not too crazy, not too low, that can be sustained.
Yeah, we have time,
because
guys. Like it's not just gonna bottom and go straight back up. I mean, I'm saying that it had done that in the past when we dropped 99% in the beginning, when it was new. And so like if you got a similar thing, you still got to get above this level. It's still got to, and if the best tail would be consolidation here for some time, and then a break into this band. You see how like these are like bands? This is band 1, band 2, band 3, and then like band 4. And so each one of these is different consolidation levels that I would look for going forward. And yeah, you could see resistance, and go sideways. And I actually posted a chart recently, actually it was today, that if you overlay the let's see here, we're gonna find it. If you overlay the 2019 Bitcoin fractal on the hex chart, it actually would show you quite a crazy potential outcome. And I actually got called insane for that this was an imaginary chart, but just think about it with me for a second. So you got hex in pink, and you got 2019 Bitcoin bear market in orange. Well, Bitcoin got into a channel and couldn't get out for many, many months, and then it did a triple bottom, and actually hex launched right here on this chart. Literally, hex launched right here when Bitcoin was here. So it'd be funny if it bottomed here and it started to make its way higher toward 10, 11 cents. And let's say that May comes around. I don't know what's going to happen. Maybe a documentary launches, maybe Pulse Chain, something happens with that. Then you could get some sort of anomaly event where that launch happens, and then people do the switcheroo on their assets, and maybe you get some sort of a sell-off. Not saying it's going to go this low, but that you'd see like a pump into a fundamental news event, and then a sell the news event, and then a recovery quickly on basically whales are just taking advantage of an opportunity that dumb money gives them, and then just a short, slow recovery into 2025. Then you trade between. That means we don't even get above 20 cents all the way out until like mid 2025, which makes perfect sense. That is a really volatile version of what Kareem's saying as a slow chug. This is just a way more money making opportunity for both whales and small guys alike. So you never want to throw all your powder in at once, and you never want to be all in on something unless you really believe in it. And you like, I would say never be all in on something unless you're Matty all in, because he believes hardcore in Hex. And I'm with you, buddy. I'm heavily in Hex. I'm not afraid to admit it. I was a Bitcoin and Ethereum miner, and I gave that shit up so I could get passive income. I see the future in Hex, and I see the future in these ecosystems.
Good job, by the way. And another thing too, 100%. Why it's going to be volatile, people keep forgetting. You're going to get a copy. I know there's going to be some people trying to be smart and, this side is going to be better than that side and play that game. That's going to add to the volatility. But again, the wise people, not the smart one, the wise one are going to realize I'm just collecting money printer here. Left or right, I'm getting paid. And friendly reminder, once again, quick math. The yield is not in the chart. I repeat, the yield is not in the chart. Those who understand the value of staking, those who understand the value of something I said day one about building a dream account, that's the thing that's going to save you, literally. By 2035, if you make it that far or long-term enough, when you look back and you realize and you see what that thing has become, you're going to be very, very grateful, because that is not on the chart. You know what I mean? So this is why I want to just remind everybody, volatility is going to be crazy. But again, when Pulse Chain comes out and you get a doubling of your bag, whatever you see on the chart, basically just double.
It's a stock
and
split.
On top of that, now you're yielding. Exactly.
Yeah, so I can actually prove it. Like Tesla. What's Tesla? TSLA?
Yeah. And it did a
yeah, so this was a stock split that happened on Tesla.
Mm-hmm.
They announce a stock split. You start to see an accumulation period inside of this triangle. And then the price runs up 50% off the low. 52%. And smart money gets 1, 2, 3 chances to exit on a high after the stock split, right? So it's like Pulse Chain, launch, news, fork, whatever, is going to create a run up on Hex in the same way that the Tesla stock split occurred. It's just a function of market psychology.
Yes. And also how liquidity is built up, because those who want to make sure they ensure that copy and they're doubling are going to start removing their liquidity, because they want to make sure they keep their pressure Hex so that thing double. By removing their liquidity gets very small, which then means anyone else can come in. $1 million, you can easily, double the price. Another thing we need to understand about the liquidity is like Axel was saying earlier, somebody can dump 80 million Hex and then, the price barely goes to, 1.8, 1.7 cents, which by the way, it's still amazing, because there's coins out there, you dump just 50,000, that thing goes to zero. I mean, Hex been withstanding way more selling
Hex can
pressure.
take hundreds of millions of Hex sell off, and it only moves the price a few, like 10, 20, 30%. And then there's buy orders in there, because the bid to sell ratio is 3 to 1, 4 to 1, 5 to 1 some days. There's usually like I've been seeing days where there's 530 buys to like 220 sells, and the 220 sells slightly outweigh, so it pushes the price chart slightly down. But it's not. No one has enough economic energy. No, I should say, no bad actors seem to have enough economic energy anymore to really push the beach ball underwater and keep it there anymore. And so this chart
and I feel like they've sold off. Like I'm so grateful that so many people are getting out, like these whales, because they can't stop the run. Like they can't sell into the next run. They're gonna have to buy to sell, right? Like
absolutely.
So I feel like we've really cleared out a lot of people that that would have sold into that, and so I feel like it's rocket fuel for the next run.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And to put into perspective, if those people were to buy back that same 80 to 100 million hex, the price would probably go to like 8 cents. That's what I want people to understand. It's like it's absorbing a lot. The bids are strong on the support, but on the ask, on the upside, if you were to be a new person, you want to accumulate 100 million hex, there's no way you push the price at least 150% just to get that same amount. That's why it's so well designed. It absorbs the shock. Like I said earlier, behind any sale, there's a buyer. Somebody is capturing that liquidity and then removing it, not leaving it on there.
So we can talk more on that in a second.
Let's say
we got like 9 minutes left, so I just want to quickly go through this chart here, which is basically if Hex is competing with Bitcoin for the store of value of cryptocurrency, we want to like look a little bit farther into that. So this chart here shows you basically the Bitcoin fractal after its first cycle projected out over time. And I would say that this is maybe a little quick, but imagine it going out a little bit slower and maybe topping a little bit less high. Maybe not. But this particular fractal has Hex getting up to that dollar to, remember we said $4 target, easily in the next bull run. And this is actually projecting it there sometime in 2025. So, and as you can see, like Bitcoin's obviously going to continue its growth curve as well. So it's just something to keep in mind about the growth of it. And so if Hex is going to compete with Bitcoin for store value, how can we prove that? Well, we have to look at the way Ethereum, because Hex is built on Ethereum, so we have to look at the way Ethereum treated Bitcoin. So if Ethereum, here I got Ethereum versus Bitcoin. This is a cross analysis of two price charts. So what it is it's Ethereum price over Bitcoin price, showing you the ratio of how valued ETH is compared to Bitcoin. So if the price chart's going up, it means ETH is gaining value against Bitcoin. If the price chart's going down, it means Bitcoin is gaining value against Ethereum. And if you remember back to 2018, the narrative was bear market, Bitcoin is the real cryptocurrency, everything else is a shit coin. And so what happened was everybody exited everything. All of the ERC20s were trash, none of them had real value. Then the real bottom happened in September of 19, and I believe that was roughly around like $80 to $120 per Ethereum. And good things started to happen for Ethereum. So scoot ahead a couple months, there was a little rally in the markets off the low. And then in December, Hex gets launched right here. And that is the first interesting thing about this chart, is that when Hex launched, ETH started to gain dominance against Bitcoin. Scoot ahead a little further into 2020. Well, what happened in the spring, summer of 2020? Uniswap came out. That was another huge utility being built on top of this ecosystem on Ethereum, giving ETH more value and more usability, more utility, faster transactions, yada, yada, yada. So ETH continued to grow with the new functionalities being built on it.
DeFi summer.
DeFi summer, baby. And then, Hex helped make that popular. Hex really is true DeFi. It was like the first of its kind in a lot of ways. It made Uniswap popular, made on-chain trading popular, still remains that to this day. No exchange has really traded in any kind of meaningful volume. And over this period of time...
You're welcome, Vitalik.
Yeah, thanks for the gas load increase. We'll make our own chain. But so it did an increase of 440% against Bitcoin. So if Bitcoin is a store of value and Ethereum as the gas and oil of cryptocurrency went up 440% against Bitcoin, still never recovered its all-time high. So you can never get all your Bitcoins back in ETH. But you could have leveraged Ethereum to maybe buy Hex and then get all your Bitcoins back and many-fold over, for example. Well, so ETH went up 440% against Bitcoin. Well, what does it look like when we compare it with Hex? I'm actually going to do this a way to really drive this point home. I got 5 minutes left. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to split the screen in half. And I'm going to show you on top ETH Bitcoin, just like the chart you just saw. And on the bottom, we'll show Hex versus ETH. Need the line chart. Okay. Okay. Candle chart. Cool. 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 Okay. Okay. So you guys, if you can recognize patterns, you can see here that in the same way that ETH bottomed against Bitcoin in the beginning and made a first high, it then created a bear market into a first low, then created a second high, then created its second low. In the same way that Hex has now made a first high off its low into a second, or first low into a second high into its what's coming into its final hurrah before people start to realize the value of the T-share, the value of the immutable code and the policy. And that price is not where you derive value, but monetary policy is where you derive value. And this would have Hex gaining upwards of 600% against ETH. It may never recover its all-time high against ETH. But what does it matter when you're doing multiples over ETH? What does it matter? Especially when you factor in that's just price appreciation. That's not even accounting for any staking laddering you do.
Exactly.
So
And again,
I rest my case.
Very well. And again,
bullish.
This is an ETH term. Very bullish, because now if ETH just do a 2x, that means that 600%, right? Or 600x also doubles, because again, this is ratio. So, because what I remember happening too during the time is not only Hex was gaining against ETH, but ETH was also going up in price. You know, when that crazy run from $80 to 5,000. So with that similarity happening again, it's a perfect positioning, not only for accumulation, but we're understanding the trend of what's going to happen as the money start to come back in. Fast forward in 2023, as inflation start to taper in, as DXY start to go down, and as money start to go back in, like I said earlier, money goes where it's the best treated. And those ratio charts shows you where the money is the most treated. People usually enter crypto how? Ethereum, Bitcoin, or stable coins, right? So, and then they figure out where they want to leave the money. So if they find out what is happening, they find out and they learn about the T-share and about Hex and about all the great things that we got going on, including Pulse Chain, you can definitely see that similarity action goes again. And this year, I truly believe, is our year of virality as well. So when you combine all those things together, you get to see what we're perfectly designed to have a successful year and probably next 2-3 years as well.
All right, my brother Hex Ray, please give us the final send out, please.
Dude, I know when to just shut up and let it roll. You guys are on fire. I'm watching, like, this is like being in Disneyland when the fireworks are just going crazy at the end of the day. I'm just enjoying. I'm so happy. That's why I jumped in chat. I was just like, let me just chat away and let you guys roll. You guys are doing awesome. I would give a shout out to this kind of timing, along with Furu Finance talking about going viral with the short clips. Like, if we push both those things at the same time, and people get to see some of this alpha and some of the timing that we're actually in, even though we're in a bear market, then we're going to punch that bear right in the throat. Hex doesn't have to be pre-viral, guys. We have people geniuses in this community building amazing products like Gold Key and Alex, and then we got people who really understand this deep Rain Man math like Axis Alive. We got Kareem over here that's the best salesman in the world. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing right now in the bear market, folks? This is crazy.
Living it up, man.
Absolutely.
I've met a whole new family out there. I appreciate all of you in the chat. Maddie, thank you for letting us come on here. You have me until
if anyone
2035.
listening right now, if anyone listening right now hasn't been to an in-person Hex event, 100% recommend it. I've met all these guys in Vegas, I think 2 times now, and it takes Hex to another level when you get to meet people in person. This community is absolutely amazing, and the people that support this is why I'm most bullish on Hex. So I'm honored to be up here with you guys. I always learn so much from you guys, and yeah, it's been a lot of fun. I learned so much today.
Nice. My closing message always: we stake, we date, and we chill. So I have a cool announcement coming up in the next month or so. Dream account just hit a record, so I'll be lucky to share that with everybody. That again, we stay the course. It's diamond hands over here, so we're good.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
Thank you, guys, and thanks, Maddie. Man, Maddie, you look great.
Thanks. So do you guys. I mean, this whole conference is going so well, and I'm just so happy we have record viewership right now. And you guys did an awesome job.
Nice.
Shout out to the chat. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you for being here. Appreciate you.
Thanks for everybody. So appreciate being here.
Diamond hands all the way.
Well, thanks again, guys, and we'll catch you next time.
Thanks, Maddie.
Yep.
All right. So up next, we have Dr. Aubrey de Grey. Welcome. Oh, can you unmute there? Let's see. We're experiencing just a minor technical difficulty here.
Hello,
there
hello,
we go.
hello. I will keep talking.
Hey, welcome.
Okay, good. Marvelous. So thanks so much for having me again. It's really great to be back.
My pleasure. I just wanted to mention really quick before you go into your keynote that, look, Aubrey, two of the most respected crypto founders in history, they support you. Vitalik, the founder of Ethereum, and Richard Hart, the founder of Hex and Pulse Chain. They support you, and you know, Richard even volunteered for your conferences or for one of your conferences back in the day years ago, and so it speaks volumes that you're willing to speak at our Hex conference again this year, and I really appreciate you being here, because there's another phenomenon that I've been witnessing, and that's that Hexicans continue to be more and more long-term minded and care about their own longevity, their own health. And, you know, right now we have record viewership for our online conference. And that's even with the price of Hex being down 90% compared to last year. But there's all-time participation. And so I'll let you take it away. And I really appreciate you being here.
Well, thank you so much, Matty. You know, that's very kind. And yeah, I mean, let me just say very clearly that, you know, I'm the kind of person who looks up to the people who look up to me. And certainly I feel that way about the Hex community. I'm actually not at all healthy today. I've got a bad bout of flu. And
I'm
it's a
sorry
bit
to hear
bad that, honestly, for pretty much anybody else, I would have cancelled. But wild horses couldn't make me cancel this, you know, this opportunity. So here I am, and I'll do my best. It may not be the most polished presentation of my career, but I'll do my best.
Thank you so much.
I just wanted to say, I just wanted to respond to something that Gold Key said about 3 minutes ago about in-person conferences. Of course, you know, I understand that it takes a lot more effort and more money and so on to put one of those on. And a lot of people, of course, due to COVID, stopped doing them, a lot of organizations. But now that I'm back running my own conferences, starting with the one that I ran in Dublin last September, you know, it's so liberating, because I feel exactly that way, that in-person conferences are the most powerful thing for community building and community cohesion and esprit de corps and all that. So certainly I very much encourage you to go back to an in-person event as and when it's possible, though I understand that remains to be seen. Right, well, so a lot of people, I guess, who are online right now would also have seen the podcast that I did your show just a few weeks ago. So I'm going to try and, you know, only partially duplicate what I said there for the people who were not there, but also give a bunch more information. And in particular, one thing that I didn't do there was to discuss the flagship project, or at least not in depth, the flagship project of LEV Foundation, which is a completely unprecedented and amazing thing. It's by far the most exciting project I've ever led. And I won't try to get too deep into the biology, because of course I understand that very few of the people online are biologists. I'll just get into a little bit of that. the main thing I want to try and communicate is the innovations that I have brought in regarding the study design, because that's more probabilistic, mathematical, and so on. Many of you know that I do maths in my spare time, and I am very pleased to say that a number of the innovations that I incorporated into this study have been very well received already. So since that's something that hexagons very much understand, how to think about probabilities and so on, I'm going to go a little bit deep on all of that. But before I do that, I'm going to talk a little bit about how I got here. In other words, how LEV Foundation came to exist at all, starting last September, and how it is in a position to perform this project, which is an expensive project involving 1,000 mice and basically $3 million. As I guess most of you know, the consequence, or one consequence, of the talk I gave at your invitation last March in Vegas was that 3 of the 4 biggest donors to the July 2021 airdrop, who jointly gave a total of $12 million out of the 27.5, decided that they'd had enough of this, and they sued the board of directors of Sense Research Foundation. And the directors prohibited the plaintiffs from publicizing the outcome, but the outcome was a settlement that was very much to the satisfaction of the plaintiffs, and it happened very quickly, which, you don't have to be a particularly skilled reader between lines to know that that means that the defendants knew that they didn't have a leg to stand on. But anyway, that's all I know. But what I do know is that I have a new foundation. And of course, what I don't have is the rest of the hexagon's money back. The vermin who populate the board of directors at Sense Research Foundation still have a lot of your money hostage, along with, of course, my long-suffering staff. And so there is a bunch of decidedly unfinished business there. And I think anyone who recognizes how that business has gone over the past year will be optimistic that that business will be finished in due course. So we'll see how that goes. But as I say, I want to spend most of my time on the flagship project. So let me discuss it a little bit. As some of you may know, the main thing I'm known for in the gerontology community is pioneering a new way of looking at how to keep people healthy for longer. Specifically, around the year 2000, I suggested that the right way to do this was not to, if you like, make the body run more cleanly and damage itself more slowly than it actually does, but instead to repair that damage while it is still harmless. The body is, of course, set up to tolerate a certain amount of that damage, and that's why people aged 40 or 50 even are basically as functional as people aged 20 or 30. But thereafter, that threshold amount that the body is set up to tolerate is exceeded, and we start to go downhill. We start to exhibit loss of function, both physiological and cognitive. So I said, well, actually, it might be easier to repair the damage rather than try to mess with our metabolism and stop it from creating the damage in the first place. And that took about a decade to be accepted by my colleagues in the community, in the gerontology community, but it's very much mainstream now. I never have to justify it anymore. Nevertheless, we need to actually do something with that concept. And the good news is that over the past couple of years, that's been happening. The default species in which experiments on longevity tend to be done in the lab is, of course, mice. And you don't want to work on mice that are inherently sick, like they have some congenital problem that makes them short-lived. You have to work on healthy mice. Healthy mice typically live about 2.5 years on average, maybe about 3.5 maximum. And what we'd like is to extend that by at least a year, both the mean and the maximum. Now, not only that, we'd like to do it with treatments that are only initiated when the mice are already in middle age. That's really important because, people who pay taxes tend to be, adults. And that's, that people want to believe that this work is potentially relevant to them personally. So we are starting work at 18 months, and that means that the mice have roughly a year to live, and a few of them will have died already, of course, but not many. And we try to give an extra year, so we try to get them to live a total of 2 years longer than that on average, rather than only 1 year. Now, this is not easy at all, or it would already have been done. And in particular, what it requires, we're absolutely sure, is the combining of multiple therapies, because what we want to do is repair damage, and different therapies repair different types of damage, right? So we would not expect one type of therapy to have this kind of effect. However, it's a bit more complicated than that, because the body is complicated, and it's all there's a lot of crosstalk between different mechanisms, including different mechanisms of damage creation. So that it's possible that a treatment that repairs a particular type of damage will have quite widespread knock-on effects that allow it to essentially at least slow down, perhaps more, the accumulation of other types of damage. Now, 10, 15 years ago, I would have said, well, qualitatively, that's true, but quantitatively, we can neglect it, because the magnitude of that crosstalk between different types of damage will not be enough to actually matter. And then in 2011, a group at the Mayo Clinic up in Minnesota, in conjunction with a group in California, published a study showing that this was pretty much not true. Now, it wasn't a lifespan study, but it was a study that asked this crosstalk question. And it became very unarguable that the magnitude of the crosstalk was a lot more than I, or basically anyone, would have expected. So this has given people a lot more hope that we might be able to do more quickly. Indeed, it's a large part of why, around that time, my estimate for how long it would take for us to get to longevity escape velocity, basically I shaved a couple of years off it overnight. Where are we now? Well, where we are now is, yes, research into the same kind of damage repair that was published in that study has continued. That was a study on what are called senolytics, drugs that remove cells that have become dysfunctional, that are basically not doing the kind of things they're supposed to, and more importantly, they are actually secreting toxic molecules. We need to kill off those cells. The body does a pretty good job of killing them off through the immune system on its own, but only a pretty good job. So some of them accumulate, and we need to get rid of those. And that's what this study did. And the knock-on effects were, as I say, broad. So that's one of the things that we want to look at in our study. But since that time, a couple of other things have been shown to have remarkable effects. One of them is blood stem cells, what are called hematopoietic stem cells. Now, many people will know, because it's been in the mainstream media a lot over the past 15 years, that there is significant benefit to mice, to old mice, from being given parts of the blood of young mice. The first way in which this was done was by giving them the whole of the blood of the young mice by literally surgically stitching their circulatory systems together. Since then, a study funded actually by Sense Research Foundation was able to show that you could get the same effect by simply injecting young plasma taken from young mice, in replacement of a lot of the plasma from the old mice. And various variations on that theme have gone forward. One of those variations is to do it with stem cells of the blood. And this is the one that has had the most impressive longevity effects so far, among, in particular, when we're talking about interventions only begun in middle age or later. As I mentioned earlier, that's our focus. So we're definitely doing that as well as part of that, as our essentially our way of leveraging that body of research over the past decade. The third one that we are introducing is a rather unlikely one. If you know a bit of biology, you'll think it's unlikely anyway. So the ends of our chromosomes are called telomeres, and it is well known that telomeres get shorter when a cell divides. And this has been viewed somewhat excessively over the years as a massive, central driver of aging in humans. It probably does have some role, especially in aging of the immune system, but it's unclear whether it has much of a role elsewhere. Nevertheless, what's even weirder is that it seems to be beneficial, that expressing more of the enzyme that compensates for telomere shortening, the enzyme telomerase, seems to be beneficial in mice. The reason that is really surprising is because mice make a lot of their own telomerase, whereas humans don't. But we kind of understand this now. A group in Spain, the people who basically discovered that, were able to show, yeah, it's because telomeres shorten much faster per cell division in mice. So it actually doesn't, it's not so crazy. Nevertheless, the thing is that, as I say, telomerase overexpression, making more than the natural amount of it in mice, starting late in life with gene therapy, extends lifespan. And the fourth thing that we're interested in is actually, you could think of it as a non-rejuvenation control. Many of you will know that a century ago, it was discovered that if you starve mice or rats, they live longer than they do normally if you give them as much food as they would like. And this has been studied, of course, ever since. And over the past 20 years or so, it's become particularly a high-profile area of research pioneered by my friend David Sinclair, to find drugs that trick the body into thinking it's being starved even when it isn't. The logic, of course, is that people rather like eating. And so, you'd like to turn on the same metabolic reprioritization that happens with actual famine, even when the famine doesn't exist. And out of all of the various drugs that, to some extent, achieve this, as the most gold standard performance in published work is a drug called rapamycin. In particular, again, this is effective even when started late in life, 18 months, 20 months kind of thing. So there you have it. We have these four interventions. Now, as I said, that's about as deep as I'm going to go into the biology, though I will leave time for questions at the end if anybody wants to come back and get into the weeds of any of this. What I want to do instead, over the next maybe 15 minutes, is to go into some of the design innovations that I brought in. Now, people have done late onset studies before. People have done combination studies before in mice. But not quite like this. So I'm going to share, if I can, my screen. Particularly, I'm going to share the page on my foundation's website. There we go. Can somebody please confirm that they can see the window that I've just shared? Because I can't tell.
Oh, we can't see it just
hello?
yet.
It's showing it to me as a a window that that seems to be scrolling and everything, but I'm not seeing it in the main window. Matty, do you know what's going on?
It looks like it's trying to load. So
it says it's sharing. Well, this looks better. It may simply be my internet connection. I live in the mountains, and it's just started raining hard here, which is always a bit of a problem for my net speed. But let's hope it gets there in a moment.
Otherwise, you can talk me through where you want me to go.
I want to try to keep this as low bandwidth as possible. There we go. Marvelous. All right. So this is a page that, well, you can see the link at the top. Well, you probably can see it. I've just noticed that it's
there we go,
obscured by the word hexconference.com and what I'm seeing, but I hope that can be seen. Anyway, so this is the page on the LEV Foundation website that explains the study. And I want to go through a whole bunch of specifics of it. As I mentioned earlier, these are the things that we are doing. But then, how are we doing them? The key thing that I wanted to achieve is the largest amount of information per dollar. I wanted to try to extract as much data on these interventions and the impact of their combination as possible. And the first thing that meant was that for the measures that we are taking that involve having to kill some of the mice in order to take the measurements, and there's quite a few of those, rather than deciding in advance the age at which we will kill a few mice and test them, instead, what we're doing is we're waiting until a certain proportion of the original cohort have died, and then we're taking a bunch of mice. The reason that makes sense is because the things we're measuring are things, obviously, that change with age. And the the chronological age of the animals also changes with age because it is the age. So we would expect that all of the things we're measuring will have an extremely high correlation with chronological age. But equally, of course, we expect that the various interventions or combinations of interventions will have some impact. We'll have some that they will reach a particular point of a certain proportion of the mice having died at different chronological ages. And that means that we will be able to find out which of the things we're measuring that involve killing the mice are affected by which interventions. Some of them may be more affected by one intervention, some more by another. And by factoring out the chronological age, we will be able to have a much better signal-to-noise ratio on that. So you may be quite surprised that it seems this has never been done. Rather a lot of mouse lifespan studies have been done over the past century, and it appears that this is a genuine innovation. And everyone seems to think it's quite cool. So that's one thing that we are doing. And of course, if anybody here who also knows a bit of maths has comments on that, then I would love for you to make those comments when I'm done, which will be in about 15 minutes, I guess. Right, so that's the first thing. Second thing is the groups that we're doing. So, of course, wait a second. Here we go. Of course, if you've got 4 interventions, then you've got 16 potential groups. You've got to have a control group that doesn't get any treatments, and you're going to have a group that gets all 4 of the treatments combined. But you have to take into account, well, you want to get information about which of the treatments will have how much effect. this could also have a sex difference. We're doing this in 500 male mice and 500 female mice. So we want to know which of those will have make a difference. But we're not doing all 16 groups. If you look at the list on the screen now, you will see that in addition to the controls, group 1, and the everything, group 10, we only have 8 other groups. We have 4 groups that get 1 out of the 4 interventions, and we have 4 that get 3 out of the 4 interventions. And we don't have the groups that get exactly 2 out of the 4. The logic of this is, again, that the combination of results from the other stuff, from the 10 groups that we are doing, will be an extremely strong predictor of the impact. And this applies to lifespan and also for things that we're measuring during the lifespan. Extremely strong predictor of what would happen with these exactly 2 out of 4 groups. So basically that would have been a waste of money, and it's a lot of money already. So, we didn't want to waste your money. So that's, again, something that people seem to think is rather smart. Then we've done a few other things that seem to be quite well received. But let me see what I should mention next. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to mention this. So I mentioned already that the mice are not all allowed to live out their natural lifespan. Specifically, out of every 50 mice, because we've got 500 mice of each sex, and we've got 10 groups, so that's 50 per group. Out of those 50 mice, we kill 12 of them at 4 different time points in order to get information about that. I don't know whether you can see my...
Oh, looks like the internet just dropped off for Aubrey, but I can tell a lot of people are sticking around and really interested. I'm reading the comments here, and people are so excited to be learning about this innovative science. I think that all too often, even great scientists, they don't realize the power of methodology. And I can tell Aubrey is really pushing the field forward. Again, it's really exciting. Because your science is only going to be as good as your methodology, and so to have this this design where 1,000 mice are going through 10 different groups, you could tell that he wasn't doing all combinations of the groups because he's optimizing for having more mice in each group that's really necessary. Hey, I was just giving you some kudos there on focusing on methodology, because really science is no good unless the methodology is good. So.
Imagine that it's because of the rain that is around me. I am in the process of sharing that same window again.
Awesome.
I imagine it's going to be back shortly.
Sounds great. Yeah. I really appreciate you still persevering through, even though there's rain and sickness. Looks like the window's loading here. All right, and we're back.
Whoa, there we go. Marvelous. Right, so could somebody please confirm that I can be heard? I assume yes. I can, but Matty is not visible, so he can't just nod at me. If somebody could just say something in the chat to the effect that yes. Oh, here we go. Lots of chat. All right, good. Okay, so marvelous. Yes, thank you, everybody. Right. So yes, so I just wanted to talk a little bit about the diagram on this that I have showing right now. So as I mentioned, there's this part here, I don't know if you can see my cursor, but this is where we sacrifice, isolate tissues and do a bunch of things. That's part of it. But we also, at the same time that we do that, same time point defined by how many mice have died, we also do these, which are non-invasive interventions, things like measuring the body weight, measuring the degree of alopecia, which is something that mice get as they age, kyphosis also, which is the bending of the spine, and a whole bunch of things like that. Also behavioral tests, measures of cognitive function, and so on. So all of those things matter. But the behavioral ones actually I'm showing down here, because that's not sampling. How old do they act? You know, how old do they behave? And how old do they look, like alopecia and kyphosis and so on. And so we get through these various types of analysis during the study, we get interim understanding of how effective a given treatment or combination of treatments may be. And this is not an innovation of this study. This is the kind of thing that studies of this type that are much simpler, for example, they only have one intervention, will also do. But of course, we're doing it on a considerably larger scale because we've got so many mice and we are, you know, really needing to do this in a very sophisticated way. I want to give a shout out right now to the people who are actually doing the work. LEV Foundation does not itself have a lab. We don't need one because this work is being done at iCore Therapeutics in upstate New York. iCore is the most successful of the half dozen companies that we spun out of Sense Research Foundation over the years. They originally worked only on macular degeneration with a project that we worked on within Sense Research Foundation for quite a while. We transferred it to them, they made it work. They're actually, I gather, selling it to Big Pharma quite soon, so that's very nice. But in addition to that, they did a bunch of other things, and one of the biggest things they do these days is they work as a CRO, a contract research organization. And they have become recognized over the past few years as the world leaders in this kind of study, in mouse lifespan studies done right. So they have enormous respect in the academic community, as well as respect from me, which is basically what matters. So yeah, so we're very, very happy to be able to work with iCore on this. And that's really what the study consists of. Now, one thing I guess I want to say this as well. So this is something that is a little bit into the biological weeds, but I think I should probably mention it anyway. When you do any intervention, you'd like to have a treated group and a control group. And of course, what we have is a kind of multiplexed four-dimensional version of that. But still, you have a control group. Now, you want to make sure that the difference between what you're doing to the treated animals and what you're doing to the control is as slight as possible. So, for example, if you're giving some of the mice a gene therapy, then you would typically give the other mice another gene therapy that just didn't have the gene that you wanted to provide. This is like, so they would have the same stress arising from the injection process or arising from the vector, the virus that carries the gene and stuff like that. What we're doing is something a little more sophisticated than that. We are working on the basis that we also want to know what kind of impact the delivery method has, like, as you mentioned, the stress caused by the modality of how the treatment is administered. So we are dividing the control groups into two halves in order to do that. Now, by this time, you may be thinking, well, you've got 1,000 mice here, but you've got so many groups that, you know, are you going to get statistical significance out of this? And that's an excellent question. It's another thing that I'm fairly happy with. because basically the way that we can analyze this data statistically is by, in various ways, pooling groups. We can, for example, determine the impact of the delivery intervention by comparing all of the two types of control for a given thing. If we're giving, for example, telomerase as a gene therapy, then we'll have what's called the mock telomerase, and we'll just have the uninjected mice. And the thing is, we can pool the groups that have those and also the controls of the stem cells and the senolytic. We can have the ones that have those and the control stem cells, but the treated senolytic. And we can have the ones that have those two controls, the control and the treated stem cells and the control senolytic and so on, 5 different groups. So actually we're comparing 125 mice in each side, even if we don't pool by sex. And that has no difficulty achieving statistical significance. There's a whole bunch of similar observations that arise from pooling of different groups so as to determine the impact of this or that intervention on this or that aspect of aging. But they all amount to the same thing mathematically, so I won't bore you by going into any more of that. All right, so the last thing I want to do is I want to talk about this down here, future interventions. Our goal is to achieve this thing that we've called, that I have for 18 years been calling robust mouse rejuvenation. What that means is I want to take mice that are already in middle age and that have maybe a year to live and get them to live 2 years instead of 1 year on average, and maybe 3 years instead of 2 years for the oldest of the mice. Now, we don't know whether this experiment is going to get there. In fact, I can't honestly say that I think we've got more than a 20% chance of getting there with this first attempt. If we do, fabulous. But even if we do, and certainly if we don't, we want to keep on going. We want to identify other combinations of interventions, combinations of treatments that that work better. And some of the things that we have not included this time round, actually we might well have included if we had not decided to get this first round going as quickly as we possibly could. But I think that was definitely the right decision. However, mostly it's just because we, the ones we are using are among the best that we could possibly have chosen. Still though, we absolutely want to try other ones next time. And as soon as this study is, as soon as we can catch our breath, having got this study properly going, which is basically going to be the end of the month, we will start on the design of round 2, which will be very similar to round 1 in terms of the study design, but which will have different component interventions. So that's brilliant. And that means that we would ideally hope to get round 2 going by Q3 or Q4 of this year. Now, you may think, hang on, surely you're going to want to know the results of round 1 before that, but absolutely not. We know perfectly well that round 1 won't be telling us much until probably late next year. And we definitely don't want to wait that long. We want to save lives as quickly as possible. And therefore, we want to get as much information as quickly as possible. So we totally want to get this study going this year. Problem is, though, these studies cost $3 million each. And even though we had enough money to get the first one going, and even though the end-of-year campaign that we ran was extremely successful and brought in nearly $2 million from hexagons, airdrop people, and also from historical SRF donors, nevertheless, we don't have enough money to get the next one going. So I shall be, beating the bushes continuously, and in order to make sure that we are not do not have to delay the next study, round 2 of this flagship program, purely as a result of money. Right. So I could go through what these future interventions are, but as I said, I didn't want to snow you with biology, so I don't think I'll do that. And since it is now 20 to 9 in California, I think it probably makes sense for me to stop and invite people to ask questions. I still can't see Matty, so I don't know who's going to oversee this, but I will. Ooh, there's Matty.
Hey, awesome. I'm really excited to hear the progress you're making, especially when it comes to methodology. And you've really been busy getting a new foundation launched and getting all this up and running for the study that you presented.
I sure have. You know, I think I can honestly say that over the past 6 months, I've been working harder than I've ever worked, and I've always worked extremely hard. And honestly, the reason I have is because of the example that I am shown by the people who look up to me, whether it's hexagons, whether it's my superhuman staff, whether it's the people at ICOR who are doing the study. You know, it's just so humbling. And it's very easy to get out of bed for that.
Awesome. Yeah, absolutely. Now, let's see what questions people have. I know one person had asked earlier, do you get along with David Sinclair? What's your relationship like with him?
Yeah, so I've known David since, I'm going to say 20 years ago. Essentially, he and I became prominent at more or less the same time because he pioneered the concept of calorie restriction mimetics at pretty much the exact same time that I pioneered the concept of damage repair. And both of these concepts were pretty crazy at the time. And we both honestly made some difficult decisions in terms of the respect that the mainstream gerontology community had for us, because, you know, if you go out and stick your neck out, that's kind of what happens. But I don't think either of us in any way regret it. I think, you know, we both have a high opinion of what each of us have achieved. Yeah, so I have a high opinion of David.
Awesome. And
so let me look and see if I can see any questions in the chat. Here's one. Should people be taking rapamycin right now, and at what dose? Okay, so first of all, I have to be very clear that I am a PhD, not an MD. So I am the wrong person to ask that question, not least because it's illegal for me to answer it. But honestly, I will say that all molecules that fall under the heading of calorie restriction mimics, which is certainly rapamycin is one of them, metformin is another, resveratrol is another, and so on. All of these molecules are probably going to have a small but very small benefit on human lifespan. And the reason they are is because they are limited by the benefit that calorie restriction itself can have on human lifespan, which is much less in long-lived species like humans than it is in short-lived species like mice. And the reason it's much less is actually very easy to understand from an evolutionary gerontology perspective. I won't go through the details, but long and short of it is that it's very clear, it's completely unarguable. Now, of course, that's not a reason not to take a CR mimetic, because you know, there's some benefit in even a little bit of life extension. But it's very important not to think about any of these things as the fountain of youth. Let me see if I can spot any other questions here. Warhammer says, did Sense steal the money RH was able to donate? Well, of course, let me first say that even though Richard is just such a hero, he didn't actually do.
Looks like the rain got in the way there again of Aubrey's signal, but shout out to him for streaming in when he's feeling under the weather and when the weather is trying to disrupt his internet connection. I wouldn't be surprised if he pops back in here any second. And I want to ask the panel that's going to be up next, if anybody wants to ask Aubrey a question live, we could certainly use you, as well as anybody in the chat. Go ahead and drop your question to Aubrey now, and then he'll probably see it when he reconnects. But we're here at the 3rd annual hexconference.com. We have a community of over 100,000 people who are time locking in crypto for an average of 6.5 years. Many, in order to get that average, have staked some of their funds up to 15 years. And so this is the first time that humans have had a relationship with math, in the sense that it's immutable, it's trustless, it doesn't involve middlemen, it pays trustless yield. And these are things that are going to take time for people to fully appreciate. Although we know a lot of the people who are watching tonight do appreciate Hex, do get it. They have experienced their own increase in long-term thinking. They've experienced an increase in the amount of community that they feel connected with. They start donating and volunteering for causes such as the longevity movement that Aubrey's been a major player in. And so looks like Aubrey's camera is trying to reconnect here. So he should be back any second. There must be some heavy storms where he's at. Let's see. So in the private chat, anybody who is going to be on the next panel, if you want to let me know that you have a question and you want to go on stage to ask Aubrey, you're more than welcome to do that in the private chat. And then if you have a question for Aubrey, you can also drop it in the main chat if you're a viewer at home. And it looks like Aubrey's camera is still trying to connect. And so hopefully through the sheets of rain that are falling down in California, he'll get a signal back here. I think there's a lot of great overlap and interest between these two communities of longevity and of Hex. And so that's continued to emerge. It's continued to be an emergent property of Hex that people tend to be more long-term thinking and care about causes such as this. And so if you haven't started bookmarking and donating to Aubrey's new foundation, the name of it is Longevity Escape Velocity Foundation, and it's LEVF.org. And that's where you can go to donate and to, oh, there we go.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, so great. Okay, yeah, I'm trying to connect through my phone now to see if that works. So first of all, let me just come back to the question I was answering. So I was just saying, you know, one of the great things about being back on stage and on camera almost as much is that I'm now able to, you know, to give a big shout out to both Richard and all the people, the 2,000 people that he inspired to provide such generosity. And, you know, I'll never forget that. And nobody in the longevity community should ever forget it. It was completely unprecedented. And, you know, it left me completely speechless. Kincaid Honey says that she has a question.
He's right here.
Hey.
Go ahead.
All right.
Okay.
So
whoa.
Okay, so I'm part of the cryonics community, and I'm signed up with Cryonics Institute to have my body frozen. And I know you have done some work with those types of institutes, and I've seen you at the Church of Perpetual Life. And I was wondering what you thought about cryonics, and why do you think there's not really an overlapping community between longevity enthusiasts and cryonics enthusiasts, because there's not really many people signed up for cryonics where there's so many people interested in longevity. And there's kind of this thing where it's plan A or plan B, but I would sort of consider them kind of equal, like they're both needed.
Yeah, so you broke up a bit there, but I think I got it. Yeah, I mean, my take on this is that cryonics is just a completely criminally neglected area of medical research. And that's the main reason why LEV Foundation is actually putting quite a bit of money into a couple of the most promising areas of cryonics research that have the potential to improve the quality of cryopreservation. These are companies, each of which is led by someone who used to work for the Extends Research Foundation. And, you know, I mean, my take is exactly as you said, that we shouldn't want to rank these two. Yes, you can call cryonics Plan B simply because we prefer not to need to be frozen and rely on our friends in the future to bring us back. But still, the fact is, we're talking about saving the lives of different sets of people, right? It doesn't matter what point at what point we actually reach longevity escape velocity and start essentially not to need to cryopreserve people on account of their age. The point is, whenever that happens, there will be people who don't quite make it. And the more of those people we can cryopreserve, the better, especially, of course, the higher the quality of that cryopreservation. So yeah, I'm completely with you on that.
Is there any reason why you think that people don't donate enough money? Because I'd called Cryonics Institute and they had only gotten less than $1,000 in donations for this year, and SINS had received a bunch.
Kincaid, you're not breaking. Kincaid, you're now breaking up so badly that I can't make out what you're saying. Can you write in the chat, please?
Oh, good. Thank you.
Meanwhile, while he's doing that, somebody says, curious about the timing of the freezing. Is it at time of death and they rush there to get you frozen when you're old, or a chosen date? Right. So that depends very much on where you are. The general rule is they indeed rush there to get you frozen when you're old. There is a concept called standby, where they actually rush there before you get pronounced legally dead, so that there's no delay, you know, for their travel. So that they're actually waiting by your bedside for the medical professional to say, okay, you can do this now, this person is legally dead. But that's how they do it normally. However, there is definitely a lot of interest in the possibility of what would legally be termed assisted suicide, though of course cryonicists don't view it that way. Not necessarily even assisted, but simply choosing your own time to get cryopreserved. The difficulty there is that in most places, suicide has the consequence that you will be autopsied, which is extremely prejudicial to a high-quality cryopreservation. The only way I know that one gets around that is by essentially refusing all liquids for like a week, which is not trivial and it involves a lot of morphine, but that's what some people have done. Kincaid says, is there anything you think we can do to bridge the gap between the cryonics and the longevity communities? Well, I mean, to be honest, there's not much of a gap. You know, when I went to the Alcor conference last year, you know, there's a lot of people there who, I mean, yes, they're signed up with Alcor, but they don't work in cryonics, they work in longevity. And certainly there are a lot of people in longevity who think cryonics is science fiction, but hey, there are a lot of people everywhere who think cryonics is science fiction. So no, I don't think we really have a problem there. Okay, so someone asked, what do I do to live longer? And the answer is still the same as it's always been, namely, I don't actually do anything because I'm doing so well already that the rational thing for me to do is not to fix something that isn't broken. Peptide injections, no. I am not convinced by the reproducibility of the work that indicates the benefits of peptide injections. No, I'm afraid we're not working on, or I do not know anyone who's working on saving people from fentanyl overdose. That is very much not my area, though, of course, it's a big tragedy. Let me just go back to the comments. I am not yet seeing any other questions. I'm going back through the list that I couldn't see when I was cut off. Can stem cells be released from going hypoxic with Wim Hof breathing? That's there's a couple of things wrong with that question. The big thing is that stem cells, by and large, are sequestered in hypoxic locations, places that are a little way away from blood vessels. That is rather important. We, in general, inside the body, have a very low oxygen tension, nowhere near the 20% that you have in the atmosphere, more like 3 or 4%. And stem cells, by and large, may be even less. So I don't think that's really an issue. I mean, hypoxia is a good thing for stem cells, is basically what I'm saying. I am looking back. Okay, I'm not seeing anything there. I'm going back to the private chat. Aside from myself, who are some of the other great minds to tune into on the topic of longevity? Well, of course, there are a lot of very smart scientists working in this field. I think in order to answer the question reasonably concisely, I think I need to restrict myself to people who are not only great minds, but are also willing to actually stick their necks out and do a lot of interfacing with the general public, with the general audience. So that certainly includes David Sinclair, who came up earlier. Also Brian Kennedy, from originally ran the Buck Institute. Then now he works in Singapore, runs a center there. There's Nir Barzilai, brilliant guy from New York. There's a number of people who are not actually leading scientists in the field, but who are extremely articulate in this area. One guy I would like to highlight is a guy named Andrew Steele, who wrote a brilliant book not long ago on this, which was very much, benefited from his ability to communicate to a general audience in writing. Another person who also wrote another brilliant book is a guy named Sergey Young, who's a venture capitalist in this space. In general, these are important people. And then I should also definitely mention Jean Hébert. He's a professor at the same institute as Nir Barzilai, the Albert Einstein Institute of Albert Einstein College of Medicine in the Bronx. And we at Sense Research Foundation have funded him for some years to work on an extremely exciting project that is now spun out of the company called Glionics. Anyone who wants to know more about that, please email me. But he again wrote a book called Replacing Aging, which, of course, gives his own slant on what he thinks might work and what might not. Again, definitely you should read all of these things. I see that we have like 1 minute to go. So, well, it's up to Matty, but I think I should probably not allow you guys to continue the admirable success that you have had in keeping to time all of this time. So I've tried actually to paste everything into a local text file so that I can browse through the chat and the comments at my leisure and comment on anything that I may have missed. And obviously I can get anyone's email addresses or contact information from Matty as required. So just want to say again, thank you so much, Matty, for having me on the show, on the conference. And thank you to Richard for being so utterly amazing and inspiring the airdrop in July of 2021. I am definitely not going to forget that. I am going to show that I haven't forgotten it by finishing the unfinished business that I mentioned earlier. And thank you also, of course, enormously to the 2,000 hexagons who followed Richard's advice and contributed a spectacular amount of money to this research. It will save a lot of lives.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much for presenting again tonight, Aubrey. It really means a lot to the entire community.
Thank you.
Looking forward to people continuing to donate, and everybody should go to levf.org and check out what Aubrey's doing there. And then also follow him on Twitter, just as his name is spelled there on screen. It's Aubrey DeGray on Twitter. And let's keep fighting the good fight for longevity. Thanks, Aubrey. Catch you later. Awesome. Well, what an amazing conference. And it will continue now with our final social panel. Now, for those of you who just started tuning in because you saw Richard Hart had tweeted it out and sent out on Telegram, I want to remind you that he'll be on the show tomorrow night. He'll be on the conference, and I'm going to be interviewing him. So I'm going to ask a bunch, well, pretty much every question you can think of that you want an answer to. I will probably ask Richard when I interview him for an hour tomorrow. And so I hope you're looking forward to it, because I am. And I really want everybody to get, to get what they're looking for in terms of the questions being asked. So it's going to be really exciting. And of course, then Richard will do a keynote, and then he'll also be doing a spotlight with 9 different people who will go up one by one and ask him questions. So it's definitely something to look forward to. Now, without any further ado, I'm going to bring up the next panel.
We're the Hexicans, coming for your neck again. This cryptocurrency space ain't ready for us yet again. We're the Hexicans. Yeah, I'm a Hexican.
Welcome, everyone.
Oh,
yeah.
Hey.
Yes.
Corey, was that you on the track?
I know that voice.
Yeah. I know that song.
Appreciate
it. Yeah, man.
I thought so. I was like, man, that was nice. I love it.
Yeah, man.
Good to see you, Maddie.
Yeah, good to see you.
Excellent work,
Maddie.
Maddie. You're
Thanks.
killing it, bro.
We have so many great personalities on the show tonight in this panel, and so I want to go around the room real quick. And why don't you let everybody know who you are and what you're known for in the Hex community?
Absolutely. I'll start. Looks like I'm to the right of Maddie. My name's Don, or Hexiest Man in the World, and I think what I might be known for most in the Hex community is having my coins ripped off by Mt. Gox back in 2014, 2015 ish. And so being an early Bitcoin adopter, and then having them ganked by having them held by a centralized entity. So yeah, other than that, I do streams and have a channel called Network Effects, and I stream with a bunch of these guys here.
All right.
And oh, by the way, Lit, since you're the alternate for tonight, we're gonna bring you up just a little bit later on the program, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, it's all good.
So you'll still be here in just a moment. Thanks. Because we have Sticker Guy, who has a limited amount of time, because he's not only being the stage manager of the entire conference and running the whole thing and making my job look easy. He also is like going to school and like has to study for his math test or whatever tonight. So I want to give him the floor real quick here and hear from Sticker Guy Win.
Yeah, hey, I hope everybody's having a good conference. I think this is maybe the most flawless we have been so far.
Yeah.
I think from the whole 3 days, only 3 or 4 people were missing. That's pretty nice. I had a lot of fun in the green room or backstage, whatever we want to call it. And I think I have about like 20 minutes, but then I got to catch the bus. So, and make room for My Life is Awesome. So, well, that's it, I guess. Please, somebody continue.
Yeah, I mean, this is our like third or fourth time doing this, a multi-day thing in 3 out of 4 of the cases. And so I just want to thank you again, and I'm going to keep saying it, until the conference is over. Thank you so much for helping me pull this off.
It's a lot of fun. It's like a sleep schedule backflip for me. Like I'm waking up at 11 p.m. Then I'm doing the conference until 7 a.m. Then I'm going to school until 10 a.m. No, until 12 a.m. And then I'm going home and trying to sleep until p.m. and then I'm whatever. I got it figured out.
Sticker Guy's just lost in the numbers, man.
Another round of applause for Sticker Guy for that.
Yeah.
Glad you're here, Sticker Guy. I'm glad you're one of us.
Man,
Thank you so much.
busting his butt for us.
Yeah, it's great to bring people together, and without Maddie, it would obviously be possible. So thanks for him to having this many connections, and thank you for everybody for coming. It's really great to be part of this, and yeah. But what's going on with you guys? What have you all been up to? Give me some updates.
All right, who's next?
I think Kincaid's next.
All right. My name is Kincaid Honey. I go by @HexTUSD on Twitter. I wouldn't really say I'm known for anything in the Hex community, but I do make YouTube videos. So if you type in Kincaid Honey on YouTube, you could find me. I'm a day one Hexagon, and I'm a longevity and cryonics enthusiast. That's basically how I describe myself.
Okay.
Awesome.
SJ?
Oh, hey. Hello. I am a wild SJ, and I am known mostly in this community for reading Sci-Vive. You'll hear my voice if you go to youtube.com/awildsj. I fell in love with Richard's books, decided to read them with my own voice, and I'm currently working on version 2 of that, and which is slowly being released over the next few weeks. So keep your eyes peeled.
Awesome.
Awesome. I'm Max, aka the RH Maximalist. I'm not the only one. I'm sure there's a few out there, but I got the handle, so that's I try to make that official. A YouTube channel, RH Max. People may take it the wrong way. RH Maximalist, all this stuff. I'm a Maxi for his ideals. First of all, I'm with SJ, with Sci-Vive, all that stuff. I love all the material. I mean, been watching Richard since 2017. Following him since then. He was the greatest mentor I could ever hope for in crypto, like passively, just like, following him, all the stuff he did, obviously day one Hex, Pulse Chain, all that stuff. But yeah, his ideals and then his products everything just comes together. Once you understand his mission, Kincaid said he's not known for anything, but we have this longevity discussions, and I think that's really important. And it all ties back in together for a lot of the stuff that's, Richard's on, that he's in it for glory. And, I think that's one of the most important things in the community to focus on and understand, and that's the ethos I try to bring, at least. So that's my.
Awesome.
Cool. All right, what's up, guys? How you doing? Corey, an investor, early Hexakin. Day one, basically. I'm known in the space for creating music for Hex. I got inspired by Richard Hart by saying, everyone should contribute to the space, and I heard Freddie quotes. He made the first song I ever heard, within the Hex community. And it was more of a rock style, so I wanted to make a hip hop style type music. And first time making music, never did it. Just like Richard said, you got to explore yourself, explore certain things in life, and and that was one of the things that's a niche. People like the music within the space, within our community, and that's what I'm known for. I got a YouTube, Corey, an investor. My Twitter handle is WizKid77, and also I have some of the Hex music on SoundCloud under Corey, an investor. And I have a few NFTs. When you search up Hexagon Music, you'll see 3 of the NFTs I have up there now. So that's my contribution, and that's why I'm here, man.
Awesome.
All right.
That's dope. I'm Hexmac. I'm a pre-day one Hexagon. I was here months and months before X got launched. The thing that I'm probably best known for in the community is just socials, really. But it's not going to be the thing that I'm most known for. So I've got a lot of stuff cooking away in the kitchen, but I'm not giving any details on any of that stuff just yet. So I'll be branching out into a lot of things over the next 12 to 24 months. But the thing that I am most known for is probably creating the Facebook communities. We got about 30,000 Hexicans, Pulse Chainers, Pulse Xers over on Facebook, and I built them, manage them, and just run and organize those communities with Chris Side Effects as well over on Facebook.
Nice.
Now, Hex Mac, I have to practice for when I talk to Richard tomorrow. So come on, man, you got to give us something.
Nope. I'm that. My personality type is just like I'll just show you rather than tell you about anything. And when it's ready, I'll just show you.
The fact.
Yep.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. Keep one in the chamber always, you know. You gotta have that ace up your sleeve.
Nice.
Cosmic Cowboy, welcome.
Hey, good to see you. Good to see everybody here. It's Cosmic Cowboy from a tropical location of Hex and Pulsicans. I'm probably known, I think, for optimism, and I like to celebrate. I like to celebrate life and just kind of try and bring out the best. And we've got a great community here. I'm a pre-big payday Hexican, so I know we've got some, early, old school pre-Hex launch. So, but got into the game or got into celebrating Hex in year one, and I'm also lesser known, but a chrononaut, and some people know that's like a time traveler. So my Hex story is kind of unique in that I went into what would be perceived as a future timeline and saw the success and abundance of Hex and was able to enjoy that in the present. And so I'm always, I'm always encouraging people to celebrate the fact that they found this incredible whatever you want to call it, whether you want to call it, crypto or community or endeavor called Hex and connected to Richard and his other projects. And especially now we've been weathering the, whatever you want to call it, the winter market. And I think that one of the things that's really interesting is if you ever look at people that are really successful in life, or successful athletes, successful just almost any field, they kind of get their chops from going through some struggle and from going through some pain and challenges and kind of like the hard times. And so I think that's really important because, and it's also it defines a community. Communities that really are just superficial or on the surface, they dissipate, they break apart, they sort of, they fall apart. But when you've got a real authentic community of people that are really connected at a deeper level, it's kind of like the hard times or the challenging times make you stronger and bring you together even more. And I feel like the conference and the conferences that Maddie has put together have always done that. It's been like, no matter what, a lot of people don't know the personal challenges he goes through to pull these things off, but it's always brought us together in person. We get to actually meet each other, and that's really special. So really happy to be here, and I'm gonna start streaming more on Cosmic Cowboy now on YouTube. I also did a program at one of the conferences called The Secrets of Hex Revealed, which gets into the more esoteric elements of Hex and how Hex is connected to abundance in our lives. And I also suggested doing an awards ceremony because I feel like the people in the community behind the scenes, the streamers, I just wanted to acknowledge and recognize them. And so we were able to do that, and hopefully that'll continue too. And there's just more and more people coming on every day. So excited. Thanks for having me, and aloha.
Yeah. Thank you.
Nice. Thanks, Cosmic. Hey, I'm Matty Crypto. Long time Hexcan, like a lot of us. I was pre-Hex. It was Bitcoin Hex. Talking to Richard Hart on Telegram. love this community. Like the Cosmic was saying, this is unlike any other crypto community I've ever been a part of. I've been in crypto since 2010. Missed the boat buying it there by just a little bit. Thought it was a scam. Bought my first Bitcoin in 2012. And been in a lot of other crypto communities, been through all the scams, the up and downs, the bears and the bulls. And something really hit home about Hex. This is a different community, different people. I mean, just this conference, the stuff Maddie does, the sticker guy, the logistics and stuff that we've done as a community, you guys have done the hard stuff, the heavy lifting. Just bringing us in is nothing. We get to jump on here for an hour and just shoot the breeze, but you guys do something really special. So hats off to you guys. Really thankful for what you guys have done and created for us. I've got a YouTube channel, been doing videos since 2017, and I've got a podcast I started last year called the Pulse Chain Podcast, just focusing on obviously Pulse Chain, this community, and with the goal of that was to get other people in crypto that was not familiar with Hex to introduce them to Pulse Chain and Hex as their first introduction to crypto, to hopefully stop them from buying other, shit coins or getting into bad communities and that kind of thing. So I guess that's what I'm known for, more or less the YouTube channel. And I've also been patiently waiting. We've got something called Atheus. It's NFTs are going to be launching on Mintra, waiting on Pulse Chain as well. So Jeff, happy to be here. Happy to be a part of it.
Awesome. And then we have My Life is Awesome popping on to answer the question, what are you known for in the Hex community, and how you been?
What's up, y'all? I think I'm best known in this community for some fire roasted chicken. Hit me in these comments. Tell me what you guys think. Honestly, I don't know, just being myself and getting stoked on this ecosystem. My favorite thing about everything here is this community. And to prove my point on what an incredible community is, when we were asking people what everyone recognizes them for, Hexmac did not speak up about his laughter. Hit me in these comments. Who thinks Hexmac has the best laugh? And can we make him laugh? Can someone... Yes.
You don't have to do anything. It's already there.
He should never mute his mic.
So I love
it just
that.
gets cut. I have to put it on mute for that exact reason, man. I've been on too many streams. They just blah 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 blah.
I love that laugh, and there's just little things like
Thank
that
you,
with
man.
people you meet in this community, and it's just a wonderful place to all connect. Like Matty Crypto said, he's been in crypto since 2010, never found anything like it, and I'm just really happy to be here with all y'all. We're in a bear. Everyone's hurting. We'll get back there, but right now, look at us. We're all here. We're still broing down. Nothing but good vibes and much love.
What's up, man?
Awesome.
Nice.
Yeah, man.
Okay, guys, thank you very much. I'm very sorry that I gotta leave so early. But
Thank you, man. Thank you.
I gotta go.
Thank you, guy, man.
Thanks for the hard work.
Thanks, sticker guy.
You do. Thanks, sticker guy.
Everybody have some fun. Goodbye.
Yes, sir.
Get some sleep.
All right, there we go. Got everybody back, and now we can go around the room again. And I guess this will be a little bit more open-ended, but I think this is a great group to do it with. What do you want the Hex community to know? What's an important message that you want to get out to the audience there? We had well, right now we have 600 people watching live. Hit the like and subscribe button if you're here. And we have thousands of people watching on the replay. So now's a chance for you to be heard. Kincaid?
So I think longevity is such an important topic, and that the cryptocurrency community and longevity overlaps a lot, but specifically Hex and longevity. And I think that we have done so much already, and other coins have done a lot too. But yeah, I just think it's important for every single person in Hex to get involved with longevity and cryonics as well. I think it's a really important thing. So that's basically what I would want people to look into.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah.
My message is always the same. It's love. It's love. It's always, for me, love. And especially like during this bear market, love and connection. There's no need to treat people like crap during this period of time. There's going to be a time where all this turns around, and you're going to think back to right now and be like, why did I act that way? Why did I say that stuff? Why did I do those things? Why did I treat people that way? Because people won't forget that. People will remember how you acted during this bear market and every bear market that's to come. So just treat each other better and love each other more, always.
Great message.
Yeah, I would say basically within this market, since it is a bear market, that we are seeing a lot of characteristics from individuals that, you know, it's not common what they, you know, subscribe to. And I think that it's just basically a time where we all have to get together and just hone in, because we know the market has cycles. Basically what we have to do is, it's not short-term, you know, gratification. You have to delay it for a while. That's the whole point of the whole mission that was said in the beginning. And a lot of people are kind of forgetting that whole notion. And again, some people aren't even in the space because we've been used to so many scams and pump and dumps and everything. So it's like there's 95% of that. So when you find 5% that's actually going to hold around, that's going to stick around, you don't find out until the length of time, you know, shows its face. So 5 years, 10 years from now, we're going to really see, like you said, we're having a conference every year. We're going to see the people phase in and phase out and see who was here when times were tough. And we're going to see who's jumping and screaming and we're at the pool when times are up. And so we just have to keep mind of that and stay focused and, you know, believe in the product, man, because that's why we got in it to start with. So that's my message.
Awesome. And real quick, raise your hand if you participated in the second Hex conference, either online or in person, if you spoke at it. And how about the first one? Okay. And who's been to a Hex meetup of any sort? Awesome.
Yeah, that's what's up.
So we'll keep going with Maddie Crypto. Go ahead, whatever message you want to share.
Okay. Yeah. I think Pulse Chain and the idea of being early is really important right now, because the first month in Hex, we got to ride that 10,000x up. And Pulse Chain, for a lot of people, it's going to be that second chance. You know, I was watching, I think it was Furu Finance talking to Crypto Coffee, and they were discussing how Pulse Chain is that second chance for so many people. It's almost like an excuse for the people who necessarily didn't get into Hex or didn't like Hex, but now they can say, hey, I didn't like Hex at the start, but I love this idea of Pulse Chain, you know, being a layer one. And there's going to be like 130 apps launching, you know, exclusively on Pulse Chain. And, you know, the first few days, I think it's just going to absolutely blow up with activity. And once that's launched, you know, I'd love to get y'all's opinion on that after this little round, Maddie, just to see, you know, if you really believe it's going to be this immediate flood to Pulse Chain. I think it is going to be that way, because so many people that I've talked to, that they may have had bad things to say about Hex, or they had believed in that FUD, because it's a massive amount of FUD. And people who are new to crypto, they go to these, you know, they'll Google it or they'll talk to other friends. And if they hear someone right away that they personally trust say bad things about Hex, they may not give it a second look. They may not take the time to look into it. So I think that the people who are like that may be more inclined to get into Pulse Chain. And then kind of tangentially, they may look at Hex the second time, the first time for them, because of Pulse Chain, because I think it's going to launch really well. I think Richard's taking his time with the devs, and when it does launch, it'll be flawless like Hex. And I think that's going to just speak volumes of how hard they worked and what a great community we are. And if it launches with that many projects, that many apps all at one time, then the crypto community has to notice that. So it's really important, if you miss the boat with Hex, to get involved in Pulse Chain when it goes live, first of all. So don't miss that second chance.
Last night, just real quickly, I did a survey, and these surveys have been like going off. Like somehow you got like 700 votes, and there were 700 people watching live. People may have filtered in and out, but that's still incredible participation. I was asking, what are you most bullish on? And the choices were Hex, Pulse, and Pulse X. And it was split evenly. I have a screenshot of it. It was split evenly in thirds. So that's just incredible that, you know, everybody's looking forward, you know, in these different groups, people are really split. And how great is that there's people picking different ones as their favorite. So like Cosmic Cowboy, now what is your message that you find the most important that you want to share?
I love the fact that HexMac took it. I'm on board with him. I mean, I think fundamentally it all does come down to loving one another, kindness, compassion. I mean, you know, at a deep level, I'm saying, like, what are we really all doing here? And that's kind of, I really do feel like there is a mystical, energetic thread that you know, there's a ton of diversity in the world and in this community, but there's a thread that everybody that gets involved with this community feels and it kind of latches onto, like resonates with. So I mean, what I'd like to speak on would be just really like remembering that now this moment is all we ever have. And again, I really mean it when I say thank you, Maddie, to doing the conference, because like a lot of the time when things are tough, when it's a bear, the attitude is, this is when we hide under a rock. This is not when you stream. This is not when there's much quote unquote to talk about, but it's really the opposite. It's, you know, in any moment can be glorious or disastrous. So it's all what we make it. And I always try and just remind everybody, like, you've already won. Like, you know, you're in, you got in, you're here, and that's a huge win. And now the question is, what do you have to share? I love the fact that within the community there's been other projects, like Maddie was talking about, all these other apps that are already on Pulse Chain. There's, you know, people that have created improvements upon what Richard has done, you know, and that's like the ultimate is somebody creates something magical, and then other people are like, wait, you know, I'm also talented, I'm also creative, and I want to share my gifts too. And to me, this is a community, whether it's musically with Corey and Freddie and all of the people that are doing music and entertainment, streamers that are, you know, really influencers and have a voice and have a truth to share, people like Lit that need to light people up and, you know, get them on fire and turn them into fire roasted chicken when they're like not feeling great. And you know, so that's basically it. Self-empowerment, a reminder that it's all happening right now and it is to be celebrated. And honestly, it's like the Beatles said, it's getting better all the time.
Absolutely.
Well said.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
A wild essay.
Hey, so yeah, I definitely echo a lot of that sentiment. I think one thing that I want to just talk about is the fact that this is my first cycle through crypto, and being in the Hex community, there's never been a moment of FUD in my heart. I've never had the time or mindset to even think about any of that. And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that we are so certain about what it is that we hold. We know that it works 100% uptime. I mean, and Pulse Chain is coming. And on that note, one of the things that I really want to reiterate, which is why I do what I do with SciVive, is to all the people out there who are spreading FUD, to the people out there who look at Richard and think, there's my Pulse Chain money, there's my sacrifice money, why is he spending my money? Read SciVive, please. You will understand so much more about this man and who he is and what he's doing and what his heart is about. Richard Hart, it's no coincidence. He chose Hart, right, for his name. So that's just what I want to put out there. I think that anyone who has any of that fear, uncertainty, or doubt around this community or around what we've invested in really needs to dig a little deeper and DYOR on Richard and who he is and what his real message is.
Yeah, man. Right.
Mm-hmm. I really like too that Richard, he doesn't sell out his audience, and I've tried to do that myself. Speaking of like people's true intentions, and I actually started sweating bullets. Was that last night or the night before? Whenever somebody said that they were going to donate 100 ETH to my legal campaign, because like my legal campaign is like just right where it is. Like people donated to help me, defend against the SEC. And then there was somebody coming on stream saying that they were going to donate 100 ETH. It turns out that may have been a prank. What the person had been saying about the 100 ETH. Somebody said that screen name has been known to be a troll. But look, the headline here is that I only use a transparent address, Maddie.eth. You can go look at it. You can see, whether somebody's giving me 100 ETH or not. And I would have literally had to come up with a plan to like distribute the funds to other people who need legal defenses and stuff. So, or give it back to the person who donated it. So I think like no matter what the way that people are trying to FUD or prank or, express their discontent with the bear market, whatever it is, our community is always going to be stronger than the next because we have people who are, trying to do the right thing. And so, I would just echo what SJ is saying when it comes to getting to the root of who the people are that you're following. And in the case of Richard Hart, it's, I don't think it was a coincidence that he tweeted out just before Aubrey was coming on tonight. And that continues to show that what his priorities are and what he cares about is, improving medicine, improving longevity. And, he didn't tweet it out when we were talking about other stuff other than I think what matters. So with that being said, anyway, I had to make that announcement somehow about the 100 ETH. So I wanted to get it out of the way.
Yeah.
RH Max, you're up.
Yeah. I mean, just on Richard too, real quick, it's I don't know how anyone could think, again, if you've read Survive or you've seen his actions for the last few years, maybe you've only been here for a year or two, or you just sat for Pulse Chain and now you've just been waiting and you haven't seen all the stuff he's did, all the conversations he's had, all the places he's went, and all the just blood, sweat, and tears he's put into making sure that everything he does is with this sort of like goal oriented, like this mission in mind, and the ability to it's like he always wants to put himself in a position to execute and compound in a long term. So sometimes if you don't understand the outrage marketing, or you don't understand like why this hasn't launched yet or that, or all this stuff, and then the market cycle, the bear market cycle kind of makes it all worse. It's just, I don't know. It's like you kind of gotta, the people who have seen his work and been around and read his books and things like that, we really understand that he's in this thing for a mission. Like, that's not just this overly broad statement or some buzzwords. He literally, that's his thing, glory. And he is doing everything he can every single day to get that. And that's why it's so nice to be part of this community, because who else is doing that? Like, what other founder in the entire world of anything like has his type of mission, is in his position to do it? He's already rich. You go through a million reasons why he's not going to rug pull and all this stuff too. But it's just the feeling of being a part of a community that is so intact and like in sync, and comes in and out of sync too, but is led by someone with that kind of, drive and motivation and ambition. It's an incredible thing. And this is my second bear market. The first one where I've been like all in on the RH ecosystem. I love the community projects we have. I love everything that people are putting out there, the streaming, just the music, the art. We have people, all walks of life. They're just contributing in every way they can. And some people who haven't did as much as they can yet. And, one day they'll be like, hey, I can be a streamer, or hey, I want to go make this stuff to contribute, or, they'll do postcards or whatever it is. There's so much potential energy we have and hasn't even been used yet in this community, that it's one of the most underrated things that we have, is the untapped potential that hasn't even been expressed yet. So that's what makes me excited about this year. We could sit here and list like all of the things that are going to happen, and things we have no expectation to happen, and the things that just like make it all worth it. Everyone around me makes it worth it for me. I've already learned enough for if I never made another cent today, it would be worth the journey that I went through to be here and be able to contribute and just be a part of something just amazing like this. You can't put it into words, but I tried my best. So I want to put it out there.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm. That was dope, dude.
Lit, why don't you tell us
y'all.
the message you want everybody to know?
So I personally, right now, I am fasting. So if you guys don't know what that is, it's where you don't actually eat any food. I'm on a 21-day fast right now, literally.
Boy.
There's like 15 different veggies and fruits in this, and I'm fasting, okay?
Okay.
And the reason I'm fasting is because there's points in our life where things accumulate and you need to hit the reset button for your body, for your mind, for your heart, for your spirituality, for your emotions. And in the Hex community, we're in this bear and we have so much FUD everywhere. It's out of control. And I told myself, Lit, I want you to research FUD. And I know I'm like the Pulse Super Bowl, so it's kind of weird, like Lit's researching FUD. And the reason I did that is because I wanted to fully understand what is everyone thinking about these investments. And what I learned is that you have to actually understand the community, you have to understand what we're trying to do, and you have to understand yourself, because the bear takes your energy down, our lifestyle, our habits, that takes our energy down, and we have to bring our energy up. When we're in crypto and it's such a gnarly bear, and like the next year we might even have another year of macroeconomic slowdown, might even get worse. So the community is what is so incredible to me, and the width of it and the depth. And let me explain that. The width of this community is there's so many people who are so talented in so many different areas. And the depth of the community is that you can go deep with these people. If you find yourself on the fringe of the community, there's podcasts, there's channels, there's people you can connect with, and you can go super deep with them, all while being invested in a crypto. So what I see is a huge width, a huge depth, and I see myself here fasting, cleansing. And what I wanted to tell everyone in this community is that your time is valuable, and I want you to capitalize on this time where things are down. Okay? I'm fasting, I'm in real estate school. Why? Just because I want to continue growing and improving myself. So I said all my love to y'all. And I want to tell you, in these times where the market's down and you have this beautiful community, use the community to build friendships, connections, improve yourself, do a cleanse, start a certification program, do things to improve yourself that help set up your life in the future, all while coming back into the Hexagon community and seeing your friends and giving them the updates and checking in and learning things from them, and you learning things all over. So just want to remind everyone to cleanse, stay happy, remember your time is super valuable, and realize the width and depth of this community is so powerful. You can really find a home here long term. If you just open up and be yourself, you'll find your people here.
Awesome.
So.
Yes, sir. All right, that leaves me, right?
Go for it.
All righty. So I'm going to circle back just real quick to the first question, just because it ties into the second one. So I think one of the things I'm best known for, at least from what I've shared, is from back during some dark days, spending over $1 million a week in bull market tops, equivalent in Bitcoin on substances back in the day before recovery. And of course, this is back when Bitcoin was 69,000. And before Hex had even been an idea, and since then, obviously, I've been able to be in recovery, be sober, and so I'm known for extending my hand to anyone struggling with anything like that, and I continue to. And I also want to spread the message of hope and things like that with anyone going through any types of substance issues or any types of mental health issues during this bear market or even during the bull market. I mean, Maddie does such a good job of discussing that as well. But so I've shared my recovery story, but one of the things I want to share, bringing that back around to the second question, is that one of the things we say in the recovery community, which is so crazy which is such a tight knit community, it feels like brothers and sisters. I get that same feeling when I'm at like a Hex conference in person, or even just streaming with you guys. It's like that same. It's such a similar type of closeness, and obviously because we've been through stuff before, including these bear markets. But one of the things we say is it works if you work it, and it might sound cliche, but it's so true. Like if you work this protocol the way you're supposed to, if you keep your promise, you keep your word, it's going to work for you. If you got all, we got testnet out right now. If you work it, if you try to work on everything you can, as far as the DEX, as PulseX, everything else you try to practice during the bear market and things like that, things will work out for you. But I'm known to be a serial optimist. And so that's not by being blindly an optimist. I find the things to be optimistic about. And one of the things that really caught me about Richard, and I was not a day one Hexakin. The way I found out about him was when he talked about the Mt. Gox hack on another stream, on BitBoy's stream. And this was back in mid 2021 before the Pulse Chain sack. So I've been able to get in early on those, day one on each of those. But I'm a people reader. Like, I mean, you have to be. I'm an interventionist, and I work with people in very high intensity situations, and you really have to read what someone's intention is. And I would really try reading Richard, especially after losing all that money in the Mt. Gox hack, and really try to read his intentions. This is before I knew about Sci-Vibe. So I read Sci-Vibe, but also through the rest of the streams that I watched, not only did I seem to agree with him on a lot of things, but I tried to play devil's advocate with him. And I could just tell, like, man, this guy, everything that everyone's echoed up here. I mean, like SJ said, this guy's not out here to take anything from us. In fact, quite the opposite. That he's out here to create abundance for us in so many ways. Give us a community, give us purpose, and also, why not throw in some financial well-being while we're at it? And so that's Richard's somebody that I would never bet against, ever. And anyone, I mean, I sacrifice some money for freedom of speech and for and for freedom of movement, etc. So Pulse Chain, I look at that as, any coins I might get one day. I already got my coins in a testnet, but anyway, I have no doubts about that. I just want it to be right. And I want to spread that message to anyone else that, look, we just want Pulse Chain to be right. And when it comes out, it's going to be the right time when it comes out. And so, yeah, that's basically what I want people to know. Keep the faith.
Awesome. Yeah. Such an important message from everybody. Now, I think, was it Matty Crypto that suggested that we do a round of going around the room and maybe saying something on the topic of Pulse Chain? Maybe we can start with Hexiest Man in the World, so that
all right,
reverse.
Yeah, so say something about Pulse Chain.
Something about Pulse Chain
other than what I just said. Okay, gosh. Okay. With Pulse Chain, so I would say that I mean, obviously it's going to be the world's largest airdrop. Everyone watching this likely knows this, but there's probably some that don't. But you're talking about a once in a lifetime experience where we're going to have the most people onboarded onto a chain in history, with the most coins on it airdropped into wallets in history, and the most ready to go projects on a chain in history. And the same feeling I had about Bitcoin back in 2013 when I invested is the same feeling I had actually about Pulse Chain. And then it was almost like Hex second. Like I almost had faith in Pulse Chain first, only because I was like, okay, look, I can get into this one day one. But so I just say that it's world record breaking. It's already been world record breaking just via testnet, and it will break records when it comes out.
Now Lit might say something about how he was the first channel to focus exclusively on Pulse Chain. What else does he have to say?
Do you guys remember those days? Oh, that was so much fun. Oh my god. Every day was the most incredible adventure back then. Pulse Chain was just so epic. Oh, it was good times. Okay, as per Pulse Chain, we're gonna have to see, y'all. We don't have a roadmap, okay? So we're just taking it day by day, and I'm really happy that I got to meet all of y'all, and we're just gonna have to see what Richard comes up with. I think I've studied Pulse Chain so much. Like, when I first started my channel, I was having trouble sleeping, y'all. And it was like I was just thinking about the game theory of Pulse Chain and how many people, the first green candle. Oh my God, you guys, the first green candle is going to go off the page, moon run. And I'd be like processing how that's going to happen. So all I want to say about Pulse Chain is I'm really excited for when we actually launch. All right, y'all? When we launch and the word gets out through the crypto interwebs, and people hear, oh my God, Pulse Chain's a real thing. That's what I'm excited for. I want to see that Bay Area money. I want to see that New York money. I want to see that worldwide money start coming in when they're like, it's real, it's on. That's what I'm excited for about Pulse Chain.
Bro, I love that.
There's that laugh.
That Bay Area money.
Oh Lord.
And now, RH Max, what do you have to say about Pulse Chain?
So Hex would exist, thrive, and do amazing on its own. But Pulse Chain is key to the vertical integration. It is the foundation. It is the piece that really just makes everything fit together and just allows the community to just expand beyond, you know, CD and the amazing product that Hex is. And I mean, all the game theory and everything starts with Hex, but the Pulse Chain really is the foundation of everything else that can come afterwards. And, you know, we got our own decks. We got the L1. We got the best product in the world on it. Hundreds of other products that are getting built in the ecosystem. A lot of them are going to be copied over. Hedron access, all that stuff too. But I think Pulse Chain, whenever it comes, whether it's mid-May or whether it's whenever it comes, it will come and it will be glorious. So that's what I'm excited about. And I don't think that there's no other events. There's nothing else going on. It's kind of like whether, you know, the timing is just amazing on its own. There's absolutely nothing else but tragedy going on in crypto right now. So for a Pulse Chain launch anytime this year or next year or whenever it happens, it's just, I think your ability to conceptualize what can happen during these kinds of events, these once in a vertical integration events, a Richard Hart product type of thing, is just, it's going to be bananas. So I think Pulse Chain is key to the wider world, getting into what we've all found and loved and just really have been able to just make a big part of our lives. And again, it's the money is great. The products to solve problems are great, but the ideals and just the motivations and the behavior changes that all these things trigger and create for you, that's what I love about it. And that's what I'm excited about.
Awesome.
With that being said, I do need to run though. So great to be with everyone here. Thanks again, Maddie, for putting this on. All the panel, Kincaid, Hexmac, Corey, Maddie, Cosmic, SJ, Hexius, man, lit.
Yes,
Love all of you. I really appreciate it,
man.
And
absolutely, bro.
Yeah, it's going to be a spectacular year, and nothing's going to stop us. Don't worry.
Good to see you, Max.
Yeah,
man.
Take care.
Later, bro.
A wild SJ.
Sweet. So other than kind of what I already talked about in terms of Richard had his Louis Vuitton money way before Pulse Chain was even a twinkle in his eye. You know, you guys got to keep in mind that we sacrificed for freedom of speech and freedom of movement. I'm going to take this in a little bit of a different direction, but once you get your Pulse Chain gains, I recommend checking out Suzanne's art for your clothing needs. Also 369 clothing. The thing is that I think it's going to be really beautiful that when the people who, you know, haven't seen those kinds of gains yet, myself included, get to spend. We saw a lot of people, you know, a lot of people kind of talk about how money should be spent and, you know, whether or not this was a good investment, whether or not this is really going to do something great for the community. Look at who's building around you, especially right now. Look at who is building through this bear market and look at who is basically bringing more value to the community through their passions, through their music, through their art. Those are the people that I just want to encourage others to just be like, hey, like, you know, like I've got a little cash now. I'm going to go ahead and, you know, and who knows, maybe we'll be able to trade, you know, and exchange for these goods and services in Hex and Impulse and Impulse X, you know, so that's something that's I'm really excited about and looking forward to.
Yeah. I'll share the link here that you put in the private chat. I'll put it for people in YouTube.
Very nice.
What is Pulse? Okay, so I like these streams to be a little participant based. and active. So this is for everybody here, all of us here on the stream, and everybody watching this. This is a pulse exercise. Just take your wrist, and then take 2 fingers and press in right on the veins of your wrist just for a second. Let's be quiet and feel that when you press in. That is your pulse. That is your pulse. So I want to read this. I want to read this definition. A rhythmical throbbing, a vibration or burst of sound, electric current, light, or some other wave. That's the definition of pulse. So we are that. We are that vibration, that wave that is about to go all around the planet. And how exciting, you know? I mean, we've already got 100% uptime and immutable in Hex, and now we're going to be connecting the whole planet with this new chain. And how perfect that it's the world's largest airdrop. How perfect, like, what's the best way to have a party? Well, you know, who do you invite? What if you invite everybody? You know, what if you invite the whole crypto community? A lot of people are like, oh, who are those Hexicans, or, you know, whatever. Well, Richard's just like, you know something? This is open to everybody that's celebrated Ethereum. You know, all those tokens are welcome to join the fun, join the party. So I'm really excited. I think that there's always a dichotomy in life, you know, and the dichotomy here is this aspect of time, you know, which time is, and being patient. You know, being patient is such an important part of life, and understanding sort of perfect timing. And so I think that the pulse is already happening, and you know, we're getting these versions of it. And it's also an invitation to be patient and know that that pulse is alive, and just be excited. And like everybody's saying, when it actually launches, you know, all bets are off. You know, it's going to be amazing. I'm really excited.
Oh man!
Awesome.
Yeah, man. Who's next?
I think that the thing that I'm most excited about Pulse Chain is also coming together. Like after this bear market, and after, you know, the SEC stuff and everything that's been happening over this whole time. Like I remember experiencing things like Big Payday and the 24-hour streams that we had during Big Payday, and they were just, you can't replicate stuff like that. There's something about those experiences, and something about, you know, seeing RG3 fall asleep in a giant pirate hat after 27 hours and stream that you just, yeah, like you don't. It's been a long time since we had stuff like that just brought, no matter, you know, where people have branched out to, we do all come back together for those things. And like that's why these Hex conferences are important too, because it's like a time where we get to reunite with each other and kind of, I don't know, just reconnect and double down on what's important, and, you know, what our intentions are and what we're going to do in the future. And it's a giant celebration in a way. And I think I'm excited for that the most. I don't like, Hex has already set me up for everything. Hex could, like Pulse Chain could really never launch. And the community, like what we're going to do with all of this, is the most important stuff to me. It's always been the most important stuff to me.
Right on.
I think that the thing that I'm most excited for Pulse Chain is to tell people that we were right and that they were wrong.
Yeah.
My boy.
Yes, sir.
Straight up spite. You love some spite.
Because there's a lot of FUD out there of people saying Pulse Chain will never launch, or that Pulse Chain is a scam. And I think that whenever it launches, the free money is going to be too big of a temptation for people. And people who weren't initially thinking about Pulse Chain or even worried about it, the second they realize they have an airdrop that could actually be worth something, they will start to use the network. And yeah, all those people will realize how useful this really is going to be and how it's going to change crypto forever.
Yeah, man. Oh man.
I gotta say, I'm really excited for low fees.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
I've been excited for that since Pulse Chain was just a glimmer in Richard's eye, and you know, so that's going to be a big deal, I think. And then also, I think it's an opportunity for more people to experience the caliber of the type of stuff that Richard builds and that this community builds. And there's going to be a force multiplier there between having the right tech and the right people all coming together. And so, I think any opportunity for people to understand the value of time locking Hex is going to be really, really cool.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
And, man, I just wanted to tap into, like, to jump off what Kincaid was saying. Like, he wants to prove everyone wrong, when Pulse Chain drops. But at the same time, it's 2023. Hex was supposed to come out in 2018, 2019. I've been here six years at least minimum in the space. A lot of people been here a year, maybe 2 years. You haven't seen that. When Pulse Chain drops, there's still another 2 years of rough times of upgrading, being in the bear market and working our way up and finding our way. Again, like what Hexiest Man said is, like, I trust Richard Hart. You know what I'm saying? I bet on people. And what he's done so far as a business person, because I'm in business as well, and he's trying to make it a win-win, not just for the customer, but for the vendor, which is him, and for the customers, which are us, or the clients. And we're just basically trying to, like any other company, spread the good word, let people buy the product, see how they like it, like Tesla, word of mouth. And if they like it, they'll come back and they'll use the service. And what's new with this is that it's decentralized, burns fees every time it's used, with all the new products built on top of it. It's just going to make it much more exotic compared to what's already out here. And I think that's really what's going to bring people to the chain. They don't have to jump in Hex. They can use their own cryptocurrency now. They just have to come to the chain, cheaper fees, help ease some of that off of Ethereum, some of the transactions that are on Ethereum, bring them to our chain. And I think that's what's going to really be the incentive to just, again, it's going to stand out, because when it comes out, everyone has a piece of it. There's no way you can not talk about it. So we'll see what happens, when it drops. But I believe in Richard. I'm betting on him. And again, like a business, everything doesn't always pan out and turn the way it's supposed to. So that's why the time that it's taken to be built, you want it to take this time. You want it to be as perfect as possible, so that when it comes out, we don't have any hiccups. Because as you see what's going on now, there's hiccup after hiccup behind exchange, behind platform, behind you name it, 95% of the space. So just be patient and be grateful for, what someone is trying to do for the community, not just us, but for the crypto community in general.
Nice. And honestly, just to piggyback off of Corey, I'm really glad that Pulse Chain didn't launch prematurely. I was talking off in the back room before this started with Hexiest Man there, and we were talking about, like, remember the May of last year, this huge buildup. Hex had a little pump. People were pumped about Pulse Chain launching like mid-May. And then I'm just so thankful that it didn't launch prematurely, because Hex was late, like Corey was saying. Back in 2019, I think it was delayed by like 6 or 8 months, and it ended up being the right move. It's got 100% uptime, cosmic hit on that. No bugs, been running for 3 years without any kind of issues. So I'm okay with Pulse Chain waiting until things are right and things are done the correct way. We're going to have a layer 1, Hex on 2 chains, our own DEX, maybe a fiat on-ramp. And I just think Richard wants to be right. He wants to lead this space. And Kincaid, you pointed out the spite thing. I think that's a big deal to Richard, because he's like Elon Musk. The guy doesn't have to be here doing all this stuff. He could have just created Hex, let it be out there in the ether, and just let it do its thing. It's code. It's not going anywhere. It's just math. But he chose to be here. Rich man for decades, doesn't have to put his time. He could be on a yacht somewhere, just living a great, great life. But instead, he chooses to come in here with us, get in the trenches, take the slings and arrows for us, get the FUD, eat it, and still work on Pulse Chain, ungodly amount of hours, all for us. And I do think he wants the glory, and he wants glory not only for himself, but he wants us to win. And I think that means a lot, and it speaks volumes about the kind of person he is, not just doing it and making a bunch of money, letting us do what we want to with it and just run with it, but he wants to stick around and see us win too. So it's just really valuable to see a leader like that in crypto. It's pretty rare.
Absolutely.
Here.
Now, I have no idea how this next segment is going to go. this entire process of holding conferences has been highly experimental since day one of the first Hex conference. So, you're gonna have to forgive me if I don't pull off every segment perfectly, but maybe I will. Who knows? We have an artist here who actually, I have to say, he was one of the first guests that I had on Hex Therapy Live 110 weeks ago. So maybe 108 weeks ago or something. He came on my show, and I haven't kept up with him since then. But he's here tonight, so I'm gonna bring him up on stage. It's Toblerus. Welcome.
Yeah.
Hey.
And go ahead and unmute yourself if you can.
Hello. Can
awesome.
you hear me?
Yeah. Welcome.
Yeah. Thanks for having me. I feel like without the green screen, I'm like one of these 10 squares does not match the other.
Now you've crashed the party, and for good reason, because you brought with you something special to share with us.
Yeah. I gotta say thank you so much for having me for this. I know it was last minute, and it was partially because it just finished. So some of you may know, some of you may not, but I have done 4 Hex paintings at Hex Pulse, sometimes paintings before. And recently, about 5 or 6 weeks ago, I started a 5th one. And so these are them. And I wanted to show the community the latest one I did, and it has a lot of stuff in it that means things. And most of you, unless you're in the chat and you're completely new, you'll probably know exactly what most of this stuff is. But part of the reason I did this is because I'm not a coder, I'm not like this big business person, but a lot of the time during the bull market, during the bear market, people would say, no matter what, just the best thing you can do for the community is do however you do it and just contribute. So it had been a few months, and I thought, well, maybe it's a good time to try another Hex Pulse painting. And so I sat down and kind of just got started with my process, and essentially this is what I came up with. So I'm not sure if it's going is it going a little staggered, or
yeah, it looks a little choppy.
Maybe that'll fix. At any rate, it's as long as the time goes by, it doesn't really matter. So what I wanted to do was explain what it is that this time-lapse painting is and what it's meant to be. So maybe it'll speed up, but it's supposed to be about 11 minutes. And that's kind of a funny thing, is one of the paintings I've done in the past, it wasn't Hex related. It was something with Michael Jordan and basketball, but
it's
it
in
had
the
to do with
background there. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. And it got me thinking about something called apophenia, which is essentially like deriving meaning from things in nature or numbers and stuff like that. Oh, it's speeding up now. I think that's good. So in this one,
spoiler alert, this has got to be your best work ever.
Oh, thank you, man.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
I can see a bull in that Toblerus.
Okay, so well, there we go. So what we're dealing with obviously is a long bear market, and if it sucks for everybody, kind of like objectively, it's not fun. It's not as fun as a bull market. So one of the things that you can do, at least for yourself, Maddie would attest to psychologically, is just be optimistic, try to think about the future, time, all these things. And so just before I forget, that apophenia thing I mentioned, the length of this video is 11 minutes and 31 seconds. And that is not on purpose because I didn't plan it, but that number had been in my head. And basically when Maddie started this conference 3 days ago, it depends on when the turnover occurred where you live, it was day 1131. And for me, you know, some people see that stuff as just nonsense, coincidence, and I put a little more value into such things. And so with that being said, as you can probably tell, the first thing I did here was I started with a humongous bull. And that is to remind everybody that bulls are big. We had one, and you know, eventually, if markets do what markets do, we'll go back to another one. It will. I'm on two screens here, so I'm just kind of looking to see what we have. So when I was doing this part, I was trying to even before the bull here have a little bit of pulse and hex colors, and working on this bull was a bit. My intention was, at least it didn't exactly work out that way, was to have it kind of transparent in the sense that it's not a realistic brown or black colored, you know, giant animal, right? It's actually just this abstract color version of a bull, but realistic in the sense of its features, its muscles, its face, its horns. But in doing so with the hex and pulse colors, having it transparent, which, well, you know, these things take time, so you have a lot of time to think. For me, a lot of that is the transparency of the blockchain, the transparency of everything we do in this space. Essentially, you know, for outsiders, they think, oh, it's kind of underground. Maybe it's for criminals. It's like literally the opposite. This space is the most transparent, really, financial thing anybody can do. I mean, it's on-chain stuff and Hex has never shied away from. Hex has always been like, come and look at everything, all the transactions, all the stakes, all the T-shares, everything. And so coming to that point here, you'll see fairly soon that I start to do a bit of a personal trademark, which is something over time I became, for one reason or another, obsessed with, is kind of roller coasters. And so I incorporate that into paintings. And in this one, as you can see, it's kind of coming out of the horn. And it represents, I can say in crypto, you know, we're in a roller coaster of emotions, of price and everything. But in this case, as you'll see, like pretty soon, I made sure that there's going to be two roller coasters. Both of them end up going up and to the right, and that's on purpose. So this first one clearly comes down and goes up and to the right, and the second one, if you were to do a symmetrical painting, it would go up and to the left, because if there was any other reason to do such a painting, I would probably do that because my brain likes that type of symmetry and stuff. But I didn't do that here with this bull, with the second one, because I wanted to represent a sort of positive, optimistic spin on this. So you'll see the second roller coaster also goes up and to the right. And as I finished the roller coaster, I had an idea it's coming up soon, but I put a little bit of a white sort of rectangle around this bull, which you could see in the video. It's deliberately not very in your face, to sort of say, but it represents a graph, right? A chart of X and Y axis, kind of like, you know, looking at prices. And so that Hex slogan, so to say, up and to the right is not lost on me, and I want it to be involved here. So everything you'll see goes up and to the right, and this sort of that slight opaque rectangle that I tried to do there is supposed to be a chart, and that comes into play later, which I'll come back to. So as these roller coasters get completed with the rungs, the number of rungs is also an important distinction. And when it's done, I'll show you why, and I'll tell you the numbers.
Are there 31 rungs?
There's not 31. There's not 31,
11?
but there's
55.
I should actually take this moment. Thanks, Hexmac, to remind me. So the title of this painting and the whole idea is basically that this is a timestamp. This painting is a timestamp to Hex, to the community, to our lives, to right now. And I didn't know or plan a lot of the things that I'm going to tell you now, but it kind of happened on its own. So these billiard balls that are coming up, there's 4 on the left, they're all 5s. Those are Quattro Cinco 4 5s. And on the other side, I'm doing 3 6 9. So those are the big numbers in Hexaco that matter. So there's only one ball, and if I had more time, I could show you that the rungs are kind of deliberately twisted because I like to do mental Escher-like flip-flopping stuff to confuse the mind. It would be easier if I was literally in a room with you to show you, but just talking
I can
here.
see on the left one, the shadow. Like the rung is white, and then it goes into it like that.
Exactly.
Black,
Yeah, it reminds me like MC Escher, like you said. Yeah, very much.
So that stuff is kind of something I've been doing for years. Like I'm obsessed with it. And so basically the only billiard ball of all of the 7 balls, the 4 5s and the 3 6 9, the only one that ends up sort of getting covered by the rails to give a sense of depth perception that it's actually behind the rail from where you're looking is the 9. So that leaves the 3 6 on the right side. When I was doing this, it took over a month, but when I started into this day was Hex's birthday, and it was the 3rd birthday, and so that was 36 months, right, since December 3rd. And what I thought about a lot is this is a timestamp. There's days, weeks, and months. There's 5555 is days. We all know those as 15 years of days. 369, because the 9 isn't showing, the 3 6 to me was 36 months. Now, the only thing that I was thinking about was what's weeks? We have days and we have months. What about weeks? Well, in a year, there's 52 weeks. And what you'll soon find out is this painting has 52 objects. There's 7 billiard balls, which we know. There's a bull. That's 8. But the rungs on the left that are complete rungs are 22. And, I don't know if I think it missed a whole bunch in the middle there. Maddie, would it be possible to rewind? Or I think the painting skipped to the video skipped to the end. But what happens is, so thanks. I think there's it kind of jumped ahead, probably because it wasn't playing smoothly. But
so cool.
The rungs on the left side, there were 22 on the left side of the horn. On the other side, there were 18. So on the left side, it was 5555 was 20 with 22 rungs, which was 2022. And the other side had 18 rungs, and 369 was 18. But without going into too much of the numbers, since the video rewinded here, it now looks like it's playing properly. Maybe it was just it was caught up earlier. So this wrecking ball here, I end up painting a pulse chain logo on it. And what it's supposed to represent, and it comes out of the top left of the graph, is like a smashing through of the bear market. I think we may have missed that I painted a bear, which is on the top of one of the horns.
Yeah,
I see that.
I can see it.
Is it possible, Maddie, just to rewind a bit, or I think it's playing properly now. In the beginning, it was all jagged up.
Can I just?
Is
the
the
bear?
Richard
Is the bear
there
on
it
the
is.
left? Is the bear on the left horn and Richard on the right horn?
Yeah, man.
Oh, dude! I
So
just got goosebumps, man.
So that's it. And then so in the middle, there's a hex logo that's kind of tilted forwards, and it's essentially kind of like a crown on the bull, which is like almost like a third horn, like a third eye. But I end up giving it some sort of like strings or something, like cables
like
to
a
hold it
marionette.
up. Exactly, and it's positioned to be like almost like a unicorn type of horn. So it does two things there. And then and then last but not least is the 50-second object, which is Richard. And I picked him in the chair from the movie. I was thinking about how I would do this because I've never painted Richard before. For a second, I thought maybe I would grab a JPEG of him twerking, but I'm like, there's no way in hell I'm painting some grown man twerking. That's not happening.
I am gonna commission you one day to paint that for me, man. Just
You
for
would,
the
man.
lulz.
You would. Yeah.
Just for the lulz. Yeah, I would.
I'm sure that there's things that I'm not even really remembering because this is a unique way to talk about. Yeah, one of the things that I was going to say I remember now is as somebody who's not a performer or an actor or and never done any of that, but painting I've always liked. Doing it on camera in this manner is a bit performative in the sense that I got to choose how the audience sees this. So I deliberately did Richard Hart at the end because almost like in a movie, you kind of save the big sort of surprise for the end.
The plot twist, the reveal.
Yeah, the reveal.
Yeah.
So the wrecking ball that we've kind of seen here has a kind of a strange angle to the chain. It creates like this whipping effect, and it comes from the top. It comes from the roller coaster, but if you really look where it is, it's the top left of the graph, which goes down, and that's kind of we say up and to the right, but in a bear market, everything goes like down and to the right, and it starts there. And so this wrecking ball, the pulse chain, is the wrecking ball that's supposed to come and destroy this roller coaster, go through the bear. And the bear, if you look at it, is looking straight down in the middle of the bull's eyes. Like grizzly bear is so funny because he's so small in relation to these other things. Mm-hmm. But he's created such an impact in crypto and in macro markets, and he's just like, oh, I'm just a bear, like I just sit in here. But it's all very funny, but it's all very fun, and it's much more interesting as a person who's never been like I said before, like one to perform, to have this opportunity once in a while to talk to like friends like you guys and people listening or watching later to do this, because I never get to show, if you have a painting or if you even have a show at a gallery, people come and they talk to you, they're nice, but you're just, oh yeah, here's this thing on the wall, let me talk to you about it. But this rather is, here, this is how it went from nothing, from white canvas to the end, and here are all the steps and the reasons why. So this has been really fun, and I thank you guys for watching. I thank Maddie for allowing me to come on here and do this, and the timing and all the things, and even like I said, like
that's so cool, bro.
That's nice.
That looks so
incredible.
Good. It's so original too.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's fire.
You need to draft a white paper with this artwork.
Yeah,
man. Do you sell artwork anywhere?
Yeah, so my name is basically my website and Twitter, and anyone who wants to reach out to me who wants to see the artwork can go to the website toblerus.com. Reach out to me on Twitter at Toblerus.
And how do you spell it?
It might be
for the people listening, audio only.
Oh, sorry, TOBLERUSSE.
Awesome.
And
we were talking before about one of the things in the community about how it inspires, creativity. And a lot of us have heard a lot of music, but it's great to see how it's inspiring art and, visual art. So, and thank you for taking us through the process. A lot of the time people just appreciate things aesthetically. They just look at this and they're like, wow, I love it. But to hear all the process and the thought that goes into each layer and each component is, it's even more special.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so nice. So nice to hear that. Thank you.
What a masterpiece. Yeah. And I had no idea when I said yes that it would be this impressive or that there would be such a great narrative to it. But it's super mind-boggling. And like other people said, it reminds me of MC Escher, which is just somebody who's legendary in the art world and has this wild skill that I don't even come close to when it comes to spatial stuff. So very, very, very cool to see how much talent there is in the community.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah, man.
Can I just say really quickly, I've been it's such a special thing to be there for a Toblerus reveal. I've been there. I've been on stream with Toblerus every single time you've premiered one of your art pieces, and just have this line up and be like, oh yeah, I'm on this panel right now, and hey, you're on this panel right now too. This is my Toblerus.
Yeah.
Hey.
Nice, man. Thanks, Hexmac.
You're welcome, man. Please, everyone go and follow Toblerus because he has criminally underrated following out there on Twitter. We need to get you out there more, man. I love being a part of your reveals. Thank you so much for letting me be a part of that.
Thank you, man.
Follow, brother.
And just the fact that it's little things like I uploaded it because today was hectic for me to get it all prepared, and it's just put it up, and I watched it, and I was like, how long is this? And I was like, because yesterday I was looking at because everything for me about this is a timestamp for this moment. It was Hex's birthday while I was doing it, and I just noticed that's the right side was 36 months. These are just things I think about. Other people can say it's cherry picking. It doesn't matter. It's just for fun. But doing how I think like that today, I looked at it, I was like, oh, and while I'm watching it, I'm 2 minutes in. I'm like, hold on, how long is this? 11 minutes, 31 seconds. And I knew that this week was in that range for Hex's, duration, Hex's amount of days that it's existed. And then I looked and I said, Maddie started this conference basically 11:31. So it's just one of those things that's just, here we go.
Well, listen,
more and more.
Listen, Toblerus, I don't believe in numerology at all. But when I was driving the Hex DeLorean to the 5555 tour to join it for the first time, I had to pull over when I reached 5,555.5 miles exactly.
Yes.
And it turned out that day was the day that Marty McFly went to in the future. Not the same year, not the same year, but the same day, day that Back to the Future people celebrate every year. And I had no idea that the day I was joining the tour and the day that the Hex DeLorean passed 5,555 miles total ever in its life would be the day that Marty McFly went to in the future. So it's
you're a believer, bro.
So wow.
Time travel starting to make its way. And one of my favorite parts about the reveal of your painting, Toblerus, is that for me, there's a part of it, the actual like image you chose makes it look like it could be Richard just like sitting and dreaming this whole thing, like you know the bull and everything. So,
yeah, thanks, cool. Cosmic. And I like also thinking about that because when I do one thing at a time, I'm picking proportion and size and all that. I was like, I love that he's bigger than the grizzly bear. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a lot of symbolism, right? So, everything is, for that perspective, is fun, right? Everything's supposed to be fun when it comes to stuff like art, right? I mean, it doesn't have to be fun, but it can be, or it should be, and that stuff, like, it tried to create a balance, like the Hex logo in the middle, right in the bull, and the bull's basically like the crown of his skull, and then the bottom left, this giant, humongous, like, cement sphere has this kinetic energy that wants you to smash it all, and that's what I hope, what I think we all think. We don't know how long, but that will be the thing that comes and smashes through this, this moment in time where, like, I mean, this conference is incredible because we're in a bear market, and there's just 500 people. I mean, I'm in the earliest part of North America's time, in the West Coast, and there's still 500 people here where I don't know what the hell time it is across the world. Like,
exactly.
Maybe, it's. I mean, it's close to like 1:30 in the morning on the East Coast. I don't know. Crazy Hex Mac is like days in the future over there in Australia, but like somewhere in the middle.
Like, you don't tell anyone I'm from the future. You ruin it that way.
I'm watching your Twitter grow, Toblerone. You may hit 1,000 before you leave stream tonight. So
wow,
right.
Thank you,
growing fast,
guys.
brother.
Incredible. I shared it in the stream, so hopefully everybody who's tuning in on audio can turn on their screen and follow Toblerone on Twitter, and follow everybody here who's on screen. Most people go by the same name that they put in the on their screen name. And as we start to wrap up here for today, I want to go around the room and just hear where everybody can find each other.
You could find me on Twitter at HexTUSD and YouTube, Kincaid Honey. And if you go to my website, www.kincaidhoney.com, you could find a bunch of my other links there and a little bit more about me.
Awesome.
You can find me, HexMac, everywhere. Socials, Facebook, I go under my real name, but same profile pic, so you'll recognize me over there. But just everywhere, HexMac.
You can find me, Real Matty Crypto, on Twitter, and I'm also on Telegram a lot, just Matty Crypto if you look for me.
I'm Cosmic Cowboy now on most platforms, YouTube, Twitter, Telegram, and so yeah, and I'm pretty recognizable if you see the profile picture, so that's me.
I'm Coin Investor on Twitter, WizKid, WIZKIDD77 on Twitter. All my other platforms is Coin Investor. That's on YouTube, Instagram, and SoundCloud. So check me out.
What's up, y'all? My name's Lit. You can find me on YouTube at My Life is Awesome, and on Twitter at LitGains, LIT_gains, GAINS. Much love, y'all.
Yeah. All right, you can find me on Twitter at Hexiest Man in the World. That's at the Hexiest Man. Same thing on Telegram, I believe, maybe just Hexiest Man. And then on YouTube, my channel is Network Effects, spelled E/PHEX for EHEX and PHEX. I know it's tried to get clever with it, but also on the Gen Hex channel as we're working to get that back up with Craig Wadding, and it is now. So we'll have that back up soon. Awesome. Yep, thanks for having me, Maddie.
My pleasure. Now, yeah, Toblerone, go ahead and share your socials.
That's it. Toblerone everywhere. I wanted to thank you guys for joining me. Didn't know, came on last minute. Maddie let me on last minute. Gotta say thanks again. And this was it was so fun to do this with people. I thought I might just talk for 10 minutes, and to have you guys here with me, that was awesome. Much appreciated. And, love this. Thanks, guys.
Killer work.
Awesome. hit the like button if you haven't already. If you're watching on the replay, leave a comment. I'll go through them. Say something smart, or just drop a hello in the comments if you're watching our replay. Now, if you want to give me input on what I should ask Richard when I interview him tomorrow, I guess you can go into my Telegram group, t.me/smartvaultme, and I've got a thread open in there about what people want me to ask. I'll take it into consideration at least. I think I've already got a bunch of good ideas because I probably listen to more Hex streams than almost anybody, and so I'm really excited to be able to continue the conference tomorrow. It's going to be another great lineup. We're going to have with Richard, one at a time, going for 6 minutes each, Papa B, Crispy Man, Crypto Coffee, Hex Ray Vision, Big Kurkowski, Hex Monkey, Hodl Dog, Johnny Chaos, and Sticker Guy. That'll be the last hour of the conference. Hour 4 is Richard's keynote. The hour before that, I'll be grilling Richard for an hour. And then even before that, in hour 2, we're going to have Steph from Steak Wrap. We're going to have him speak for 20 minutes, 20-minute talk by Hex Tangent, 20-minute talk by K4K Crypto. And the first hour tomorrow, starting off, is a panel with Corey Costa, Furu Finance, Ben Dubard, and RH Max. So with that being said, again, it's been another amazing day. Thanks to this panel and everyone else who's participated in the third day of the third annual Hex Conference. And thanks to all of you for tuning in.
Yeah.
Thanks for your hard work, Maddie.
Thanks for everything.
Love you guys.
Thanks.
Thank you so much,
Thanks,
Maddie.
everybody.
Thanks,
Hey,
Matt.
folks.
Until next time, stake wisely, my friends, and peace out.
We're the Hexagon Space Force, and we're blasting off this year. So Hexagons unite, cause we savages out here. I said the Hexagons are loyal with the gang.